Cheap Shot. A West Penn hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2021 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Chapter 1, Haley. As I unzipped my suitcase, I nodded along to a song blasting from my earbuds, wishing the loud music and overstimulation could be enough to drown out the constant state of panic that has weighed on my chest ever since the attack. Unpacking was going quicker than I expected, and if I finished this, I would be able to escape reality with a nap before the new student orientation. That was all the motivation I needed to sort my clothes into piles according to the drawer they belonged in. A hand gripped my shoulder. I lifted my right elbow and twisted in the same motion, aiming for my attacker's nose. A female scream filtered in over my music. I pulled out my earbuds and tossed them on the bed as I dropped to my knees next to the woman. "I'm so sorry." Unnatural, steely, lavender eyes glared up at me while she covered her nose. "Good thing I have quick reflexes. You only nicked me." I scooted away as she tossed her head back, sending her crop of unruly bronze curls out of her face. The shaved left side of her head showcased the silver hoop in her eyebrow and dozens of piercings in her ear. Her warm brown skin was flawless, and I almost asked her about her skincare routine until I realized she was still glaring. "I am really sorry." I leaned back against the side of my bed. "I didn't hear the door open." "Obviously." She rolled her eyes and stood. Her long legs were covered in ripped fishnet tights that were only partially concealed by an oversized concert t-shirt, with the name of a band I didn't recognize and black combat boots with neon handwriting scribbled on the sides. Everything about her screamed effortless and cool, from the pink and orange streaks in her hair to the septum piercing. Edgy in a way I'd never ever be able to pull off. She was my opposite in every visible way. My dark brown hair hung limply over my shoulders, and my creamy skin was speckled with freckles and the reminder of teenage acne. I bet no one would try to attack her. Well, at least, not on purpose. My confidence had taken a serious hit in the last year, and her radiant self-assurance and pride that only came with being totally and completely comfortable in your skin made me want to shrink deeper into myself. "Are you my roommate?" There weren't many other reasons why she would be in here. Her eyes narrowed even more. "Obviously," she repeated like I was a moron. I tore my eyes away from her to look at the other half of the room. The dove-gray comforter and sparse decorations of succulents and candles hadn't been enough to draw my attention when I brought in my stuff. Now, the juxtaposition was startling. The eccentric woman in front of me couldn't possibly be responsible for such a boring living space. Oh. I couldn't think of anything to say that wouldn't offend her or confirm her suspicion I was stupid. "So, is your first instinct always to attack, or can I relax in my own room?" Her eyes softened, but only enough to tell me she was joking. "Kind of." I shook my head. "Only when I'm surprised." And grabbed from behind when I thought I was alone. I turned to my suitcase but could feel her eyes burning holes into my back. "My name's Emery, by the way," she said. "And you are?" I set the shirt I was holding on top of a pile and faced her. "Haley." She eyed me from head to toe, not bothering to be discreet about her assessment. "Transfer?" What about my charcoal shirt and ripped jeans told her that? "Yeah, how'd you know?" "My last roommate joined a sorority and moved out. They said I'd have the room to myself unless a late transfer came in." I almost apologized but stopped myself. I had nothing to be sorry for. Plus, it didn't seem like my arrival inconvenienced her at all. My side of the room had been completely empty when I came in. If I'd been her, I would have spread out and taken over the extra desk and dresser. "Where'd you come from?" she asked. It was an innocent enough question. One I expected to answer a few dozen times over the coming weeks, so I gave my prepared answer. "A small private college in upstate New York." She raised an eyebrow but said nothing else. "Are you a sophomore too?" I realized how dumb the question was the second it left my lips. I was told this was the sophomore dorm when I received my room assignment. Unlike my previous school, West Penn encouraged students to remain on campus through their junior year and provided a much more affordable housing option than living in a house or apartment close by. Obviously, I said with her. Emery smirked. At least you're a quick learner. I nodded and attempted a smile. Right, so where are you from? Allentown. Since she didn't add a state, I assumed that was in Pennsylvania. Nearly 2/3 of the students here were in-state. An unfortunate statistic for someone like me who was trying to blend in. What about you? Rochester. Which was the truth. There just happened to be several cities in various states by that name, including one that was only about 30 minutes from West Penn. She might eventually find out I was from Minnesota and about my family, but since she nodded and didn't ask anything else, that wasn't going to happen today. I finished putting the remainder of my clothes in the drawers and then slid the empty suitcase under my bed. I glanced over my shoulder and found Emery staring at her phone screen. I checked the papers I stacked on my desk to double-check the details. I should head out. I'm supposed to meet a group in the quad for orientation. You don't need to go to that. She kicked her feet up on her bed. I can show you where your classes are. That was a surprisingly generous offer, considering her apathetic attitude toward me. I almost accepted just to keep from burning the tentative bridge between us, but I couldn't. I might have to take you up on that later, but I have a few questions for my counselor, and the instructions say that we'll have guaranteed time if we attend. Meeting with an academic counselor had proven to be nearly impossible so far. I'd emailed mine 5 times and hadn't received a single response. Even though I registered for classes a few weeks ago, I wanted to check in and make sure a few of my classes from my last school transferred. The last thing I wanted was to get stuck taking intro to biology or college algebra again. She shrugged a shoulder. Just don't fall for their BS about buying a student sports pass. They always try to push them before the semester starts, but they get discounted after the first football game. I nodded then paused. You go to the games? She didn't strike me as the school spirit type. What else is there to do around here? She blew off my question, but at least she didn't say obviously. There was actually plenty to do. West Penn was a large school with more clubs and extracurriculars than most colleges offered. From the student interviews and articles I'd read, there were always activities happening on and off campus. You simply had to close your eyes, spin, and walk in any direction to find something to do. Plus, we were only 20 minutes away from the restaurants and shopping of downtown Pittsburgh. Do you play any sports? I asked, no longer trusting my initial impression of her. She scoffed. What, like roller derby or boxing? Sure, or soccer or lacrosse. The venom in her tone caught me off guard. How had I managed to offend her yet again? Her eyes trailed over me, but I refused to look away or back down. If what happened to me taught me anything, it was that acting meek was a weakness that invited danger. I couldn't let anyone ever see me as weak again. No, I don't, she finally said. Me neither. I let out a sigh. I didn't want to live like this for the next year. I wasn't naive enough to think I'd instantly become best friends with my roommate, but this tension was already grating on my nerves. I know I didn't give you the best first impression of me, but I promise I won't attack you again. She dropped her phone to her side. I hope not. It would have been really nice if she could meet me halfway, but I didn't see that happening. I offered a tentative smile. So, you won't hold it against me? Her resolve cracked, and her lips curved ever so slightly. I'll try not to. Good. I picked up my purse and pulled the strap over my head. If, she said, and I paused mid-step and turned to face her, you come with me to a party tonight. I didn't bother hiding my cringe. A party wasn't anywhere near the top of my list of things to do. Surprisingly, after everything that happened last year, I was fine with crowds and people. The loud music and talking didn't even bother me. It was the smell of alcohol that triggered unpleasant reactions. Which was a very polite term for nausea, headaches, tunnel vision, and the occasional panic attack. What kind of party? I mentally crossed my fingers she was going to say a nice, quiet get-together with our floor. Maybe a poetry jam session at a local cafe? One of the football houses hosts a party to kick off the school year every year. Everyone goes. It's this whole thing. I blinked. A football party? Her. She was a walking, talking contradiction. Who was she, really? I don't know. I'll stay with you the whole time. We can go, make a few rounds, I'll introduce you to some people, and if you're not feeling it, you can leave. That was a pretty tempting offer. Although, I was even more nervous at the idea of meeting her friends. I doubted I'd fit in with them, then again, I'd been wrong about her so far. I played with my strap. I didn't transfer here to hide in my room for the next 3 years. This was supposed to be a fresh start, untainted by my past. What better way to settle in and make friends than going to a party and meeting people? I didn't want her first impression of me to be that I turned down her offers. She might not ever invite me again. There will be plenty of cute guys there too. She wagged her brows like it might entice me to say yes. I shrugged, and she cocked her head. Plenty of cute girls too. I let out a chuckle. Guys, but thanks for checking. Either way. You are sure to meet someone there to at least hold your attention for the night. A few hours of distraction was just what I needed. I wasn't ready to jump into anything serious, but it could be fun to hang out with her and her friends. It seemed like a safe way to ease myself into socializing. I forced a smile. I'll think about it. Fine. She picked up her phone. I checked my watch. I really needed to get going, but things still felt strained. I'll be back in 2 hours. We can grab some food, then head over if you want. She didn't look up, but I caught the hint of a smile. Okay. I turned and hurried into the hall, hoping I wouldn't regret this decision.
Chapter 2 Reid. The scuffed white and yellow wall was coming faster than I preferred. I knew from over a decade of experience that this was going to hurt. I slammed into the board with more force than necessary for a practice scrimmage. A grunt escaped me, but I managed to hold back the string of curses going through my mind. Ethan Clarkson, my best friend and teammate, appeared over me with his gloved hand outstretched. I took it and let him help me up before turning and glaring at Andrew. Really? The dim defenseman shrugged and skated away. You can't expect too much from him. We just have to be grateful he didn't hit someone on his own team, Ethan said as we headed back to center ice. He had a point. Andrew wasn't at West Penn for his academic achievements. The oaf was tall and solid. The perfect combination for his position. As long as he received crystal clear directions, he was a threat, but leave anything open to his interpretation, and we were screwed. Hey, Andy, Benjamin Cruz, our captain, called from the other end of the ice. Try not to put our lead scorer on the injured list. We do actually need him around. Andrew nodded and headed back to the bench while Benjamin came to a stop in front of me and Ethan. You okay? Yeah, hopefully he remembers what you said next practice. Coach called us in for cool downs, and Benjamin left us to move into the center of the lopsided circle the team formed and lead the stretches. Ethan and I hung back at the outskirts, keeping an eye on the other guys. Practice had been grueling, a deserving punishment for the terrible effort we'd put into our last game, but that meant morale was lower than normal. As the two alternate captains, we were looked up to by the others, and Benjamin relied on us to listen when he couldn't and let him know when one of our teammates needed something. I was watching to see how the younger players handled today. Would they complain to each other? Vomit? Curse the coaches? Or accept the consequences of our actions? After all, we were a team. We won and lost due to our combined efforts. They knew that. It was something drilled into our heads from the time we were in Minimite, but that didn't mean they always remembered. We didn't have time for petty complaining. Every game mattered, but we couldn't change what happened. The only thing we could control was our attitudes and how prepared we were for the next game. We couldn't rely on our status as the second-ranked team in the division to win, which was exactly what we'd done wrong. Even if it was a preseason game and didn't count toward overall points, it was an unnecessary loss. 2 freshmen scooted closer together, and one dropped his eye. I nudged Ethan and tilted my head in their direction. He watched closely before standing up and gliding toward them. Benjamin caught my eye and gave a subtle nod, making me feel like we were working together on a top-secret mission. If only our lives were that interesting. The closest we got to excitement, outside of the 60 minutes of play each game day, was on the rare chance we had some free time to waste on video games. It was the beginning of the season, and we already needed a break. "Did you hear about Dylan?" Murphy, a junior center, asked Eddie, one of our goalies. They sat together a few feet in front of me. I hadn't heard anything about the sophomore, so I focused on their conversation while going through the stretches on autopilot. "No, what happened?" Eddie asked. "His girlfriend dumped him this weekend for some basketball player. He locked himself in his room for 2 days and wouldn't let Kyle in until a few minutes before the game yesterday." Murphy switched legs, kicking his stick away from him. It slid toward me, and I stopped it with the toe of my skate. He turned toward me, and I stared him down. Practice might be close to over, but it wasn't the time for gossip. That sort of waste of time could wait until they were out of the arena. He ducked his head and looked forward again. Eddie peered over his shoulder and cringed when he realized I was behind them. He mouthed, "Sorry," and faced Benjamin. As much as I didn't approve of talking about teammates behind their backs, I did appreciate knowing what was going on with Dylan. He'd been off last night and contributed to our loss. We all have off days, and no one would blame him entirely, but at least I knew the reason and could offer help. Sometimes being an example, as Coach called it, was exhausting. There were times when I just wanted to worry about my schoolwork and hockey. Nothing else. But the team didn't have the luxury of slacking off or falling short like some other schools that would bounce back after a rough few weeks or even a whole season. I knew that before I committed to coming to West Penn. We all did. There was no misunderstanding of what would be expected from us. We walked onto the team with our eyes wide open to the reality of what stood before us, and that was a huge mountain to climb. In my weakest, most drained moments when I had absolutely nothing left to give physically, mentally, or emotionally, I wondered what it would have been like if I'd picked a different school. If I took the path of least resistance and joined an organization with a million fewer obstacles. Would I be the same player if I went with Boston College or Wisconsin? Would I have learned the same level of grit and determination? It was impossible to know. The determining factor, the reason I took the risk in coming here, was standing before me. Coach Weston. He flew to my hometown and met with me my senior year of high school, and he promised me that if I trusted him and wasn't afraid of a challenge, he would get me to the NHL. Out of all the schools that courted me, he was the only one brave or crazy enough to make a claim like that. So I did it, and challenge didn't even begin to describe what I'd been through playing for West Penn. But this was the year that mattered. It would show me if every year of playing and traveling and sacrificing had been worth it, and I refused to let some idiots ruin my chances because they couldn't keep their mouths shut or didn't know how to compartmentalize their personal drama. Dylan needed to focus, and so did the two in front of me. As soon as Coach called practice, I picked up Murphy's stick and blocked him and Eddie from leaving. No more. I held each of their gazes long enough for them to nod. If I ever hear either of you talking about a teammate like that again, it's a strike. Sorry. Murphy swallowed, and Eddie dropped his head. Go. I shoved the stick against their chests and pushed away from them. When I got to the bench, Benjamin was waiting for me. What was that about? Nothing. I took care of it. Good. He eyed them as they stepped off the ice next to us, then I followed. Benjamin was always the last one off the ice. It didn't matter if it was a game or practice. He waited for everyone to head back to the locker room before him. It was a trait he'd picked up from some of his idols in the NHL, and I appreciated his efforts to show respect for his team. I shuffled into the locker room while stretching my neck. I added my stick to the shelf to be stored before nearly falling onto the bench next to Ethan. He was staring down at his phone and didn't acknowledge my presence, which wasn't all that unusual. He was one of those people that couldn't multitask, and the moment his screen was near his face, he was gone. I pulled off my jersey and tossed it into the rolling bin in the center of the room. I wanted to shower and collapse on my bed for a few hours, but that would have to wait until I handled things with Dylan. While removing my skates, I scanned the room for him, but he was probably already in the showers, so I finished pulling off my gear and grabbed my towel. It only took me a few minutes to clean off, and when I came back, Ethan was still on his phone. "Everything okay?" It took a moment for him to respond. "Yeah, just waiting to hear back from my sister." "Oh, right." He'd mentioned a few weeks ago that his little sister was transferring here. I vaguely remembered meeting her during the family week our freshman year. She'd been awkward. All gangly limbs with braces and glasses that didn't stay on her nose. I got dressed and caught Dylan across the room, so I made my way over and sat next to him while he pulled on his shoes. "Hey, man," he offered a half-hearted smile. He was normally one of those perpetually happy, optimistic people, so seeing him down was uncomfortable. "Hey, I heard about your ex." I glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "I know it's hard and it sucks, but it will pass." He nodded. "Yeah, I know. It was just a shock." "I get that." I clapped him on the back. "We need you at your best, so if there's anything I can do to help." "It's okay," he rushed out. "I needed a couple of days, but it's out of my system. Last night won't happen again." His eyes held more conviction than his words, so I let it go. "Sounds good." I stood and headed back. "Anyone going to the party tonight?" Kevin asked. Benjamin folded his arms across his chest. "What party?" "Don't worry, the football players are hosting, and they follow the rules." "It's coach approved," Becker, a fellow right wing, assured. "That doesn't mean we won't get in trouble," Matt, a junior defenseman, countered after tossing his wet towel in the bin. One of their parties last year got so out of control the city police had to be called in because campus police couldn't handle it. None of us that had been there needed the reminder. Coach had been so furious the next day at practice, he had us skating suicides for 2 hours straight. It didn't matter that none of us were drinking, let alone doing anything more illicit, because the rules were clear. The moment we see alcohol, we leave. That's it. No exceptions. There was far too much at risk for the 26 of us who dedicated our lives to the game just to lose our spot on the team for a stupid college party, especially the seniors. Benjamin shot me a curious look. "You in? You're sure there won't be alcohol?" I asked Becker. He nodded and looked to Kevin, who agreed. "And no drugs?" "Dude, I wouldn't go if there was." Becker crossed his arms. It was a risk, but the football team was really good about following the rules. Their coaches weren't as strict as ours, but they knew better than taking stupid gambles. When was the last time any of us had gone out? Weeks, at least. It might be good for the guys to get a break from the stress and take a night off. Fine, but we leave the second anything shows up we shouldn't be around. I pulled on my shirt, then turned to Ethan. "You?" "I think I'm going to sit this one out," Ethan said while pulling his hair up into a bun that made the girls on campus go crazy. I teased him about his long hair for the first 6 months as he let it grow out, but by the time it reached his chin I was proved to be of the minority that thought he looked ridiculous. "You never miss a party." Benjamin eyed him while putting on deodorant. Ethan dropped his arms and shrugged. "Not feeling it today." Benjamin accepted that vague answer, but it wasn't enough for me. I turned toward my locker and lowered my voice. "What's going on?" "Nothing, I just don't feel like going out tonight." There was nothing I could say to force him to tell me the truth, so I gave up. "Okay, man. I'll see you later." He nodded and pulled a hoodie over his shirt. "See ya." I picked up my duffel and headed out of the locker room and into the crisp air. I'd figure out what was really going on with him later, after he had time to sort through whatever was on his mind.
Chapter 3, Haley. Are you sure you don't want to borrow something? Emery asked for the third time. She eyed me with blatant disapproval. I'm positive. I had dresses and skirts I could change into, but I was comfortable in the t-shirt I wore all day, and the jean shorts were my compromise. They went down to my fingertips, and when combined with my white Converse, I looked ready for a day at school. High school. I didn't care though. Going to a party was enough of a stressor. I didn't want to add worrying about flashing anyone because of a tiny dress on top of that. Emery didn't agree. Her fishnets had been swapped for sheer black tights and a black dress that showed off more of her abundant curves than I would ever dare. Not that I had that problem. Next to her, I looked like a child. A prepubescent boy that hit a growth spurt far too young. I was tall and thin, with not much in the way of womanly appeal. If I had an ounce of athletic ability, I'd be an ideal volleyball or basketball player, but despite years of their best efforts, no coach could teach me how to move my arms and legs in the same, desired direction and at the same time. I was like a newborn giraffe. Or fawn. That was more flattering. Either way, I was well aware of what I had to work with and accepted that I would have to rely on my personality to draw people in. Fine, she conceded while picking up her studded leather purse from the end of her bed. I slid my phone into one back pocket and my dorm keycard into the other and followed her out the door. A few of my friends will meet us there, she started as soon as we left the building. Okay. I kept my voice level, not giving away my nerves. I barely had time to warm up to her, and now I was meeting even more people. I had time to prepare, but now that it was happening, it felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. I took in a deep breath as discreetly as possible. I might like her friends, and they might even like me. Even though Emery intimidated me, she'd been mostly polite so far. Inviting me to come with her and introducing me to her friends was a nice thing to do, especially after me nearly breaking her nose. It was better than having a roommate that ignored me. Most of the off-campus students live on the other side of that building. She pointed across the green lawn that separated the dorms from the dining center. Behind that was one of the science buildings, if I remembered the tour correctly. It's nice that things are so close. Small talk was not my forte, but she was making an effort, so I wanted to keep it going. Yeah, most students don't have, or even really need, cars. Everything we need is either on campus or available at one of the stores along West Street. West Street was pointed out during our class tour. The street was packed with restaurants and stores that catered to the students. She led us down a path that wound to the back of the school's limits and emptied out onto a residential street. This is where a lot of students live too. I nodded, taking in the row of modest homes on either side. Several cars packed every driveway, the only sign that multiple roommates, rather than a family, lived inside. And that one is Alpha Gamma Nu. She pointed down the block. It throws the best parties, but they can get a little out of control, so don't go unless you're with someone. Really? They're that bad? I probably shouldn't go at all. As long as you have backup, you're fine. I wasn't sure what that meant, but she nudged me up the driveway of a house where people were scattered on the lawn and walking toward from all directions. Most of the guys that live here are athletes, so the parties are milder than the other houses. That was encouraging. Going to a rager on my first night didn't sound like a great idea. Well, a party on a Tuesday didn't scream good decision, but if it was hosted by athletes, it couldn't be that bad. My brother told me the rules are really strict for athletes. Like, if you mess up, you're off your team. And they didn't run on a 3 strikes and you're out plan. Your brother goes here? I nodded, and I tried not to show my discomfort. I hadn't meant to bring him up, but it sort of slipped. She cocked her head. You do look really familiar. I doubted that. Ethan had blonde hair and shared my father's chiseled features. If we stood side by side, people sometimes noticed our eyes or smiles, but that was a stretch. Hopefully, she didn't know Ethan well. Part of my fresh start plan included keeping myself separate from him. A condition he and I both agreed to when my parents suggested I come to West Penn. I hadn't wanted to move back home, but they didn't want me alone again. So, transferring to my brother's school was the middle ground, with the promise that he would give me space and I would check in occasionally. Well, he's probably coming too, Emery went on. Like I said, everyone goes. He said he couldn't make it. And warned me to be careful. I'd felt a flash of disappointment then relief when he first replied to my text about the party. It was good I was on my own. I didn't want to rely on him. If I used him as a crutch now, I might not stop. As much as I fought and begged for my independence, a part of me was relieved to know he was close if I ever needed him. He, and my parents, didn't need to know that, though. Come on. Emery took my wrist and led me through the front door and into a cramped hallway. She moved like she knew where she was going, so I followed along while glancing to the sides. The music wasn't so loud that you couldn't hear yourself think, and I didn't notice anyone falling over themselves, which was common at my last school. Maybe it was because there were so few options in the sleepy college town I'd come from, that people chose to get wasted merely as a way to pass time. Hey. Emery waved to someone at the opposite side of the kitchen, and the others in the room shifted to make a path for us to get through. Once she stopped, I stepped next to her and smiled at the trio before us. Two very tall and very muscular black guys leaned against the counter next to a woman with neon blue hair. Emery, you're here. The guy in the middle wrapped his arms around her and kissed her on the mouth while the other smiled at me. And who's this? Emery pulled away and looped her arm around the waist of the girl. This is Haley, my new roommate. Haley, this is Link. She gestured to the guy at the end. And that's Michael. They both live here. The guy that kissed her winked at me. And this is Tara. Emery rested her head against Tara's. I grinned at them while trying to figure out the relationship between all four. You can call me Brown. Everyone else does. Michael's eyes glinted with mischief. I immediately grew suspicious. It's his last name, Link explained, and I felt better calling him that. Nice to meet you. I barely got the words out when someone bumped into me from behind, shoving me into Brown's arms. Well, nice to meet you too. He grinned down at me, and I stepped back, out of his reach, hoping he didn't see the blush as my cheeks heated. Can I get you guys anything to drink? Link asked. I'm okay, I said at the same time Emery answered, beer. Link nodded and moved around us, returning just moments later with 2 blue cups. I took the one he offered me and looked inside at the clear liquid. It's just water. He put a hand on my shoulder, while shifting back into his place against the counter. I tensed at the contact, but he moved on so quickly that I didn't think anyone caught it. The smell of alcohol was already getting to me. I had to focus on blocking it out, but I wasn't sure I could stay composed if people continued to touch me, even in casual or brief manner. If you're holding something, people are less likely to bother you about not drinking. Oh. Thanks. I offered him a smile. You won't get pressured much here, Tara started, since most of these guys don't drink, but it's a good tip for other parties. Are you both athletes? I guessed. Link nodded, and Brown lifted his own cup to his lips before answering. Yeah, we're on the football team. That explained their impressive physiques. Cool. Tara was eyeing me and smirked when I caught her while taking a sip of water. You aren't going to freak out or fling yourself at them now? I nearly choked. No. Huh. Tara looked at Emery. I like her. Emery smirked. Told you. Is that what normally happens? I asked. Growing up around Ethan and his teammates numbed me to the allure of athletes. Not that I didn't date them, I just didn't get starry-eyed because they knew how to pass a puck or throw a ball. Brown nodded. More than you'd think. As if this isn't enough to draw them in. He waved his hand up and down his body. It's more than enough. Tara put her hand on his cheek and kissed him. I glanced at Emery to see her reaction, but she was laughing. So Brown wasn't her boyfriend? He just went around kissing people? You seem lost. Link draped his arm over my shoulders. I flinched, but he didn't seem to notice. I wasn't used to being touched, but nothing about him seemed threatening and I told my body to relax. Here's the quick version. He likes her. He pointed to Tara. And her, his finger moved toward Emery, and whoever his flavor of the week is. Emery loves her. His finger moved back to Tara. And she loves them both. He held up another finger, so he was pointing to both Brown and Emery at once. So are you three? I didn't know how to ask what I was thinking. Oh, no. Brown covered his mouth. I could never be tied down to just one or two people. I have too much love to offer the world. There's that. Tara nudged him. And no one person could handle you on their own. Brown considered that before agreeing. I laughed, amused at their exchange. I was surprised at how much I was enjoying myself. They made it easy to relax, and as long as I kept a comfortable distance, there was little change of any accidental touching. The scent of their drinks wasn't even bothering me. And where do you fit in? I asked Link. I'm the best friend. He squeezed my shoulder before stepping away, looking at something behind me. I've got to go check on something. He was gone before any of us could respond, and the tension in my gut finally dispersed. Link was a nice guy. Nothing bad happened. I wanted to celebrate this moment, but instead of doing a happy dance, I took a sip from my cup. At least one of us is responsible. Brown watched him leave, then sighed. I'm bored. Let's dance. He grabbed Tara and Emery's hands and led them away. Emery reached for me, but I shook my head. There were too many people in too tight of a space for me to even consider joining. I needed to ease myself back who I once was. I'd taken huge steps tonight, and I didn't want to ruin my progress by pushing myself too far too fast. Go ahead, I'll stay here. She hesitated. I'll be back in a minute. Brown tugged on her, and she waved as they merged into the crowd. I took another sip of water, pretending like hanging out alone wasn't a big deal. I actually found it was easier for me to be in big groups like this than alone with a few people. If Emery had brought Brown and Link into our room to meet me, it might have triggered me. Having a panic attack in front of my new roommate and potential friends was not the first impression I wanted to give them. I waited, rooted in my spot even as people walked by on their way to refill their drinks as 3 songs passed, until I realized they probably weren't coming back anytime soon. Should I walk around and risk losing Emery for the night, or stay there and continue to earn curious looks from the other people in the kitchen? Neither was particularly appealing, but moving around felt safer. I was so sick of reacting to the simplest touch. Even when it was completely innocent, and by someone I knew wasn't going to hurt me, my body treated it like a threat. I wanted to be in control of my actions. I wanted to feel normal again. As I moved around people, I focused on how close I was. My elbow brushed the back of a guy as he took a step without realizing I was there. I bit my lip but reminded myself that nothing had happened. It was already over and done. See, not so bad. When was the last time I experienced real contact with someone? It had been months. The girl I used to be, friendly and confident, wouldn't recognize the person I'd become. I was practically afraid of my own shadow. I didn't want to be this way anymore. I wanted to be brave. The main level of the house wasn't very big, but the back door leading to the yard seemed to be a popular spot, so I headed over and stepped outside. An enormous patio took up nearly the entire space, leaving only a few yards of grass at the back. There was built-in seating along the railing, and small groups were clustered every few feet, leaving the middle area open. I didn't want to be stuck standing in the center, alone, so I turned to go back inside but was blocked by 3 guys. The one in front held his cup up to keep from hitting me with it. Sorry. I jumped back, and he reached out and took my elbow, keeping me from tripping over myself. I stared at his hand, feeling the familiar ting of panic creep in, but I was able to manage my reaction enough to pull back slightly. It's okay. He watched me for a second before rewarding me with a brilliant smile. It took that long for my brain to register that he was absolutely gorgeous. A walking cliché of tall, dark, and handsome with the perfect amount of scruff and muscles. My two weaknesses. Hey, Red, I'm going to find Matt, the guy to his right said before walking away. All right, he called back without looking away from me. His soulful eyes held mine, and I caught flecks of amber in the brown. When was the last time I noticed a guy's eyes? Or felt warmth seep into my skin from his touch? Or had my heart rate pick up because of his proximity? A year. I should be scared, or nervous at the very least. I should be having some sort of negative reaction. That was what happened each time a guy touched me, but there was something in his expression that made me pause. It was a tenderness I wasn't familiar with. His eyes searched my face, giving me time to memorize this moment. He stepped closer, and I sucked in a breath. Anticipation, rather than dread, came next. You're beautiful, he said almost like he was confused. Like he didn't know how he could find me attractive. Maybe it was his compliment, or the lack of a panic attack. Maybe it was my way of taking back some control over my life, or the impossibility of this moment being real. But there was only one thing I wanted to do. Be brave. I licked my lips, and his eyes followed the movement. He stepped closer, and I brought my hands up, wrapping them around the back of his neck. Without a word from either of us, we moved in perfect synchronization. The moment our lips touched and I felt him against me, the sounds of the party faded away, and it was just us. Electricity whirled around us, sinking into my skin. I wanted this moment of peace to last forever, but reality slapped me across the face and I pulled back before turning and leaving before he could see the panic taking over me.
Chapter 4 Reid. I'd dreamed about her. I hated myself for it, but it wasn't like I had control over my subconscious. The gorgeous, mysterious brunette had appeared in front of me like a mirage in a desert of monotony. Same people, same party, same forced smile. As much as I wanted a break from my daily stress, those parties usually ended up feeling like I was babysitting the other guys. I didn't want any of us to get in trouble, so I was constantly watching them and making sure they stayed in line. Then I saw her in the center of the patio, backlit by the unnecessary fire in the pit behind her. She seemed so out of place. One of the only faces I didn't recognize. And she didn't give off the vibes that she was on the prowl like most girls. It took a moment for my brain to accept that she was real, not a figment of my desires manifested. The first time I completely let go of my reservations and forgot about what I should do or how I should act, and it led to the greatest kiss of my life. An instant connection that felt like a piece of me was returning. And now I was waxing poetic about a complete stranger. She vanished before I could ask her anything. If she was a student, where she lived, when I could see her again, or her number. I asked a few of the guys if they knew who she was, but no one that was paying attention to us recognized her. I searched the house but never found her. I didn't even get her name. The perfect kiss from the perfect girl, and I had no way of finding her. I rolled over and sighed when I saw the time. I needed to hurry and get ready if I wanted to make it to class on time, but I didn't. Nothing about macroeconomics at 8 in the morning, or ever, appealed to me. Moments like this, I regretted my decision to take the college path rather than playing in the major juniors, but I'd been 15 and had listened to the advice of my coach. He suggested I use my high school years to hone my skill and wait to draw the attention of scouts until I was performing at a higher level. I wouldn't know if he'd been right until next summer at the NHL draft. Until then, I was working on my backup plan. A boring business degree to lean on if I didn't make it into the pros or got injured early in my career. Going into business was my dad's idea, and I couldn't muster the energy to argue anymore. If my dream of playing professionally didn't come true, I could go into the management side. Be an agent, or something equally painful, to remind me every day of how I came up short. Maybe I should just go back to sleep since I'd clearly woken up in a foul mood. Ethan's alarm went off, and his hand appeared from under the blankets, patting down the edge of his desk until he found his phone and pressed a button to silence it. "What are you waking up for?" I stretched my arms over my head as I sat up and dropped my feet to the floor. "Sister coming," he grumbled from under his pillow. Ah. That made sense. There was no other reason good enough for him to move before 10. Unlike my parents, Ethan's didn't doubt he would make it to the league. They didn't push him to get a useful degree, so he looked through the catalog our freshman year and picked the major with the least amount of required credits, history. It was broad enough that nearly any class could count as a relevant elective if he charmed his counselor into it. That left him with more free time than most and the ability to choose classes based on the time they started, unlike the rest of us, who had to adjust our schedules to when a class was offered and pray it didn't overlap with another necessary course. I wanted to hate him for it, and most mornings I did, especially because he was just one of those people. The kind that always seemed to come out on top. No matter how messy or impossible, things just fell into place for him. Even if the impossible happened and he didn't get drafted, he'd probably end up with some incredible job just because he happened to be in the right place at the right time. It was annoying, but at least, as his best friend, his luck sometimes benefited me. Like the time we went to Pittsburgh to fix his phone screen, and as we were walking down the street to the bus stop, a large man stopped us and asked if we'd be interested in attending a VIP party. Ethan said yes, of course, and we ended up at the birthday party of one of the Steelers, rubbing elbows with the players and who's who of the city. I dragged my feet into our attached bathroom and took a quick shower before running a towel over my damp hair and calling it good for the day. I pulled on a pair of jeans and was debating which t-shirt to throw on when there was a knock on the door. Ethan didn't move, so I figured it was one of the guys from the team or our hall needing to borrow something. Yeah? I answered as I swung the door open. A tiny gasp sounded, and I froze when I saw the woman from last night. Her hair was pulled up in a messy ponytail, and she was wearing a plain shirt that had no right looking that good on her. In the daylight, she was even more beautiful than in my dreams. You? It was impossible. How had she found me? I hadn't told her anything last night. I never had the chance. She cocked her head, mouth agape, as she lowered her eyes to my bare chest. Haley? Ethan's voice was groggy. Sorry, I fell back asleep. He stumbled into the wall next to me and grinned at her. Haley? As in his sister? Oh no. Reid, you remember my sister, right? He pulled her in for a hug, and her wide, brown eyes stayed on me the whole time. I had a split second to decide how to handle this. Tell him I'd kissed her and beg for forgiveness or pretend like nothing had happened. Yeah, freshman year. Pretend. That was the only option that guaranteed I'd live another day. Right. Her eyes narrowed just barely. Hi. She glanced between the two of us before her gaze dropped to my bare chest. The primal side of me wanted to flex, but Ethan smacked me on the back a bit more forcefully than the situation called for. He should have gotten up and been ready to answer the door himself if he didn't want his sister seeing me like this. I stepped back, grabbed the closest shirt in my closet, and pulled it on before stepping into my shoes, all while stealing as many glances at her as I could. Why did the woman of my dreams have to be Ethan's sister? Because that was my luck. Of course, things would be complicated. Come in, I'll change real quick. He pulled her into our room before closing the door and picked out clothes from the pile near the foot of his bed. Are those clean? She asked. He sniffed them, then shrugged. Think so. Her nose crinkled, and I let out a laugh, bringing her attention back to me. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then just stared at me. Ethan walked into the bathroom and closed the door. You're his sister? I knew that, but I felt like I had to say it aloud for my brain to accept it. And you're Reid. She licked her lips, pulling my attention to the mouth I'd craved in my dreams all night and reminding me of the moment before we kissed. His roommate and best friend. I nodded dumbly. But someone called you Red last night. She narrowed her eyes. Benjamin calls me Reid, like the past tense of READ, I explained. He thinks he's clever. She breathed out a laugh. That actually is kind of funny. I couldn't stop studying her. How was this the same girl I'd met 3 years ago? She didn't resemble that awkward teen at all. I didn't recognize you. Her cheeks flushed red. I was really hoping you didn't remember that. She ducked her head. 13 to 17 was a really rough time for me. Well, you look beautiful now. I snapped my mouth closed, immediately regretting my words. It wasn't that they weren't true, but she was Ethan's sister. Thanks. She smiled. You look different too. I didn't even recognize you from the team headshots. I cringed. I don't think I've had a good one the entire time I've been here. Plus, I'd put on at least 20 pounds of muscle and grew facial hair since the time we'd met. At least we could both say the kiss had been an accident. A coincidence fueled by mutual attraction and not intentional. If I'd known who she was, there was no chance things would have gone the same way. I would have introduced her to the guys and made sure they also knew who she was. I would have treated her like family. Family didn't kiss like we did. Family also didn't dream about each other. I really needed to remember that. Last night was a mistake, one neither of us could be blamed for, but it couldn't ever happen again. This doesn't have to be weird, she said in a low voice. I started to agree when the bathroom door opened and Ethan stepped into the room. I leaned back against my closet, creating as much space between me and Haley as possible without making it obvious. Ready? He asked her while putting his wallet and phone in his pockets. Yeah, she answered while watching me. She wanted to say something, but Ethan turned her around and practically shoved her out of the room. I'll be out in a second. Go get the elevator, he told her before closing the door. He spun to face me, and my stomach knotted. He knew something was going on. I meant to talk to you about this before she got here, but I put it off, and now I don't have time. He pulled his long hair into a bun and tied it up. Just promise me you'll watch out for her. She transferred here after a pretty crappy year. His expression turned dark, and he sighed. I don't want anything else happening to her. Of course. I wanted to ask what exactly happened, but it would have to wait. Thanks. He reached for the doorknob. And could you let the guys know too? It would make me feel better knowing they have her back, but make sure they know she's off limits. He smiled. No dating sisters. I nodded and watched him leave. I planned on making that clear to them since I saw her last night, but for very different reasons.
Chapter 5, Haley. Of all the men on campus, I had to kiss Reid freaking Bayman? He looked nothing like I remembered. Maybe if I paid more attention to my brother's social media or team pictures, I would have recognized him. My earliest memories were of Ethan's hockey games. Always being in the car, going to practice or away games or special skills training. It was his life, his passion, his gift, but it controlled every aspect of me and my family. My parents gave me a toy or book to occupy me while they dedicated all of their time and attention to Ethan. By the time I was old enough to consider playing a sport or taking piano lessons, they didn't give me the option. Mom couldn't get me to practices while also making sure Ethan was always where he needed to be. After all, he was the superstar. The protégé. One coach after another fed into the dream of him being a shoo-in for the NHL, and that pushed me further and further from my parents' focus. It wasn't all bad. I got to have a semi-normal childhood, outside of being dragged around, and the more attention Ethan got, the less I did. It only took me until I was about 10 to realize what that meant. I was free to do whatever I wanted as long as I stayed under their radar. Ready? He stepped out of his apartment and strode down the hall toward me. Yeah. I went to orientation yesterday, so I think I have a pretty good idea of where my classes are. We got into the elevator and headed down the 4 floors to the main lobby. But those were just the buildings. I'll walk you through to make sure you can find each room without getting lost tomorrow. He pulled a baseball hat down low as we stepped outside. I was grateful summer was lingering and it wasn't quite sweater season. We were barely across the courtyard in front of his building when a blonde ran up to us, wearing teeny shorts and a West Penn crop top, which I was pretty sure wasn't sold at the student store. Ethan. Her call came out as more of a pant. She flung her arms around his neck and pressed her body into him. I rolled my eyes and waited for this show to end. Hey, babe. He hesitated before holding her at arm's length, with his hands on her hips. I was 100% certain he didn't know her name. I missed you last night, she purred. I nearly gagged. There was nothing that could prepare a person to watch someone flirt with their sibling. It was gross, and even though it happened in high school, I refused to get used to it. Finally, her eyes landed on me, full of venom. Who's this? My sister, Haley. Ethan removed his hands from her waist and took a step closer to me. She's new, so I'm showing her around. Oh. She was suddenly back to sugary sweet. That is so nice of you. You're like the best. If she batted her lashes any harder, she was going to take flight. Yeah. So we've got to get going. Ethan winked, and she sighed. I think she might have swooned if he'd touched her. She gave him a wave and winked before tossing her hair over her shoulder as she spun and walked off in the opposite direction. We continued down the path toward the school, but I wasn't going to let him off easy. You didn't even know her name, did you? He laughed. Nope. Did you date her? No, he said too quickly. I don't date. Someone needs to tell her that. She knows. He rubbed his jaw. Dating isn't what she's interested in. I scrunched my nose. Ew. I knew my brother wasn't a saint, but I didn't need to see the proof of that. He readjusted his hat, and I shook my head. That isn't going to disguise you. I just don't want to be hounded today. He elbowed me. I'm here for you. His arrogance was astounding, but as we walked toward my closest class building, I noticed the stares and waves he got, and not just from the female population. This really was like high school all over again. How had he managed to become so popular at a massive university? That wasn't supposed to be a thing. Everyone was supposed to be on even ground here, blending in and only being friends with like 30 people, max. Hey, Clarkson. A tall guy in head-to-toe West Penn clothing waved as he walked by. Who's that? I asked. Sean Bennett. He's on the basketball team. Bennett? His name was always mentioned on the national sports news for being the highest point scorer of the NCAA. You guys are friends? Ethan shrugged. We hang out sometimes. We passed 4 more people that stopped us to talk to Ethan, and I could still see his dorm. Transferring here was a bad idea. I should have known this school would fall under his spell too. This was why when it came time to pick colleges, I found one that didn't have a hockey team. A place where I wouldn't be reminded every single day of the golden child. But that hadn't worked out. Sorry about that. Let's start here. Ethan nodded to the closest building after excusing himself from a group of guys. Let me see your schedule. I handed him the half sheet of paper, and he scanned it as we waked inside. Okay, Stats is on the 2nd floor. He pointed to the set of wide stairs. Avoid those. They get jammed up with people trying to go up and down at the same time. But then how? I trailed off and jogged to catch up to him as he headed down the hall. He opened an unmarked door and revealed another set of cement stairs that smelled a bit musky. I've used these for years and almost never see anyone else. It will save you time and patience. I followed him up, and he checked the paper again. 217 is right here. He stopped in front of a door, and I noted the number and how far it was from the stairs we used. Okay. He looked down at the paper. Do you want to go by day, so you know your route, or just by proximity? Can we do exactly what I'll do each day? This campus is like 4 times the size of my old one, and I don't want to get lost. No problem. We turned around to head back down the secret stairs. Progress was slow. It took nearly an hour to get through 1 day of classes because we couldn't make it more than a few yards with someone stopping Ethan. Each interruption cemented my decision to stay away from him and Reid and the rest of his team. I wasn't interested in joining the fan club, and they were used to being adored. We ran into some of the members of the football team, and I took a half step back, using my brother as a shield while looking for Link or Brown. Neither of them were with the group though. Well, hello. I haven't seen you around. A guy with a buzz cut and beard eyed me up and down. I don't think I would have missed that body. The guy next to him nodded and winked at me. Who's this? One of the brawny guys asked, and Ethan grunted as I took a step closer to him. I didn't particularly like the way they were looking at me. None of the football players from the party acted like them. My little sister. That seemed to squelch any interest in me, but Ethan took it a step further. She's off limits, just in case any thoughts about her dare to enter your mind. Although, I know how rare your thoughts are, so I'm not too concerned. The dozen of them burst into laughter, hooting and shoving the guy that asked. Ethan hit him on the shoulder. Seriously though, make sure the guys know to stay away.
Yeah,
Man, one of the others called, and they headed off, calling their goodbyes to Ethan. Really? I glared up at him when he faced me. What? He grinned and wrapped his arm around my neck. I'm just watching out for you. I don't need you to warn every guy away. I can do that on my own. I know, but I'm just worried about you. After last year. I just don't want anyone messing with you. Me either. I'll make sure the guys on the team know to watch out for you too. You'll have an army of brothers as backup. Great, I muttered and pulled away from him. I wanted to fly under the radar, not have his teammates babysitting me. My transfer was a necessary move, and I had no choice but to accept that this was my home for the next 3 years, but that didn't mean I had to include Ethan or this aspect of his life in mine. I didn't want anything to do with hockey players or any athlete. I had enough experience with them, and I wasn't going to make that same mistake again. Last night had been a mindless mistake. I was too hyped up on being somewhere new and got caught up in the moment and Reid's hypnotizing eyes. It wouldn't happen again. After we found my next class, another girl ran up to Ethan, and this time, I stayed back. It was exhausting talking with so many new people, and I wasn't even the one having to deal with the attention. Once he shook off the girl clinging to his arm, he fell into step with me. Sorry, it's not usually this bad. I didn't believe him, but after today, it wouldn't be my problem to deal with since I planned on steering clear of him in public as much as possible. It's fine. We didn't really have a chance to talk over the summer. How are you doing? We didn't talk because he hadn't come home. He'd stayed and trained with some of the guys on the team. They hired a fancy coach that treated them like they were in hockey boot camp, according to Mom. I didn't know for sure since Ethan never returned my calls. Fine, I only called him twice and sent one text, but still. I put forth some effort, and he gave none in return, which was why this sudden change was confusing. Since when did he care? I'm okay. Mom and Dad said therapy was working well for you. He stared straight ahead as we went to my first class of my Tuesdays and Thursdays schedule. This wasn't something I really wanted to discuss out in the open where one of his groupies could spot us, but at least we could get it over with.
yeah,
It's helped a lot. I stopped walking, and it took him a few steps to realize and turn around. What's wrong? He looked me over with brows pulled together. I don't want another ambush, so let's just do this here. I crossed my arms, and he shifted closer. Do what? The awkward conversation we never had, but need to do now that we're going to be close. I glanced around, at least by proximity. A flash of hurt crossed his face. Fine, you're right. You never talked to me about what happened last year. You didn't tell me what you went through after either. Everything I know came through Mom and Dad. I opened my mouth, but he held up his hand and continued. I know that's partially on me. I'm sorry I never reached out to you. I didn't know how. I didn't know what to say to make it better. When Dad asked if I thought it would be a good idea for you to come here, I agreed, but only because I thought it was what you wanted. Then it was like I blinked, and you were already here. I should have called. I should have figured out something to say. I should have checked on you, and I should have made sure this was what you wanted before encouraging them. I dropped my gaze to the sidewalk. I never expected an admission like that from him. I assumed he simply didn't care. That if something happened that didn't directly affect him, he dismissed it. I never would have guessed he felt bad about how he ignored me. It was the least terrible option they gave me. His mouth twisted into a knowing smile. I know what you mean. Staying at home was never a serious option. I wouldn't let them do that to you. And thanks for apologizing. We'd never been super close, but it felt like he was at least trying. Now. I don't think I would have talked to you if you had called me before I went home for the summer. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone about it. His jaw rocked back and forth. I'm so sorry, Haley. He blew out a breath and pushed his hand over the top of his hair. You're the strongest person I know. I didn't feel very strong. Most of the time I was barely keeping it together, but I was trying and, according to Angie, my therapist, that was the most I could ask of myself. How's the insomnia? I shrugged. Some nights are better than others. He nodded as if he understood. And the panic attacks? I cringed. Geez, Mom and Dad didn't hold back, did they? They wanted to make sure I knew what's been happening and what to look for. I can't help you if I don't know what's going on. I didn't need his help, period, and he genuinely seemed to care, but I wasn't ready to just let him in. I know most of my triggers now, and as long as I can avoid them, I do okay. He nodded. That's good. We walked together for a few seconds before he stopped again. You know you can always call me if you need help, or if you want to talk. I haven't been great in the past, but I promise I'll do better. His eyes lacked the teasing I was used to from him. This was serious. He meant those words. Thanks, Ethan. Too bad I knew better. People's intentions and actions didn't always align.
Chapter 6 Reid. Coach Weston leisurely paced along the wall with his hands behind his back. I've got to say, boys. I didn't think I could ever be this disappointed in you. And just like that, every molecule of air was sucked out of the locker room. I flicked my eyes to Benjamin, but he was staring at the floor. What was this about? Boys should have been my first clue that something was wrong. Coach called us men or teen war guys if he was being less formal. Boys was supposed to hurt, and it did. Coach Payne and Hiller leaned against either side of the door, wearing matching expressions of neutrality, not giving away any hints of where this was going. You see, when each and every one of you was recruited and brought onto this team, there was a very specific rule I made sure you understood. I told you verbally. I told you in a letter. I asked you to confirm in writing that you not only knew the rule but that you agreed to obey it. He exhaled and pivoted to face us. One rule I knew would be difficult for the average college student to abide by. It was asking a lot of you as young men, but I trusted you to be mature enough to not only follow it for your time here, but really accept, know, believe and trust it deep in your heart that it was for the good of not only your future but your brothers. This was bad. So bad. Coach wasn't one for long talks or fluffy language. He was direct and to the point. If he was drawing this all out, he was pissed. I kept my head down and glanced around the room, looking for hints of why we were in trouble, but no one stood out as the culprit. Coach flicked a finger, and Coach Payne turned off the lights as the projector turned on and two images appeared side by side. My stomach dropped to the floor. Greco and Lee, two sophomores, were smiling and holding red cups up with their arms wrapped around girls. Nothing about it was directly incriminating, but it was enough. Shaw, please remind the room of the rule, Coach said in a chilling tone. Hunter, a fellow senior, cleared his throat. Players on West Penn's men's hockey team will not participate in activities that may present the team in a negative light, including, but not limited to, providing and/or consuming or using alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. Team members that find themselves in the presence of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs and do not immediately remove themselves from the situation face sanctions from the coaching staff and/or athletic department. Thank you. Coach looked directly at Greco and Lee. Cruz, does it appear that Mr. Greco and Mr. Lee immediately removed themselves from a potentially damaging situation? Benjamin's face was blank as he looked up and scanned the room for the sophomores. Once he landed on them, his jaw ticked. No, Coach. Mr. Lee, are you aware of the reason this rule exists? Coach's calm was beginning to freak me out. Yes, Coach, he answered. And what is that reason? Lee cleared his throat. 5 years ago, members of West Penn's men's hockey team attended a party off campus and consumed alcohol and various drugs. Yes, and then what happened? Coach prodded. I closed my eyes as Lee continued. 2 members of the team drove while under the influence and hit a car which injured 2 people and killed a child. Lee's voice caught. I watched him swallow, then go on with the story we all knew by heart. 2 other members also drove while under the influence and hit a tree, injuring 1 player to the point of being unable to play hockey ever again. 1 member was taken to the hospital for alcohol poisoning, another was accused of sexual assault, and a total of 7 members were arrested. Coach sucked in a breath. Mr. Greco, what was the outcome of that night? The NHL blacklisted the school, Greco replied. I dropped my head in my hands and sighed. That was not the correct answer. Countless lives were affected by the poor decisions of the team's members, Ethan spoke up. Futures were taken away. There were court appearances, hospital bills, funeral costs, as well as the tarnish put on not only the hockey program but the school. He glared at Greco. The NHL didn't blacklist the program. Scouts didn't come here because those players made the decision to give up that privilege for a night of fun. The guilty parties ducked their heads. Not just Lee and Greco, but Benjamin, Kevin, Becker, Matt, and me. We'd been at the party too. We just weren't dumb enough to accept any drinks or be photographed. There was an agreement amongst us players. We had each other's backs. We supported each other through anything, as long as we played by the unspoken rule. Don't get caught. If you go to a party you shouldn't be at because there's drugs or alcohol, be smart. Be discreet. Leave no mark. Most of the other student athletes followed this same protocol. We were a united front. The rest of the students were hit or miss. Some wanted nothing more than to take down a star football player or the captain of the basketball team, but most didn't want us to get in trouble either. But these 2 broke all the rules. So they were on their own. The lights turned back on, and Coach Payne stepped forward. The hockey program was wiped clean. The coaching staff was replaced, and the players that weren't suspended or expelled transferred to other schools to keep their names clean of the stain that was the infamous West Penn team. It took 2 years to rebuild, then another to regain the trust of the NCAA and NHL. Payne looked around the room, pointing out the seniors. These men were the select few that believed in Coach Weston, Coach Hiller, and myself enough to risk coming here. They've worked their entire careers at the school to make up for what happened before their time. They committed to rebuilding the program with us. They chose the hard path so the rest of you could have a future here. He crossed his arms with a frown. Every single one of you knew what was required of you before you committed to this team. None of this is new information. You knew we were strict. You know what to expect. So there is no excuse for this behavior. If you wanted to spend your college years getting wasted between games, you should have picked somewhere else. You disrespected us, Coach Hiller spoke up. You disrespected your teammates, and you disrespected yourselves. Coach Weston nodded, his eyes locked on the 2 under fire. Both of you are suspended for 3 weeks. If this happens again, you're out. Greco paled, and Lee's mouth dropped. I was even surprised. That was more leniency than I expected. This is where you say thank you and promise it will never happen again. Benjamin stood and glared at them. Right, of course. Thank you, coaches. Lee almost looked like he was going to bow. Thank you, Greco repeated. It won't happen again. The 3 coaches glanced at each other before nodding and leaving the locker room. It was silent for several seconds before Ethan stood, moving next to Benjamin. None of us have put in this much work, dedicated this much time and energy, or sacrificed a normal life to make it to the college level. This is not the goal. We're all here for the same reason, getting to the next level. His words echoed while he stared down each of us, And even though he was my best friend and someone I knew better than most, I was intimidated. I will not tolerate anyone standing in my way of that, nor will I let the actions of a few ruin the chances for the rest of us. Don't think that the school won't do it again. If they think we're a problem, we will be out. The scouts will not come. We won't be considered for the draft. I will not let that happen. He ground out each word. Understand? Everyone agreed at once. Let's go practice, Benjamin said in an uncharacteristically quiet voice. It was almost as terrifying as Ethan's yelling. None of the normal chatter and teasing could be heard through the arena. The only sound was the slap of sticks on ice as we ran through drills with laser focus. The coaches weren't taking it easy on us, but no one dared to mutter one complaint. This was a punishment we deserved. It wasn't only Greco and Lee that messed up, they were just the two that got caught. Even though we thought the party was safe, we should have left when we realized it wasn't. If we'd done that, I never would have kissed Haley. I clenched my jaw and pushed myself faster, draining the last drop of strength from my legs. That night was a mistake. Take 5, Coach Hiller called. I dropped onto the bench with a sigh and reached for a water bottle, filling my mouth before passing it to Matt. Anyone know them? Hunter asked under his breath. His eyes were focused on a small group of girls sitting a few rows up. I didn't bother with a response. They're hot. Kevin smirked. Are you kidding me? Becker scolded. We just survived a verbal beatdown, and you guys are thinking about some girls? You guys need to focus, I agreed. We all need to keep it together for the next few weeks, or things will explode. Hunter held up his hands. Got it. Kevin had the decency to look guilty. Yeah, sorry. Time's up, Coach Weston called. Split into teams. We broke apart into our lines and played as hard as we would in a real game. None of us wanted to be the weakest link today. I was moving back to position for a face-off, and movement in the stands caught my attention. I caught a glimpse of brunette hair. My heart hammered and the whistle blew, but I missed the drop a second after realizing it wasn't Haley. Come on, Bayman, Ethan shot at me as he passed. Great. I was just as bad as the others, letting a pretty face distract me. She was the last thing I should be thinking about, now or ever. She was off limits. Sweat dripped down my face, back, and arms by the time practice ended, and we were dismissed to the locker room. I pulled off my gear, cringing at the soggy pads, and ran a towel over my head before sitting down in front of my locker. I needed a moment to catch my breath and lower my heart rate before showering, so I reached into my bag and checked my phone. There were 4 unread messages from my dad. That was enough of an anomaly to pique my interest. I opened the thread and read, growing more annoyed with each word. My grip tightened, and I barely contained the urge to throw my phone across the room. What's wrong? Ethan asked as he stepped up next to me with a towel wrapped around his waist and his hair leaving a wet path behind him. I lifted the phone and let him read for himself. He sighed and straightened. He thinks he's being helpful. He's being insulting, I corrected. Dad sent me contacts to reach out to about internships or jobs for the summer. Which would be great for nearly every other senior on campus. But for me, it was a reminder that he didn't actually believe in me. Like my business degree, those were just a part of a backup plan. For when I didn't make it into the NHL. Why did he bother putting me on teams, buying me new gear, and paying for additional training my whole life if he didn't think I'd make it to the pro level? I'd asked him before, but he told me I was looking at it wrong. He was providing me with the best possible chance of reaching my dreams while also making sure I had options. None of my friends' parents did that, at least not so blatantly. Hey, forget about him. I need your help with something. He pulled on his shirt, then checked that no one was listening to us before leaning in. I heard someone kissed Haley at that party, and I need your help hunting him down. My heart jumped into my throat, and I closed my eyes to keep from reacting any further. Where'd you hear that? One of the guys on the soccer team told me he saw her but didn't get a good look at the guy. Just that he was taller than her and had brown hair. This was the perfect opportunity to fess up. Admit that it was me, but I hadn't known who she was at the time. Ask for forgiveness. He might understand. I'm going to kill him when I find him. Or not. Can't she make her own decisions? What if she wanted to kiss him? I was getting dangerously close to outing myself, but I didn't understand this version of Ethan. He hardly cared about anything or anyone outside of hockey. He never mentioned Haley before she moved here, so what was the big deal? There are things you don't know, he said cryptically. There's no way she'd ever choose to kiss someone. Especially at a party where she didn't know anyone. What? He thought some guy forced himself on her? That's why he was so mad. There was no way I could let him find out it was me. Not now. Sure. I'll help you. Find someone else to blame.
Chapter 7, Haley. I lied. I wasn't doing okay. I was surviving, but the first week of school was almost over. I'd managed to sleep 2 full nights and only had one panic attack when I sat down to plan out my study schedule, and realized how much I had to do. At least I found all my classes, made it on time, and didn't see my brother or his fans. Those were the tiny victories I had to remind myself of, otherwise I wouldn't make it to the end of the month, let alone the whole school year. That's it for the day. The English Lit professor closed his binder, and I tucked the syllabus into my notebook. Instead of taking attendance each day, I'll give you a prompt, and I want a paragraph response. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at the low groans. Don't overthink it, just write. Today, I'd like each of you to write down an experience you've had recently that changed your perspective. It can be something small or big, I don't care, as long as you can explain why it impacted you. Turn it in on my desk, then you're free to go. Something that changed my perspective? Several ideas popped into my head: what happened last year, moving here, adjusting to a new school, a new roommate, Reid's kiss. Hey, a voice whispered next to me. I glanced over to the smiling redhead. Do you have a piece of paper I can use? I only brought my laptop. I flipped to the next blank page and carefully tore out a piece of lined paper and handed it over. Thanks. She ducked her head and started writing. I was overthinking. Okay, what was the safest option? Probably living with someone new, but what could I really say about that? Emery was gone a lot. I'd only seen her awake for a few minutes 2 days ago. Other than that, she got home after I was asleep, and I left for class before she woke up. She left a note on my desk yesterday wishing me luck and saying she would be busy for the next little while. It wasn't like I expected her to be my instant best friend, she had a life and friends here, but I hoped we could at least eat together every so often or complain about our days. It would take time to get used to. That was all. At my last school, my roommate and I hung out nearly every day, especially for the first couple of months as we got used to college life. Now I knew that was a lucky break, not the norm. Emery and I hadn't exchanged numbers yet, but I left a note for her, asking if she wanted to get dinner tomorrow night. It was a Saturday, so I wasn't holding my breath, but at least she would know I was making an effort and interested in getting to know her. I wrote a few sentences about realizing that I might not be as important to someone who was important to me. It wasn't a plea for sympathy, just something I'd recently learned. A lesson to accept and move on from. When I was done, I gathered my things and closed my gray backpack before taking the stairs down to the front of the small auditorium to turn it in. This was one of my largest classes, with at least 100 students, so it made sense the professor didn't want to waste time with taking attendance when one of his assistants could go through and mark our names. I doubted anyone would even read what I wrote. Political science was a short walk away, and I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. When I looked around, I didn't see anyone paying me any attention, so I ignored it. Being around Ethan for one day must have made me paranoid. I couldn't fathom how he made it through a normal day of classes with how many times he was stopped. One perk I discovered of flying under the radar and not really having any friends was that it was easy keeping up with the few assignments I'd been given. Being a social recluse would be good for my GPA. I was one of the first to arrive to class and was able to claim a desk toward the middle, along an aisle. On Wednesday, the room filled up about halfway, with 50 to 60 students. Since it was a general elective, I expected it to be more popular, especially since the workload didn't seem too bad from the syllabus we went over. Good afternoon, class. A middle-aged woman with a blonde bob addressed us from the front of the room. We're diving right into things, starting with Chapter 1. I flipped open my textbook and pushed it up to the corner of the desktop so I had room for my notebook. Most of the other students had laptops out, but I found I retained information better when I wrote it out. If I needed to later, I would type them out so I could review for tests easier like I had in high school. She moved quickly, and we ended up covering 2 chapters in 45 minutes. Now, I'm going to give you the last 5 minutes to break into your groups and make plans for the project. The pen tumbled out of my fingers. Project? Groups? I glanced around the room, finally recognizing that it was even emptier than it had been the first day. When did she mention a group project? I glanced through the syllabus and stifled a groan. On the very last page. A project that would take all semester and required working with 3 to 5 others. We were in college with different class schedules. Not to mention those that also had jobs, sports practices, and obligations at home, and some people didn't even live on campus. How was this supposed to work? I closed my notebook. No wonder there were so few people. I would have dropped the class for another option if I realized it sooner, but it was past the deadline now. Several groups had already clustered together, and my heart rate jumped. Flashbacks to being the last kid picked in elementary school went through my head. No one wanted to be in that position. Hey, a voice called behind me. I didn't want to turn in case they weren't talking to me. A tap on my shoulder followed. I twisted in my seat to see 4 grinning faces. Do you want to join us? A mousy girl with pink glasses asked. I nodded immediately.
Yeah.
Thanks. I pulled up my knee so I could see them all better. I'm May. She nodded to the guy next to her. I'm Bryce. He pointed with his thumb to the guy next to him. This is my roommate, Chris. The pair looked like they could be related with their light brown hair and blue eyes. The biggest difference was that Chris kept his head lowered and let Bryce speak for him. And I'm Jen. The other girl in the group leaned forward and her wild, blonde curls fell over her shoulders. We're supposed to select one country to examine through the semester. Does anyone have a preference? I shook my head at the same time Bryce spoke up. I did a study abroad in Germany. I still have friends there if we ever need help with anything. May shrugged. Sounds good to me. Jen nodded and wrote that down. We should exchange information now just in case questions come up. We pulled out our phones and rotated saving our contacts, then started putting our stuff away. I pulled my backpack straps over my shoulders and was almost to the door when Jen caught up to me. I know you're probably really busy, but if you ever want to get together to study, let me know. Oh, I'm not that busy. I almost laughed. If she only knew how much time I spend alone in my room. Really? She cocked her head and looked past me. I glanced over my shoulder to see Bryce and Chris watching us while May stood to the side, looking at her phone. Do you want to come get some coffee with us? Of course I did. This was the first invitation I'd had to do anything since the party with Emery.
Yeah.
Sounds good. She grinned, and we met up with the others before heading outside. Bryce led the way to a coffee cart between 2 buildings. There wasn't a line, so we were able to order quickly and find an open table in the shade. So, Haley, what's your story? May asked before blowing on her steaming drink. Having all of them watching me put me on edge, but I forced myself to relax. This was what people did. This was how you made new friends. I'm a sophomore, but I transferred here this year from a school in New York. I haven't declared a major yet, but I'm thinking about marketing or maybe teaching. Chris nodded but didn't speak. I looked around the rest of the table, waiting for someone else to go. What about you guys? Oh, we've all known each other since last year, so we're boring. Jess waved me off. How do you like West Penn? It's only been a week, but I like it so far. My knee bounced under the table, a nervous habit I couldn't kick. Do you play any sports? Bryce asked. No, I'm not coordinated enough. I forced a laugh. Do any of you? They all shook their heads. Was this whole conversation going to be so one-sided? Where are you guys from? I asked, hoping to get them talking. Ohio, May replied. We're from a suburb of Philly, Bryce answered, for himself and Chris. I actually grew up not too far from here. Jen rested her elbows on the table. Cool, how did you all meet? I asked, hoping to get them talking. We bonded last year in our biology class. It was hard, but we survived together. May smiled at the others. We started a movie night tradition, Bryce spoke up. Every other week we get together. You should come.
Yeah.
If you're not too busy. Jen grinned, a little too widely. I felt like I was being set up for something. She was making me nervous, but it was probably all in my head. I haven't met very many people yet, so that would be great. Oh, I just thought you'd be spending a lot of time with your brother and going to his games and stuff, she mentioned nonchalantly, but with the way the other three seemed to lean in, I got the feeling they'd been waiting for this moment. My stomach nodded, making me regret the afternoon caffeine. If you want people to go with you, you can call us. She flashed a bright smile. We can hang out and maybe meet up with him and his teammates after. Was that why they asked me to be in their group? They wanted a connection to Ethan and his friends? How did they even know we were related? Clarkson wasn't all that uncommon of a last name. I checked my watch and jumped up. Oh, sorry, guys. I forgot I was meeting someone. See you later. They called out their goodbyes, but in my haste to get as far away as possible, I didn't turn around. Why? Why did the first group of people I thought I might actually be friends with have to care more about getting to my brother than getting to know me? I turned a corner, heading back toward the dorms, and kept my head down. I immediately slammed into something and nearly fell back. Oh, sorry. I didn't have a chance to look up before hands wrapped around my upper arms. Haley? His voice. I blinked up at the face that haunted my dreams. Reid? Did the universe really hate me this much? Why did it have to be him? Why did he have to be everything I wanted to stay away from? Are you okay? His deep, rich brown eyes narrowed as he examined my face. I shook my head. Not really. He hesitated, then dropped his hands as if just remembering he was touching me, and I realized I hadn't even noticed. The panic didn't come. I only felt that same electricity from when we kissed. Do you want to talk about it? This was a bad idea. I needed to forget about him, not use his shoulder to cry on, but the longer I stared back at him, the harder it was to form words. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
Chapter 8 Reid. I had class, and hanging around Haley was the last thing I should be doing, but there was no way I could leave her alone when she looked on the verge of tears. What kind of person would that make me? There were plenty of people I could ask for the notes I missed. If my professor had any issues with my absence, I could blame it on something team-related. I didn't pull the athlete card unless absolutely necessary. It was a privilege I didn't want to abuse for times when I really did need an extension for an assignment or extra time to make up a test, and now here I was, breaking all my own rules for a girl. But Haley's chin quivered, and it was over. I'd worry about making up an excuse later. Right now, she needed me. Come this way. I turned and led her to a small courtyard off the back of one of the nearby buildings. There were 3 shaded tables, all unoccupied, that were out of view from any of the walkways, so I took her to the farthest one and waited for her to sit before taking the bench next to her. What happened? A million possibilities ran through my mind. Was she hurt? Sick? Did someone say or do something to her? Was she in trouble? How could I help? She sighed, her shoulders falling until she was hunched into herself. It's stupid. If it has you this upset, I sincerely doubt that. I didn't know her, but if she was anything like her brother, she had a thick skin. She didn't strike me as the type to get worked up over every little thing, otherwise, she would have said something about our kiss by now. I thought I was finally making some friends, but it turned out they were just interested in talking to me to get close to Ethan. She glanced up at me for a split second before looking away. There were layers to her statement that I needed to sort through before responding. Finally making friends? Did that mean that for the past 2 weeks, she hadn't? She was at the party, so I assumed she'd met someone who brought her. Maybe that hadn't worked out. She'd been alone, so maybe that person ditched her. Did Ethan know? Why hadn't he invited her to hang out with us? He'd made it clear she was off limits to date, but that didn't mean she couldn't be friends with us. She might get along with some of the other guys' girlfriends or something. Then again, she was upset because they only wanted to get close to Ethan. Was he the problem? Did she not to hang out with him? You think they wanted to use you? I needed to make sure I understood and didn't make assumptions. She nodded, staring at the table with her hands in her lap. I rubbed the back of my neck. I really wasn't good at this stuff. I didn't have sisters, and I didn't date enough to know how girls' minds worked. The majority of my knowledge came from the guys on the team. Either they were complaining about their girlfriends being upset and them not knowing why, or trying to figure out why a girl wasn't interested in them. Neither of those were particularly helpful at the moment. I wasn't sure what she wanted, but my instinct was to fix the problem. First, cheer her up. Second, find out who these people were and make it clear using people wasn't okay. Finally, help her make friends. 2 of the 3 were actually realistic. I wasn't sure how to intimidate anyone off the ice, and I hadn't needed to make friends since I was a child. Teammates were built-in friends, like it or not. Well, they're idiots for not wanting to get to know you for you. I waited to see if my words had the desired effect. Her lips twitched, not quite pulling out of the frown but no longer pursed or quivering. They aren't idiots. I huffed. I'm pretty sure they are. Especially if they want to get to Ethan over you. That did it. A small smile appeared, and her eyes shone when they met mine. He's your best friend. Exactly, I know what I'm talking about. She dropped her head, but the tiny smile held. You don't know me. She was right, but I wanted to. I wanted to know everything about the beautiful woman the second I first saw her. I was drawn to her in a way I'd never before experienced. Ethan's warning repeated in my head. How was I supposed to stay away from her when the only thing I truly wanted was to reach out and pull her into me? Although, he meant I couldn't date her. He didn't say we couldn't be friends. Was that even possible? Could I spend time with her, get to know her, and not want anything more? She folded her arms over her stomach, holding on to herself. She was sad. Lonely. I couldn't let anyone continue on that no matter who her brother was or what threats he made. I want to. My words seemed to pull her out of her own thoughts. She squinted at me for a few heartbeats, then her shoulders rose as she sucked in a deep breath. Really? What happened to her to make her like this? So insecure and full of doubt? I wanted to take her into my arms and make promises I had no place even thinking. It wasn't my place to protect her or remind her of how important and beautiful she was. I had no right to be that person in her life, but that didn't mean I could stop myself from wanting to be. Maybe I should have started with that. I might have given the wrong impression when we first met. Her cheeks flushed pink, and I took too much satisfaction from causing that reaction. She was adorable when she was embarrassed, something I didn't expect from the confident woman I'd kissed. I couldn't reconcile the 2 sides of her. Which version of her was real? Could they both be? I think we both acted out of character that night. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, despite her lips remaining in a straight line. It was pretty impulsive, I admitted. She nodded but didn't say she regretted it, and I would never utter those words, no matter what happened with Ethan. He was my best friend, more like a brother, but I knew he was protective of her, and it seemed like there was a reason for that. I doubted it would matter if it was me or another good guy. He didn't want anyone close to her. If he found out I kissed her, he could beat me up, turn the team against me, whatever he needed to do to cope, but I wouldn't say I'd take it back or that it had been a mistake. That kiss was perfect, and the longer I continued thinking about it, the more tempted I was to do it again. So, she started, gaining my attention. Other than you being on the hockey team and being my brother's best friend, I don't know anything about you. What would you like to know? I leaned my elbows on the table. I don't know. She sat up a bit, lowering her arms to her sides. Where are you from? Wisconsin. Just outside Milwaukee. Tell me about your family. Any siblings? I drummed my thumbs on the edge of the table. My mom is a superstar. She somehow managed to stay on top of my schedule and get me everywhere I needed to be while also making sure I was fed and had all my gear, which was a full-time job. Especially when I was on 2 teams at once when the school season and my competition team's season overlapped. She nodded. I remember times like that. I swear I grew up in the back of our car. I don't think I ever actually did homework or ate at home. We were either at the rink or driving to a game. I chuckled. Yeah, that's what Jake, my little brother, says too. At least he only had a few years of that before he started playing. Then it was a logistical nightmare of making sure we were both at the right place at the right time. Hockey moms are something else. She smiled. Did you play any sports? She shook her head. I'm not very coordinated, and I saw how much time it took from Ethan and didn't want that. I wanted to play with my friends and have sleepovers, not wake up early for weekend games and have practice almost every day. And my parents never gave me a choice, but I didn't need to tell them that. Not every sport is like that. We were the exception, I pointed out. Yeah, well, I didn't know that when I was younger. I thought if I tried soccer or basketball or any sport, I'd end up like that. That made sense. If it was the only thing she was exposed to, she had no reason to think differently. I'm surprised it didn't scare Jake off. How old is he? She asked. 17. She scrunched her nose. So the scouts are starting to come. They were coming to his games last year, and the more serious ones have already sent over offers. Wow. That's amazing. She titled her head. What about your parents? Are they excited for you? I lowered my head into my hands, massaging my temples. That bad? Her voice held an understanding that only came from knowing what it felt like to be a disappointment. My dad's just on me about internships and making connections and preparing for interviews once I graduate. I rested my chin on my fist. Her brows pulled together. For what? Exactly. I let out a sigh. He pushed me to get a business degree and now wants me to think about what's next. The NHL doesn't care about your degree or internships. I raised my brows. Yeah. He's not so sure I'll make it. She jerked back. What? He's never been much of an optimist. He thinks hockey is a great way for me and Jake to get school paid for, but he doesn't think either of us will make it to the NHL. She shook her head. How? I mean, hockey isn't exactly a cheap sport. Parents have to be supportive and believe in you in order to invest so much. I guess not having to pay for our school is enough of a return. He thinks everyone has to be like him, working behind a desk at the same company for the last 30 years. Wow. I don't know what to say to that. She took in a deep breath. It's just so opposite of my parents with Ethan. I swear they live for the day he gets drafted. That's how it should be. She dropped her gaze. Yeah, it is. Are your parents supportive of you? Of what you want to do? She shrugged. Up until last year. Now it doesn't feel like they trust me or believe in me. I think they blame me. Was this what Ethan had hinted at? Something happened to her. I wanted to ask, but didn't want to upset her. Part of me blames myself too. She ducked her head. Like maybe I shouldn't have left. Like I failed because I did. I don't think you failed if you did what was best for you. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. That was something I learned from years of playing. If I held myself to anyone else's standard, I was setting myself up for grief and pain. I had to focus on what was best for me and pushing myself to the limits I set. Thanks. She gave me a sad smile. Now you have a chance to prove to yourself you can do this. Her eyes shot to mine. Yeah, I guess. I have a feeling you'll blow us all away. She grinned and let out a small laugh. I hope so. You know you're not alone here, right? You have me and Ethan and the rest of the team. She pushed her hair over her shoulder. Ethan and I haven't ever been close. We're not the type to hang out or talk about things. It doesn't have to stay that way. You're both here now. She rolled her lip between her teeth before frowning. It's not really that simple. We agreed to give each other space, and I know he has his own thing going on. I don't really want to fall back into the role of Ethan Clarkson's little sister. I grew up in his shadow, and all I've wanted was to be able to stand on my own. That wasn't something I could personally relate to. My little brother was young enough that he wasn't in high school at the same time as me, and he was just as talented, if not more, than me. But being teammates with Ethan and knowing how much attention he got from the coaches, fans, and professors did give me a glimpse of what she might have experienced. I get that. Well, I could try. The school is big enough that if you don't want to see someone, you don't have to. I checked my watch, and she caught me. I should head back to my dorm. She started to stand. I've got a few assignments due tomorrow. Oh, I don't have to go. I was just. No, really. I should get going. Okay. I stood and waited for her before walking back toward the front of the building. When we got to where the sidewalk split into several directions, she stopped. I'll see you later. Her voice seemed hesitant, like she wasn't sure how I would answer. As if I'd reject her now. Yeah, of course. Her smile was the best reward. She took a step away. Wait, can I give you my number? Just in case you ever need anything, or just want to talk. She blinked a few times before nodding and pulling her phone from her back pocket. Yeah, thanks. I recited it, and a moment later my phone vibrated. I texted you so you have mine too. Her grin brightened before she walked away. I watched for a moment before heading to my next class across campus. I was so relieved to see her happy again. I appreciated the moments when she showed me her cracks, but I couldn't help but want to help her heal them. She was so much stronger than she gave herself credit for. I didn't know what caused her to end up here, but I knew she was a fighter to not give up. Reid. I turned toward the voice and waved to Ethan jogging toward me. Hey. Was that my sister? He asked when he reached me, watching her walk away over my shoulder. For about half a second, I thought about lying, but he wasn't stupid. Yeah. I ran into her, and we talked for a minute. He eyed me. About what? How honest should I be? The things she told me seemed private, but then again, she needed more than just me. She needed her brother, but they both needed to realize that on their own. Just how she's settling in. He cocked his eyebrow. And? I started walking toward my next class, and he fell into step next to me. She hasn't made many friends. I think she's feeling lonely. He rolled his bottom lip between his teeth. Why didn't she tell me? Was this when I told him how his sister truly felt about him? No. If I wanted to have a chance at truly being her friend, I couldn't break her trust, not even for him. I think she's trying to prove she can make it on her own. I don't think she wants to rely on you. He huffed out a breath. I swear, she is the most stubborn person I know. I resisted making a comment about the pot and kettle or the apple not falling too far, but neither seemed helpful. He was aware they were siblings and shared similarities, even if he wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think it's really about you. She didn't tell me everything, but she mentioned having a hard time at her last school and how she felt like a quitter for leaving. I think she needs to prove to herself that she can stand on her own. But she doesn't have to. That's the point, he argued. He wasn't wrong. I tried to tell her that, but I think she needs time. Well, at least she's talking to you. He pushed his hair back. Thanks for watching out for her. I don't trust many people with her, but I'm glad I have you. I nodded, worried my face would reveal my guilt. Oh, did she tell you who kissed her at that party? I asked her, but she ignored me. I coughed, nearly choking. Geez, man. Can't breathe and walk at the same time? He clapped me on the back until I stopped. Apparently not, thanks. I sucked in a gulp of air. No, that didn't come up. Well, next time you see her, try asking. He turned and jogged backward toward his class. Later. I waved, then turned toward my building, rubbing my face. This was going to lead to disaster, there was no way around it.
Chapter 9, Haley. I stared at my laptop screen, debating how pathetic I really was. The search engine stared back at me, how to make friends in college typed into the bar, waiting for me to hit enter. This was humiliating. I shouldn't have to ask the internet for advice on how to do something 3-year-olds seem to have a handle on. Plus, I could already guess the answers. Join a club, go to school events, talk to people in class. Not hide in your dorm. That was probably the key. How could I meet anyone if I didn't leave? I should be doing homework in the library or common area downstairs rather than in my room. It was just so much easier to focus when I was alone. That wasn't the point. I couldn't complain about not having friends when I wasn't doing anything to fix the situation. I needed to put myself out there. Be approachable, at the very least. It wasn't like my new best friend was going to knock and introduce themselves. Some of the people on this floor left their doors open when they were inside. I hadn't because it could get loud and be distracting, but I was almost done with all my assignments due this week. I could afford to let my focus slip a bit, so I got up and opened my door, then returned to my desk. That wasn't necessarily going to help much since my desk faced the window. People passing by would ignore me if all they saw was my back. If I wanted this to work, I had to meet them halfway. Well, less than halfway. I was really relying on others to do most of the work. I stood and turned my chair so I could rest my feet on my bed and mostly face the hall. There. I closed out of the search window. I solved that problem myself, for the day. If I didn't have any luck, I could try something different tomorrow. 40 minutes passed without a single person walking down the hall. It was early evening, so most of my neighbors would be studying or at work. This was like the time my dad took me fishing when I was little. We sat on a boat in complete silence for nearly 8 hours, waiting for the fish to bite. It was the most bored I'd ever been in my life, and we never ended up catching anything. Hopefully, this would yield better results. At least I finished all my homework, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. I stood and stretched, then peeked into the hall to see if anyone was around, but no one was out, so I headed down to the bathrooms, casually looking for any other open doors. There was only one, but the room was empty. This was a dud. I kept mine open but collapsed on my bed face first. College wasn't supposed to be like this. I was supposed to be so busy I didn't go to bed until dawn. I should be having pizza nights and binging shows with random people. Where were all the crazy adventures and memories to last a lifetime? Last year started out like that. I was in my dorm long enough to catch a few hours of sleep if I was lucky. There was always something going on, and I managed to be included in all of it. I clicked with my roommate, Sophie, immediately, and together we introduced ourselves to the hall, then the entire building, growing our friend group as we went. That was how I met Adam. It took me less than a week on campus to spot him on the practice field playing touch football with a group of guys. Sophie marched up to them and asked if we could join. That night, Adam asked me on a date, and the rest was history. An exciting whirlwind of the high of first love and independence. I was so head over heels for him that I thought he was the one. I pictured us being college sweethearts, and we discussed getting married as soon as we graduated. He was everything I could have ever dreamed of. Smart, driven, charming, and so ridiculously good-looking. He often caught me staring, mesmerized that someone as handsome as him could be attracted to me. Part of me wondered if I would still feel like that. If things had been different. If that night never happened. I sat up and pushed away those thoughts. No good could come from them. Was I desperate enough to call my brother? He was popular and probably knew about events and parties going on each night. I didn't necessarily need to go with him, but if I knew where people were going to be, then I could go on my own. No. He would ask me who I was going with, and I was a terrible liar. He'd insist on coming with me, then we'd get mobbed by his fan club. Annoyance bubbled in me just thinking about it. I could ask Reid. He was just as likely to know and wouldn't demand I had a babysitter. My phone sat on my desk, daring me to do it. This is the kind of thing a friend asked about. Hey, what's going on tonight? Hear of anything going on? Where do friendless losers find equally lost souls? Okay, maybe not the last one. Isolation was having a negative impact on my already shaky mental health. Before I lost the nerve, I reached over, snatched my phone, and typed out a message. Haley, hey, Reid. I stared at the screen, second-guessing my word choice. I didn't ask a question or give him any reason to reply. Before I could type out anything else, his reply appeared. Reid, hi Haley. How are you? Was he asking to see if I was still close to having a mental breakdown? The answer was yes, but for different reasons. Today was a new day with new worries and things to stress over. Haley, honestly? I'm bored. Haley, I don't know how to make friends. Reid, I'm not sure I'm the best person to help with that. I haven't had to try since Minnie might. A teeny tiny version of him popped into my head, and I couldn't help but smile. I had a feeling he was an adorable child. Haley, lucky you. Us regular folk don't have that luxury. Reid, what about your roommate? Haley, she invited me to that party. Haven't really seen her since. That party. Flashes of our kiss went through my mind, and I smiled to myself. Was he thinking about it too? That was the best first kiss I'd ever had, and knowing it wouldn't happen again was too depressing to think about. I never told Emery why I'd left early, and she'd never asked. Should I take that personally? She did promise me she wouldn't leave me alone, then abandon me the first chance she got, and now was apparently avoiding me. I thought we got along fine, but maybe I misread the situation. Reid, no luck with people in your dorm? I looked up to my open door and snapped a picture before sending it to him. Haley, I've had this open for at least an hour and no luck. I'm out of ideas. I've literally tried everything. I smiled at my phone hoping he picked up on my sarcasm. Reid, whoa. Desperate times. I giggled. He understood. Reid, do you want to come over? Haley, is Ethan there? Reid.
Yeah.
And a few guys from the team. Haley, I'm not that desperate. I hesitated. I didn't want him to think I meant that about him. Haley, yet. Reid, good call. I'm not positive they all showered after practice. Our room smells like moldy cups. I cringed and started telling him that they need to clean more often before his true meaning clicked.
Ew.
Jockstrap cups. Haley, that's disgusting. Now I'm never coming over. Reid, it's not normally like this. You've seen our room. We're clean. I only saw it for a split second. That was a strange, overwhelming interaction. I hadn't expected any of what happened. It was a weird realization. He wasn't Reid when I went to their room. He was Ethan's best friend. Then I recognized him as the guy I kissed and wanted to run away. I'd been too stunned to really pay attention to their room. A bubble with 3 dots appeared as he wrote another response. Reid, if you want to get out, I can leave. Did I want that? My heart screamed yes, but my brain reminded me it was a bad idea. It went against everything I said about coming here. I didn't want to get involved with Ethan's group. I wanted to stand on my own. Even though I technically met Reid outside of their hockey world, I couldn't ignore the fact that he was very much involved. But after yesterday afternoon, things felt different. Reid saw me as more than just his friend's little sister. Didn't he? Our conversation felt genuine. He opened up to me about personal things. It wasn't just safe topics like Ethan or the team. Was there a chance of us having a friendship without my brother knowing or including himself? No. As much as I wanted to lie to myself, I knew Reid and hockey were too intertwined. Asking him to keep from mentioning it around me wasn't fair. Plus, friends supported each other, but I wouldn't go to his games or any other hockey events. If I couldn't accept all of him, how could I ever ask him to do that for me? There was another major problem with us being friends. Friends weren't supposed to know how it felt to kiss each other. And our kiss wasn't something I could forget. It killed me to accept, but that perfect, liberating, out-of-body experience couldn't happen again. It was better to let whatever there was between us die out now. No more hanging out alone or confiding in each other. I had to keep him at a distance. Only be around him with Ethan or their teammates around. Haley, no, that's okay. Voices from the hall filtered in. Excited girls talked louder than necessary. I dropped my phone and leaned forward. It's going to be great. I've heard they have the best parties, one girl said. You say that every time, another pointed out.
Yeah,
But this time I heard it from a junior. He said they only have them once every other month, so when they do happen, they're huge, the first girl argued. A group of 4 or 5 people walked by. One of them glanced in and offered me a smile as she passed. I smiled back and slid off my bed. Whatever. It's not like anything else is happening tonight, a third voice complained. Let's get ready and head over in an hour. That should be late enough, another replied. I checked my phone. It was already 8. Where had the afternoon gone? Between homework and staring into space, I managed to waste several hours. Fine, meet out here when you're ready. I heard a door shut, so I hurried out, gathering courage with each step. 3 of the girls remained in the hall. Hey. I leaned against the doorframe. I couldn't help but overhear. Sorry, we shouldn't have been so loud, one of the girls closest to me said with an apologetic smile. I recognized 2 of them from passing them in the hall, but didn't know their names or even what rooms were theirs. No, it's fine, I rushed out. I was just wondering if I could go to the party with you guys. A blonde in the back smiled.
yeah,
Of course. Thanks. I relaxed a bit. I haven't had a chance to meet many people yet, and if I spend one more night in my room, I might lose my mind. Oh my gosh, the girl that had said sorry started. I totally know how you feel. My roommate last year was such a dud. It wasn't until I met these girls that I started having fun. The party is down on frat row, and we're going to leave in an hour. Sound good? The third girl, a slim brunette, asked. I nodded.
yeah,
Thanks. They waved and dispersed into their rooms. I went back inside and flung myself on my bed, causing the frame to slide against the floor and a horrible screech to fill the space. I cringed and listened for any laughter or complaints, but it didn't seem that anyone else heard. Now I had legitimate plans to tell Reid. Haley, I met some girls in my hall. Going to a party with them. Reid, what party? Haley, I'm not sure. They said frat row. Reid, be careful. Some of those can get out of hand. Haley, I will. Reid, especially AGN. I didn't know what that meant but agreed anyway. I was too excited about having plans to worry. There were enough of us going together to watch out for each other. Right?
Chapter 10 Reid. Coach Hiller's eyes were on me during the last 10 minutes of practice. I could feel a heavy stare, and it only took me a second to catch his disapproving gaze following me on the ice. What had I done this time? I ran through the past few days but couldn't think of anything that warranted his anger. My stomach knotted. When any of the coaches were mad, It was worse than when your parents gave you their "I'm disappointed in you" look or called you by your full name. That instant punch of anxiety and nausea distracted me until Coach Weston called practice to a close. As the others hurried to the locker room to shower or leave, I held back, knowing he wouldn't let me by without saying something, and I wanted the least amount of witnesses possible. When only Ben and our goalie, Andy, were left, I approached the bench. Coach Hiller had his arms crossed over his broad chest, and he nodded once in the direction of the tunnel. I followed behind, pulling off my helmet and running a hand through my damp hair. Maybe it wasn't a bad thing. Maybe he needed a favor or had news for me. It wasn't unusual for any of the coaches to call on me or one of the other seniors to discuss a new policy or change before telling the rest of the team. I wanted to believe that was it, but his stiff posture combined with the expression during practice made it seem unlikely whatever he had to say was anything short of a reprimand. My mind raced through possibilities, but nothing stood out. He stopped in front of his office and waved me in. As soon as I sat, the door closed behind me, and he walked around to face me, leaning against his desk. "I'm not going to waste time, Bayman. You're here because you're incredibly lucky." I raised a brow. "Coach?" It seemed someone either thought they were doing their due diligence, or they hoped to get you in trouble. No matter their reason, it doesn't change the fact that there is evidence of you breaking the rules. What rule had I broken? He pulled his phone out of his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, then held it out for me to see. My heart seized. It was me at the football party, the same one that got Greco and Lee suspended. I stared at it, looking past me in the foreground, talking to someone just out of the shot, to the figures in the slightly blurred background. I could tell they were the backs of Ben and Matt, but hopefully, that was only because I knew to look for them. I sat back and squared my shoulders, readying myself for what was coming. We're not completely ignorant. We know the parties held at the football team's house are usually safe for athletes, but that wasn't the case. You should have left immediately, before someone was able to photograph you. I nodded. You're right. I didn't notice anything that violated the rules for the first hour or so that I was there, but I did leave as soon as I saw other attendees with alcohol. That was the truth. Those parties always started out fine, but eventually someone that wasn't held to the same set of rules brought in their own drinks, and things would spread. That was the time we would head out. You've got too much potential and raw talent to let something like this mess things up for you. He folded his hands in front of him. That's part of what makes you lucky. I know you are a rule follower as well as a leader. The other part is that I was the first and only person to see this picture. I lifted my head to meet his eyes. What was he saying? While this isn't fair, you and the other seniors are held to a different standard. You're to be the example, but not necessarily in punishment. If you give me your word that this, he shook his phone, doesn't happen again, then I'm willing to look the other way, but if another picture comes up with you in the presence of alcohol or drugs, I might not be able to ignore it. I clenched my jaw to keep my mouth from falling open. We need you at your best, and that can't happen if you miss 2 weeks sitting on the side. I nodded. His words were finally sinking in, and I understood his meaning. Our program has enough to worry about this year. I don't think it would be constructive to bring negative attention to one of our stars. I sucked in a breath. Thank you, Coach. He lowered his chin. Keep in mind, you might not get so lucky again. I understand. This was my one get-out-of-jail-free card. He couldn't cover for me again. Good. He stepped around his desk and Saturday, have a nice evening. I stood and walked out without looking back. I wanted to put as much distance between me and him as possible so he couldn't change his mind and call me back. It took until I got to the locker room and removed my gear from my heart to return to a normal pace. That meeting could have been so much worse. How could I have been so stupid? After Haley disappeared, I should have left. She was the highlight of that night, and nothing else even remotely interesting happened. The second the alcohol started flowing, I should have been long gone. I knew better. Ben knew better. We all did. This was the slap in the face I needed to remind myself what was important. I needed to pull myself together, and it seemed the rest of the team did too. No more distractions. The next time I had Ben alone, I'd ask him to tell the others. "Hey, man." Becker slapped me on the back and sat next to me. "You missed out on a great one last night." I glanced at him. "What are you talking about?" Most of the guys had stayed late in our room, playing a game until Ethan kicked them out around 1. Becker and Kevin had been missing though. Matt said they had other plans but didn't expand. I assumed they had dates or something. Kappa Kappa Nu, or whatever it's called, the sorority on the corner, had a rager. He pulled out his phone and flipped through pictures of an above-ground pool filled with way too many people to be comfortable and others dancing in the yard. He flipped to the next one, and I recognized the swing of long brown hair. "Hold on." I took the phone and zoomed in on the couple in the background. It was Haley with some guy holding her by the waist. They were both laughing, and she was looking up at him like he was the greatest thing she'd ever laid eyes on. I cringed and handed it back. "You shouldn't have been there." I bit out the words. He leaned back. "Whoa there. What's your problem?" I shot up and glared at him, then the rest of the room. "Do none of you care anymore?" My roar got everyone's attention, and they fell silent, watching me. Getting called out by Coach was too much. I came too close to suspension. Adrenaline and fear were coursing through me, and they needed a reminder of what was at stake. We are a team. We win or lose together. We need each other to be at our best in order for West Penn to get the attention we all deserve, but we can't do that if we're losing sight of what's important. Ethan stepped toward me, but Ben put a hand on his shoulder. "Stop being stupid. Stop thinking that you'll get away with it. That the rules don't matter. Do any of you want to play professionally?" I paused, giving them time to reply, but no one uttered a word. "Because you're not acting like it. We only have our time here to prove our abilities. If any of you want to make it to the NHL, this is your one chance. Start treating it like that. No party, no girl, is worth risking it all. You might not respect yourself enough, but look around you. Look at who else your choices could affect." A few of them did while the rest ducked their heads. "Do better," I yelled, my chest heaving. Did they get it? Did they finally understand? I wanted to wait until each of them swore, but everyone was silent. "Come on, man." Ethan tugged on my elbow. "Go shower and cool off." Ben stood next to him, giving me a look that said that wasn't a suggestion. A small part of me wanted to resist being told what to do, but they were right. Yelling at the team wasn't making me feel better, I was just bringing everyone down to my level. But they needed a reminder. Obviously. Some of them were at the frat party last night. They knew better than that. We had rules for a reason. There were things we did and didn't do. Specific houses we avoided, and we never took pictures. "Fine," I bit out and pushed past them to the connected shower room. By the time I returned, almost everyone was gone. Ben and Ethan waited until I got dressed before standing and leading the way out to the parking lot. "Let's go off campus," Ben suggested and pulled out his car keys. I wanted to get as far away as possible, so I nodded and climbed into the back seat while Ethan claimed the front. The three of us were rarely able to step out of our dorms without gaining a crowd. Driving even a few blocks away gave us the anonymity we rarely got these days. "Burgers?" Ben asked as he pulled onto the street. "Sounds good," Ethan agreed. "Sure," I added. A few minutes passed in silence before Ethan spoke again. "Are you going to make us wait to tell us what's going on?" I rubbed my face. I wanted to forget about it, but they deserved answers. They would support me no matter what, but it helped if they at least understood why they were defending me. Coach Hiller called me in. I noticed. Ben caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "What happened?" He showed me a picture that was anonymously sent to the team's general email. He happened to be the first to open it and deleted it before anyone else could see it. Ethan reached out and put his hand on Ben's headrest so he could twist to face me. "A picture of what?" "Me at a party a few weeks ago. I admitted. One at the football team's house. Ben clutched the steering wheel. Who else was in it? Just me. I didn't tell him that I could make him and Matt out in the background, but Coach hadn't noticed, so I didn't point it out. Ethan's jaw tightened. What did he say? I stared out the window, not wanting to meet either of their eyes. That if I step out of line one more time I could get suspended from the team. Really? Ben's eyes widened. But the others were suspended immediately. I know. I dropped my shoulders. I was lucky it was Hiller and not Weston that saw it. We can make it a few games without them. We can't afford to lose. Ethan sighed. We've got to be more careful. I'd never tell to anyone, even my closest friends, that Coach admitted that a few of us were given more leniency. Neither Benjamin nor Ethan could afford to get complacent. Coach Hiller understood there was more at risk for the seniors. If we got in trouble, it affected the entire team, not just with the outcome of games, but in the school's reputation. No one wanted to draw negative attention to the program. I was on thin ice, but so was the entire team. I had to be careful. I couldn't take any chances for a while, if at all. There was too much on the line, and nothing was worth my career.
Chapter 11, Haley. Cassie, Ella, Crystal, and Sadie were like that first gulp of air after holding your breath underwater. I hadn't realized how close to drowning I was until Sadie and Ella looped their arms around mine and led the way into the party like we did this all the time. The four of them pulled me into their group without missing a beat, and within hours, it felt like I'd known them for years. We were always laughing and teasing, creating an energy around us that drew others in. In the weeks that followed that first party, it only took moments for a group to gather around us, usually consisting of guys. Having friends made forgetting about Reid a little bit easier. He was still in the back of my mind but no longer taking up so much of my concentration. Our texts grew more sporadic, and I no longer waited next to my phone, hoping he'd reach out. When I told Ethan about my new friends, he sounded relieved. He told me to have fun and be smart but reminded me I could always reach out to him if I needed help. It was nice knowing he was only a call away, but he gave me the space I asked for. Since our first night together a week ago, the girls and I hung out several times. Either getting food or going to a party. Since Emery was never around, I continued my open door policy, and it caught on. We called out to each other to see who was home before inviting ourselves in. This was what I pictured when I thought of living on campus. I was finally getting the dorm experience I'd hoped for when I started at West Penn. Ella, Sadie, and I were in their shared room, finishing homework before going to a party. That was another thing I liked about them, they didn't blow off classes or assignments. They were serious about staying on track while also enjoying themselves when they were done. "What are you wearing tonight?" Sadie asked from the floor. She was lying back with her feet resting up on her bed. She was a spitfire with a sarcastic sense of humor that kept everyone laughing. She had light brown hair that flowed down her back to her hips, and she seemed to lack the ability to feel embarrassment. She simply did what she wanted and did not care one bit what anyone else thought, even if she was the only one dancing in the room with all eyes on her. It surprised me that she was an actuarial science major. She didn't strike me as the type to want to work at a desk, crunching numbers, but she said the material came easy to her and the job salary was high. "What's the theme again?" I asked. Cassie told us that we needed to dress up for this party. Back in the day, Sadie answered. I think the frat was too lazy to pick a specific decade, so you're just supposed to dress up for whichever one you want. Can I wear low-rise, flare jeans, layer a few tank tops, put a belt over them, and say I'm the 2000s? Ella asked. Ella was another anomaly. Her blonde pixie cut had pieces of pink and purple along the tips. She had the palest of skin speckled with freckles which matched her whimsical personality. She was always smiling and didn't seem to take much seriously, but she was studying pre-law and had already taken the practice LSATs and passed even though she was only a junior. Only if you flat iron your hairpin straight and bring a sequined bag, I added. Sadie burst out laughing. I wish we had time to get extensions and add thick streaks in our hair. Ella giggled. That would be perfect. Wait, do you actually have any of those things? Ella stood and went to her closet. I think I have flare jeans from a party last year. She started to look while Sadie dropped her legs to the carpet and rolled onto her side to watch. I'm pretty sure I have black gaucho pants if you want to use those. What are you going to wear? I asked. I have a cute flapper dress I don't get to wear enough or a daisy mini dress. I'll have to borrow Crystal's go-go boots if she's not wearing them. She reached for her phone and started typing. Do you have anything? Ella asked me. I'm not sure. I might be able to put something together for the 70s or 80s. I hadn't packed dress-up clothes when I moved. Going to themed parties required friends, and I thought it would take longer for me to get to this point. When I stuck my head out into the hall, I hoped it would lead to one night out of my room, not finding my group. Crystal and Cassie will be here in about 10 minutes. They both have a better selection of clothes than we do. I'm sure they have plenty for you to borrow. Sadie tossed her phone down next to her. I finished my last assignment due this week, and the group project with the moochers was turned in, so I gathered my books to drop off in my room before the others got here. Once they went into party prep mode, it looked like a tornado hit. Clothing, shoes, makeup, and bedding ended up trailed from one room to another as they bounced between. Since I had little to offer this time, I shut my door and headed back to Ella and Sadie's room. There you are. Cassie greeted me with a grin. She was gorgeous with warm tan skin, big brown eyes, and wavy brown hair. She was from Puerto Rico and had a slight Spanish accent. She was all sweet and sass and had curves in all the right places and usually left a line of drooling men in her path. She was studying to be a nurse and planned on returning home after graduation. In the few minutes I'd been gone, the destruction had already begun. Ella's bed was covered in clothes, and Sadie was sorting through a pile on hers. Oh boy. I inched closer. What's going on? We're putting everything in piles by decade, Crystal said from behind me. I turned to see her dump another armful of clothing onto Ella's bed. I think that's it. She put her hands on her hips and pursed her lips. She tossed her shiny black hair over her shoulder and faced Sadie's bed. Out of all of us, she was by far the most stylish and stayed up to date on trends. She credited her Korean background since their websites and magazines were so fashion-forward. From her flawless skin to her impeccable outfits, she was intimidating until you got to know her. She was so sweet and generous. She genuinely enjoyed helping others and sharing what she had. When I first met her, I thought she was a nursing student with Cassie and was shocked when she told me she was a chemistry major. Her goal was to work in cosmetics to come up with more sustainable and earth-friendly products. I joined Cassie on the far side of the room while the other three went to work. Within a few minutes of quiet chatter and exchanging clothes, 5 neat piles were arranged on the floor. Ella, Cassie, me, Sadie, Haley. Crystal pointed to where each of our outfits were piled. Get dressed so we can see if we need to make any adjustments.
Chapter 12 Reid. Ethan was missing. Every night that the guys wanted to get together to play video games as a means to distract themselves from the parties they were skipping, he disappeared. It wasn't just those nights, though. It was happening more and more often, but every time I asked where he was going, he blew off my question, giving me a vague, non-committal answer. I wanted to press and find out what was really going on with him, but the less he was around, the less often he asked me about his sister. Almost 2 weeks had passed without him mentioning her around me, and I didn't want to remind him, so maybe the break from each other was good. I was still concerned something was going on, though. This sucks. Matt stuck a piece of sausage and mushroom pizza in his mouth. Yeah, well, it's the one you ordered, so suck it up, Benjamin teased. You know that's not what I meant, Matt said. It feels like we're grounded, only we didn't do anything fun to make it worth it. Kevin scratched his neck while the next level of the game loaded. It won't always be like this, Benjamin said as the countdown started. But during the season we really need to focus. We all focused as we entered the war zone, splitting off and calling out warnings and directions to one another. It's not just parties, you guys. We shouldn't be wasting time and energy on distractions. I fumbled with the controller, trying to take down an enemy's tank. We already don't drink, smoke, do drugs, and we cross the street with the signal. What more can we give up? Kevin asked. Heads up, Becker. Got him, he replied. Girls, Benjamin responded before I had the chance. Matt hit pause on the game. Are you saying we can't date? No, it's the drama and, I tried to explain, but they turned on me. Dating is the only thing we have. Don't take that away from us too, Becker whined. As if that's a legit concern for any of you, Hunter said. How are we supposed to date if we can't go to the parties? That's where all the girls are, Kevin said. You're 20 years old, Kevin. I'm not going to teach you how dating works. Benjamin resumed the game. Matt grunted. Seriously, how are we supposed to meet anyone? Hunter paused the game again. Have you ever looked around during class? About half the people there are girls. Talk to one of them. Or we can set each other up with girls we know, Benjamin said. That's not a bad idea. Matt wagged his brows. Too bad Ethan's sister is off limits. She's hot. I glared at him. I didn't think I'd been the only one that noticed Haley, but I didn't like hearing anyone else talk about her, especially like she was just another co-ed for him to use. Don't even think about it, Benjamin said. That's the last thing our team needs. His reminder hit me in the gut. It was one thing to repeat the warnings to myself, but hearing it from him was worse. I hadn't seen or spoken to Haley for a while, but I needed to stop thinking about her at all. Every time I saw a girl with hair like hers, I stopped and stared, hoping she'd turn around and smile, but it was never her. Last time she texted me, she'd had a great time with the girls from her hall at a party. That was it. It was for the best. She was making her own friends and having fun. I was happy for her. I had to be. We played for another hour or so without interruptions, but when we finished a campaign and the guys started grumbling about more food, we put the controllers down and discussed options. We just ordered pizza. Benjamin stretched his arms over his head. But it's gone, and I'm still hungry. Plus, if I eat more dairy, I'm going to puke up my guts and die at practice, Becker said. Then order a salad. I rubbed my left shoulder, then switched to the right side. I'd need to ice after practice tomorrow. I was getting too stiff lately. Does that Japanese place deliver? A teriyaki bowl sounds good, Matt tried. Let me check. Hunter pulled his phone from his pocket. After a moment, he nodded. Tell me what you want. We each rattled off our order, then went back to another round to waste time before it got here. It arrived quickly, probably because not many people ordered dinner at 10 on a Saturday night. I was only a few bites in on my teriyaki steak when my phone vibrated on the floor next to me. Before I went to grab it, several other phones went off. Seriously? Mike groaned. This sucks. Becker tossed his phone to the other side of the room. Hunter grunted and dropped his phone face down on the floor. Benjamin and I shared a glance before checking ours. A girl we were all mutual friends with, and who had dated one of the guys that graduated the year before, sent us a series of pictures from a party, telling us we were missing out. I examined each photo, hoping, while also dreading, to find Haley in the background. I didn't see her, and it took me a moment to figure out what was off about the pictures. Everyone was dressed up in styles from different decades. That softened the blow a bit. Themed parties were the worst. You hate dressing up, Becker. Benjamin reached for his controller and selected a new game. Yeah, but they're having fun. They're socializing. They're talking to women. I'm trapped in here with you guys. He made a face and pushed his bowl away from him. You're free to go, I said. His eyes widened. Really? Matt sat up too. Yeah, and get kicked off the team. It's a choice that no one is forcing you to make. I collected the empty dishes and tossed them in the trash. I hate paying for bad decisions other people made. Becker dropped his head against my bed. I know for a fact you have 3 other offers. Again, this was a choice no one forced you to make. Benjamin tossed me the other controller near him. I picked it up as the game loaded. I know, I just want to complain about it sometimes, Becker grumbled and joined in the game. Yeah, just let us whine. Matt flopped his legs like a child. Hunter chuckled and shook his head before picking up his controller and adding his character. In a few years when we're all playing in the NHL and you want to complain to me about missing out on the normal college experience, I won't answer your call. I smirked, and the level started, ending the conversation. I played for several minutes before my phone buzzed again. I glanced at the screen, expecting more party pictures, but it was a call from Ethan. Becker, cover me. I waited for him to confirm before answering the call. Hey, man. I kept my eyes on the TV screen. Have you seen Haley lately? Ethan's voice came out in pants like he was running. I sat up straighter. No, I haven't seen her in a few days. Has she called or texted you? His breathing was heavy, and it was starting to freak me out. Was something wrong? Was she okay? No, what's going on? I haven't been able to get a hold of her for 2 days. She never goes this long without checking in. He mumbled something about a deal, but I couldn't understand. She mentioned she met some new friends. Maybe she's been busy with them. She did? Who are they? His breathing was much calmer. Some girls that live in her hall, I think. He sighed. She didn't tell me that. Where are you? Are you okay? There was some noise in the background I couldn't make out. It's fine. Just let me know if you hear from her. He hung up before I could ask him again where he was. This wasn't normal for him. Disappearing, then calling me, sounding like he was being chased. Something was going on. I wished he would just tell me. I couldn't help when I didn't know the problem. Everything okay? Benjamin asked while pressing a series of buttons and cringing. I picked up my controller and went back to what I'd been doing. Ethan was looking for his sister. Why would you know where she is? I wanted to shrug, but he couldn't see that right now. I've run into her a few times. He grunted but let it go. Was she really missing? Or in trouble? It wasn't my business. She didn't seem interested in talking to me anymore, and I needed to keep my distance from her. I debated replying to our friend who'd sent the pictures earlier and asking if she'd seen Haley at the party, but I didn't think she would know her, and I didn't have a picture of Haley to send her. We got back into the game and were in the middle of an intense campaign when my phone buzzed again. I took my eyes off the screen just long enough to read the name. It was unknown, so I pressed the side button to silence it and went back to following Hunter's character through a tunnel. Up ahead, he called. Got it, I said as my phone went off again. Unknown number. I debated silencing it again, but if they were calling me back, maybe it was important. Hold on. Sorry. I answered the call and heard music blaring before I even got it to my ear. Hello? There was no reply, but I could hear muffled noises. Hello? I said again, a bit louder. Benjamin paused the game and looked at me with narrowed eyes. What's up? He mouthed. I shook my head. A choked sob. I straightened and put the phone on speaker. Hello? Are you okay? The guys leaned in, and I locked eyes with Benjamin. Crying? I asked quietly, wondering if he heard it too. He bent in closer, listened, and nodded. Hello? Who is this? Leave me alone. A woman's voice. We all shared looks. Who is this? I yelled. There was a grunt then silence. I stared at my phone, but the call ended. What was that? Hunter asked. I don't know. It was an unknown number. I blinked at my phone waiting for it to ring again. Maybe it was a prank, Matt said. Or a wrong number, Becker offered. Did it list the number? Benjamin asked. I went through my recent call log and shook my head. It just says unknown. That's weird, he said while working his jaw back and forth. Maybe it was Ethan's call that had me rattled, but I had a bad feeling. Someone was upset, a woman. She shouted at someone to leave her alone. How could I ignore that? She could be in danger. But what could I do? I didn't know who it was, let alone where she was. I just had to hope that she called back or got help from someone else. What were the odds of her calling me by accident? Twice. Let it go for now. If she calls again, put it on speaker, and we'll see if we can figure it out, Benjamin said. I nodded and put my phone on my thigh while picking up the controller and trying to focus on the game, but it was too hard to concentrate. A knot formed in my stomach, and I kept dropping my gaze to the black screen, willing it to ring again.
Chapter 13, Haley. Sadie checked with each of us as we weaved our way into the front room. No splitting off without telling one of us first, okay? Crystal took my hand and put her other on Ella's back as we formed a train to cut through the crowd and in the hallway. There were people crammed together in every room, and I could feel my anxiety rising. This was bigger than the football party and the first party we went to together combined. At least at those, there was space to breathe. Let's get drinks and dance. Cassie led us into the kitchen where a keg was set up next to a wide selection of bottles on the counter. I grabbed a cup and slipped over to the sink to fill it with water, grateful for Link's tip to keep something in my hands. By the time I wiggled my way back to the girls, they each had a cup in their hands, and we went to the attached room where music played from speakers mounted on the ceiling. It was probably a living room, but there was no furniture left. It seemed like a lot of effort to move everything out for a party, but from what I'd heard, this house took partying very seriously. We formed a tight circle and moved our hips and shoulders to the beat, the most movement possible in the confined space. After one or two songs, I started to relax. This wasn't so bad. Dancing with my friends was exactly what I needed after another long week of classes. Cassie bumped her hips into mine and winked before doing a move only someone as confident as her could pull off. I whistled, and Ella cheered. We were pulling the attention of those around us, and within moments, a group of guys surrounded us. I locked eyes with Sadie, silently asking if this was okay, and she smiled and nodded along to the music in response. We were fine. This wasn't a bad thing. The guys mirrored our minimal dancing. One spun Cassie around, and she giggled before falling against his chest. He held her up, and I could practically see her swoon. A hand touched my shoulder, and I turned enough to see who it belonged to. He had thick blonde hair cut short and parted on the side and was wearing a white blazer and neon button-up, looking very 80s. I smiled and pointed at his outfit. I like it. He shot me back a perfect smile. I like yours. You look like a Charlie's Angel. I nodded. You got it. I was surprised we could hear each other over the music. He held out his hand, and I hesitated for half a second before putting my palm in his. He tugged me a bit closer and put his other hand on my hip. He leaned in, and I had to keep myself from flinching. What's your name? Haley. Our cheeks were nearly pressed together. I'm Jay. I pulled back and smiled so he knew I heard. I checked on the others. Cassie was dancing close to the guy that spun her. Sadie and Crystal had moved closer together, clearly not interested in the guys struggling for their attention. Ella had her arms wrapped around a guy's neck, looking up at him as if he hung the stars and moon. The song changed to a faster beat, and Jay dropped my hand to put both of his on my hips, tugging me impossibly closer. Our bodies were pressed together, and I didn't know what to do with my hands. Did I want this? He was nice, so far. Dancing wasn't a big deal. I mirrored Ella and looped my arms over his shoulders, gripping my fingers. He gazed down at me with an easy smile. He wasn't leering or creeping me out. This could be fun. It should be. I sucked in a breath and smiled back. This was normal. This was what people did at parties. I was perfectly safe with my friends around me. Nothing was going to happen. His hands roamed up and down my sides, stopping at my lower back. A sudden wave of nausea hit me, and I pulled back. His brows furrowed, and he said something, but my brain couldn't understand. Everyone was too close. It was too loud. Too hot. I needed to get out. You okay? Ella whispered in my ear. Her eyes showed her concern, but she kept a smile in place. I stared back at her, and she somehow understood. We're going to get some air, she called over the music. She pulled me to the back doors and pushed through until we stood out on the back lawn lit with dozens of light strands. I closed my eyes and took in several deep breaths. I looked around as I relaxed enough to take in my surroundings. It was much less crowded back here. There were a few small groups, but no one pressing in on me. Once that set in, my body loosened. Thanks, I told her. She nodded and glanced behind me. Jay and the other guy were watching us. Jay stepped toward me, looking worried. Are you okay? I didn't realize you needed a break. I waved him off.
Yeah.
Just got a little too hot in there. The other guy huffed out a laugh. Tell me about it. I swear there has to be 100 people in that room alone. This is better anyway, Jay said. It's easier to talk. I nodded, though I still focused on calming down. I'd been so close to having a panic attack, something I hadn't experienced in a few weeks. I wasn't sure how Ella knew I needed to get out, but I'd have to explain later. Do you guys live here? I asked. They both shook their heads. No, we live on campus. Us too, Ella said. Henry Hall. I wanted to nudge her for giving away information unprompted. I wasn't sure I wanted these strangers to know where we lived. I wasn't really interested in Jay, and I didn't want to accidentally see him again. Oh, we're in Granger, Jay said. At least that was on the other side of campus. Little risk of us running into each other getting food. What are your majors? Ella asked. Business management, Jay answered. Same, the other guy said. What about you? Pre-law. Ella grinned. She told me she liked telling guys this to see their reactions. If a guy was intimidated or didn't believe her, she knew to dump him immediately. If he was supportive, he passed the test. Really? He eyed her and I bit my bottom lip, waiting for his next words. You didn't strike me as the attorney type. Why not? She asked, sounding curious rather than challenging. You seem nice. He laughed. Her lips slowly curved into a smile. Fair enough. I laughed and knew she liked him now. And what about you, Haley? Jay asked. I'm undecided. I didn't really want to give him any more information about myself. He hadn't done anything wrong, but I kept my guard up. Still taking generals? He rolled the sleeves of his blazer up his arm.
Yeah.
I hoped he'd leave it at that and not ask about me being a transfer. Ella giggled, and I glanced over to see the guy whispering in her ear. Her head fell back, and she laughed while touching his chest. Oh wow. He hadn't seemed like her type. He and Jay looked pretty similar, in that preppy college boy way. Generic. The opposite of my friend. They took a step away, and Ella held up a finger. We'll be right back. I should head back inside, I said, turning back to the house. You don't have to run off. Jay caught my hand. I want to keep dancing. Not really, but I didn't want to be alone with him. Why don't we get some drinks first? That should help you cool down. We got to the kitchen, and he took a cup from the tall stack on the counter and raised a brow. Water, please. He shifted toward the sink, and I scanned the room for any familiar faces. Here you go, he offered me the cup before taking a beer from a cooler on the floor. Thanks, I took a sip and realized I was thirstier than I realized. It was a bit sweet. Had he found lemonade too? Want more? He asked. I nodded and held out the cup and watched him fill it again from the tap. Feeling better, he asked after I finished half of it. I nodded and looked past him for the girls. I didn't see them dancing, so I moved forward. Jay stayed with me as we made a circle around the room. Did we lose them? I shrugged. We agreed to stick together, and I broke that rule. If I didn't start panicking, then we wouldn't have split up. I needed to go find Ella. They're probably out front. He took my hand and led me through the hall. Hands reached out and grazed me as we pushed through, and I grimaced. I hated this. Too many people. Too much grabbing. I pulled my hand away from Jay and went to the first stair to get a better view. He didn't stop and continued deeper into the crowd. I didn't see Sadie, Crystal, or Cassie. Where had they gone? Someone shoved me into the banister, and I gasped. I needed to leave. This was too much. But I couldn't just leave without telling anyone. I scanned the room one more time and caught Jay staring at me. I didn't like that look. Something in the back of my mind told me to get away. I jerked back and hurried up the stairs. I didn't have my phone. These pants didn't have back pockets, and I could barely fit my dorm keycard into the front. It didn't seem like it would be a problem since Crystal and Sadie had theirs, and we were going to stick together. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have come. I should have left the second I saw how many people were here. I fought my way upstairs and found a line for the bathroom. 2 girls were talking together, so I approached them. Hey, do either of you have a phone I could borrow? I kept a small smile on my face, trying to look normal. One of them nodded and handed over hers. I moved to the end of the hall where she could still see me, but I would hopefully be able to hear better. I dialed Ethan's number, but it went straight to voicemail. Was it turned off? The only other number I had memorized was Reid, thanks to Ethan's encouragement. He said they were usually together, so if I couldn't get a hold of him, Reid was the next best option, and having a backup made me feel better about going out. I called him next, but it rang several times before going to voicemail. Maybe he didn't want to pick up if he didn't know the number. I never answered calls from people I didn't know. It was my only hope, though. The panic was creeping up again. Even though I knew I was relatively safe now, my body was still freaking out. Too many touches. Too many people. Too little control. I called again, and this time I heard him. Hello? Reid? I closed my eyes. Hello? Could he not hear me? I checked the phone. The call was still connected. I choked on a sob. I needed him. There you are. I glanced up. Jay was marching toward me. He stopped so close to me, he was in my space. His chest was practically touching mine. It was too much. My breathing was coming faster, and Jay smiled. Something about him was wrong. I couldn't pinpoint what, but my gut was screaming at me to get away. Leave me alone. I didn't want to talk to him anymore. Who is this? Reid asked. I shoved past Jay, then turned and ran into the open bathroom before someone else could step in. I threw my back against the door and locked it. Someone banged on it, but I ignored them and looked down at the phone. The call ended. No. I needed him. I called him again and waited for his voice. Who is this? He sounded worried. Reid, it's Haley. Haley? He yelled at someone to turn off a game. Where are you? Alpha Gamma. Are you okay? No, I can't find my friends, and there's this guy. I rubbed my forehead. I didn't feel right. A memory was tugging at my brain, but I had to focus. A door slammed in the background. I'm on my way. Are you somewhere safe? I'm in a bathroom upstairs, but people are yelling at me to get out because I cut in line, and the girl wants her phone back. Don't worry about them. Just stay where you are. I nodded, looking around the small space. It was disgusting, but it was better than being out there with Jay. Thank you, Reid. I'm coming.
Oh no.
He was going to tell Ethan, then both of them would yell at me for being stupid. I was so stupid. Such an idiot. I shouldn't have come. I leaned against the counter. The room was rocking like I was in a boat on the ocean. Reid?
Yeah,
I don't feel good. I closed my eyes, but the gentle rocking continued. What do you mean? Did something happen? I don't know. Are you drunk? I shook my head. No, I only had water. He cursed. Haley, did you ever set it down? No, I was dancing. With Jay. His arms were around me. Then my cup was gone. Did I even drink it? I couldn't remember. I watched him get the water in the kitchen. I was inches away. He couldn't have done anything. Could he? I'm on the street. Just hold on. I'm almost there. I leaned against the door. The cold felt good against my hot skin. Reid. I'm coming. I closed my eyes and let the darkness swallow me whole.
Chapter 14, Reid. I didn't stop to consider what I was doing until I was running across the lawn of the Alpha Gamma new house. I told the guys I needed to leave and asked Ben to wait for me. They couldn't come here. I wouldn't risk them getting in trouble. The party had overflowed from the house, so I had to dodge people to get to the front porch. I hesitated at the open entrance. If I went in, I could end up suspended from the team. Would any of the coaches understand if I told them why I was here? Was this a good enough excuse? They would probably tell me to call campus security. There wasn't time for that. Haley needed help now. The call went silent before I even made it to the road. Too much time passed with her being alone. I shoved my way through the front room, looking for the staircase over the heads of the crowd. Once I found it, I ducked my chin trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. I didn't want to get stopped. The only thing that mattered right now was finding Haley and getting her somewhere safe. Her speech was slurred, and she seemed confused. I was pretty sure she'd been drugged. The stairs were crowded, and it took me far too long to reach the top. A line pressed against the right side of the hall, and the person at the front was banging against the door. That had to be where she was. I sidestepped past them and pushed the guy aside. Haley. I pounded but didn't hear anything from the other side. I need to open this. The guy held up his hands. Go for it. We can't open it, and she's been in there for like 20 minutes. I rolled my eyes. He didn't think that maybe there was a problem? It didn't matter. I preferred strangers left her alone rather than taking her away. Taking a step back, I aimed my foot near the handle. The door-flung door open, and I sucked in a breath at the sight of Haley collapsed on the disgusting floor. I dropped to my knees and pushed her hair from her face. Haley, can you hear me? She didn't move at first, but finally her eyes fluttered open. Haley. She blinked. Reid? I'm here. I'm going to call an ambulance. I reached for my phone when she started shaking her head. No, I just want to go home. Haley, I'm pretty sure you've been drugged. You need to go to a hospital and get checked. I glanced back at our audience. Did any of you see who did this? Shaking heads were my only answer. Great. Do you know who did this? She blinked. Reid, I just want to go home. I don't want to get carried out in a stretcher. I don't want my parents to know. I shook my head. They won't. Whatever was going on with her family wasn't my concern right now. I needed to get her out of here. Please, her plea broke me. Fine, I'll take you back to our room. At least I could keep an eye on her there. Is she okay? The guy I'd shoved out of the way earlier was leaning over my shoulder. No, I eyed him. I need your help getting her out of here. He straightened and nodded. Yeah, man. Of course. Whatever. I lifted Haley enough to put my arm around her waist while pulling her arm over my shoulder. Get on her other side. He didn't hesitate before stepping in and pulling her other arm over his shoulder. We just need to get her outside, then I've got it. Sure. He gave a tight-lipped smile. We walked with Haley, barely managing to drag her feet into the hall. People made room for us to pass as we half-dragged Haley with us. "Move," I barked at the people at the top of the stairs. They jumped and shifted out of the way, causing a chain reaction all the way down until there was enough space for the three of us to climb down. I kept an eye on the crowd, daring anyone to take out a phone and record this. I heard a few people say my name, but I ignored it and headed to the front door. Once we were out on the front lawn and a good distance from the majority of the crowd, I stopped. "Thank you," I said to the helpful stranger. "Yeah, man. Are you sure you've got her? Do you need more help? My car is down the street." He pointed in the opposite direction from campus. Haley wasn't going to be able to walk, and it seemed like a better idea than carrying her back for anyone to see. "If you don't mind." He nodded and took off at a jog, and I put my arm under Haley's knees and lifted her against my chest so I could bring her to the car. I needed to get my phone out and call Ethan and Benjamin, but I didn't have a free hand. I bent my hand back and waited for a slight vibration of my watch. It took 3 tries before I felt it. "Call Ethan Clarkson." Calling Ethan Clarkson, the female voice repeated, and I sighed when the ringing started, but he didn't answer. Where was he? I pressed the button again. "Call Benjamin Cruz." It only rang once before he answered. "Did you find her?" he asked. I lifted her closer to me so he could hopefully hear me better. "I have her. I'm on my way back now." "Is she okay?" "I don't know, but she didn't want to go to the hospital. I'm bringing her back to my room." "It's past curfew," he cautioned. I was well aware of that, but what else was I supposed to do? Getting caught bringing a girl into my room by my RA wasn't a top concern. I'm already going to get in trouble for going to that party. I might as well keep breaking rules. "I'll meet you at the back stairwell and help you get her in." "Thanks." Did everyone else leave? I shifted Haley, trying to get a more comfortable grip. "Yeah, I told them to go home and sleep. I haven't been able to get a hold of Ethan though." I shook my head. "Where was he?" His constant disappearances weren't an issue until now. He came and went as he wished, but it was strange for him to ignore our calls. He was glued to his phone. It never left his hands, so what was going on? "Did you text him too?" "Yeah, I told him Haley needs help." I figured that would be enough to get him to call me back, but nothing so far. "Thanks. I'll see you in a second." "Okay." I couldn't turn my wrist to see if the call ended, but it didn't matter. Within a few seconds, headlights blinded me, and I climbed in the back seat with Haley in my lap. "Where to?" our driver asked once I shut the door. "Murphy Hall." It was a straight shot down the street that took less than a minute. "Thanks so much. I really appreciate your help." "Yeah, no problem." He turned and eyed me. "Hey, aren't you?" "Thanks again." I cut him off before he could finish and got out. Benjamin was holding open the back door for us. I stepped in, and we took the stairs to the second floor, where he opened the next door. Luckily, no one was out in the hall, so we were able to get to my room without being spotted. I laid Haley down on Ethan's bed. She opened her eyes again. "We're in my room. I'm going to keep an eye on you. If you stop breathing or start throwing up or something, I'm taking you to the hospital." She nodded before letting her lids fall closed. "I'm tired. You can sleep." I covered her with one of Ethan's blankets. "What happened?" Benjamin stood next to me. "I'm not sure yet. It's possible someone slipped her something, but she said she was only drinking water. She might have a medical condition. I'd ask Ethan, but he won't answer." "What house was she at?" "Alpha Gamma." He huffed. "I've heard some messed up things about their parties." I didn't want to think about that. Her bright red shirt was tucked into her jeans and she didn't look too rumpled. Hopefully she was able to get into the bathroom before anyone had a chance to hurt her. "Are you sure we shouldn't take her to the hospital?" he asked. She begged me not to. He pulled out his phone and started typing. Should I call campus security and tell them someone might be drugging girls at that party? I didn't know what to do about any of this. I felt worthless standing here. We don't know that's what happened, he pointed out. And they'll want to talk to her, then there will be a whole investigation with you involved too. I dropped my head and groaned. I didn't want this to blow up, but I couldn't sit here and not warn someone if there was even a chance of someone drugging women. I took my phone from my pocket and checked the university's site for the security number. I could block my number and call to leave an anonymous tip. It wasn't like they would take the time to try to track me down after that. I held the phone up to my ear and closed my eyes. West Penn campus security, a calm female voice answered. The Alpha Gamma Nu house is hosting a party, and I think there is someone there putting roofies and drinks. I expected her to gasp or freak out, but she stayed just as calm as before. I understand. Do you know of a victim? Yes, but I'd like to stay anonymous. I understand. I will call for a security team to check on the party. We appreciate your help keeping our campus safe. I hung up without responding. It was done. I reported it, and it was out of my hands now. Now what? I sighed. Some sites say that we should take her to the hospital and have her tested so they know what the drug is. He scratched his neck. Most of the drugs listed say that they'll leave her system within 12 hours and leave little to no symptoms. It doesn't really do damage unless she's using them recreationally. I wasn't the right person to make this decision. I needed Ethan. I called him again, but it went straight to voicemail. Where was he? Haley? I shook her shoulder, but she didn't move. We should take her. I didn't want to take any risks with her health. I bent down to pick her up, and she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. Reid? Haley. I was so relieved. We're going to take you to the hospital, okay? She shook her head as her eyes flew open. No. No hospitals. You should get tested to find out if you were drugged, I said. Benjamin stepped forward. We need to find out what's in your system and make sure you're okay. Panic filled her face. No, they'll tell my parents, and they'll come and take me home. I can't go. No one will call your parents if you don't want them to. You're over 18, Benjamin said. Her eyes filled with tears. No, please. I brushed away the tears on her cheeks. I wouldn't force her. She was awake and talking. I could wait it out. Okay. She relaxed just a bit. Please. I just need to sleep. I nodded. We'll stay here. As long as you don't get worse. She closed her eyes, and Benjamin moved around the room, appearing next to me again with a bottle of water. Drink some of this. Her eyes peeked open, and her arms lifted a few inches but fell back to the bed, so I took it from him and held it to her lips. She drank a few sips before giving a small shake of her head. Her eyes fell closed again. Her face went slack, and a few seconds later, her shoulders dropped onto Ethan's bed and her breathing evened out. I really hope this isn't a mistake, Benjamin whispered. Me too.
Chapter 15, Haley. Pain throbbed through my entire body. I could feel my heartbeat in my skull. I tried to lift my arm and nearly cried out from the shock of agony. I tried to open my eyes, but the dim light was too much. It stung and made my head feel like it was even closer to exploding. Okay, no moving. I would just lay here and die. I focused on breathing and staying calm. The more my mind woke up, the clearer I was able to think. I pushed past the immediate discomfort and tried to assess the rest of my body. I wiggled my toes and bent my hands into fists. Everything was accounted for, and I could move. That was a good sign. Where was I? I could feel a bed beneath me, but the sheets didn't feel right and there was a masculine scent.
Oh no.
Was I in some guy's bed? I gently moved my hands to touch my legs and stomach. My clothes were on. After counting to 3 to prepare myself, I opened my eyes a crack. A dorm room. Dark bedding and books on the desk next to me. I checked on the other bed and saw a sleeping figure. Male. Shirtless. My breath caught. Who was that? I studied the bulging muscles along his back and along the dip of the spine. He was big. Trim. Wide at the shoulders but not too tapered like a swimmer. I groaned. I knew that body type all too well. Hockey player. My eyes adjusted enough that I could look around. My face looked back at me from a picture on top of the dresser. Ethan. The scent. It was him. This was his bed. Which meant the person in the other bed was Reid. I glanced back, hoping I was wrong and Ethan had just slept there, but the back was missing the 3 freckles that formed a perfect triangle on his shoulder blade. That wasn't my brother. I fell back against the pillow. What happened last night? Why did I feel like I got hit by a train? It didn't matter. I needed to get to my room. I could take some medicine and shower and sleep through whatever flu this was. All I had to do was move. I closed my eyes and groaned, then rolled to my side so I could quietly drop my legs to the floor. My movements weren't as smooth as I hoped, and I stumbled a bit, reaching out to hold onto Ethan's bed so I didn't fall over. A horrible screech of worn metal filled the room. Reid shot up and stared at me. Haley? What are you doing? This was the last thing I wanted to do right now. I just wanted to get to my own bed. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. He slid off his bed and took a step toward me. I didn't think you would wake up for a while. What did that mean? I wanted to ask if he knew what happened and how I ended up here, but that would mean admitting I didn't remember, and that felt like a bad thing. How are you feeling? Okay, I said quickly. His eyes narrowed. Haley, I know that's not true. Tell me how you're really feeling. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't great, but now that I was up, I was pretty confident I could make it to my room. Do you remember what happened? He asked in a voice that nearly broke me. He sounded scared. I stared back at him, losing my internal fight to lie to him. No. He took another step toward me, reaching for my arm. I looked down at myself. The high-waisted jeans and red shirt were unexpected. I didn't own these. I blinked as flashes of the night before came into my mind. Dressing up with the girls. The party at the frat house. The one I wasn't supposed to go to. Dancing. A guy. Nothing after that. I touched my forehead. What? He put his hand on my shoulders. Someone gave you a roofie. You called me from the bathroom to come get you. Someone drugged me? I couldn't believe it. Not again. I think they slipped it into your water. You told me on the phone that was all you were drinking. I nodded. I remembered that. I didn't like drinking, especially around people I didn't know, so I followed Link's advice and got in the habit of filling a cup with water to make it look like I had a drink. Were you with anyone other than your friends? I leaned back against the bed and his hand slid down to my wrist, then he took my hands in his, not letting go. There was a group of guys. I started feeling a panic attack, so I went outside with Ella and 2 of the guys. She left, and it was just me and him, so I told him I wanted to go back inside. I started to feel anxious again, and it was too crowded. I shook my head. That's all I remember. Did he give you a drink? I was about to say no, but remembered the cup of water he offered me. I dropped my chin to my chest. Yes, but I watched him fill it from the tap. I don't know how he could have slipped something in. But I remembered it tasted off. Sweet. How could I have missed him putting something in? He pulled me into his arm, and I felt calm. He was safe. He came when I needed him. Haley, it's not your fault. You should be able to drink water without having to wonder if it's been tampered with. I'm so sorry. I called you? He nodded, bumping his chin against my head. You told me you locked yourself in the bathroom, and I went and got you. I wiped my face. So nothing happened? I was on the phone with you from the time you locked yourself in the bathroom until you passed out. There were only a few minutes between, and the door was still locked.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now? A little sore, and I have a pretty bad headache. That's what the internet said would happen. He sounded relieved, like my pain was a good thing. I wanted to take you to the hospital, but you told me not to. You said your parents would take you home if I did. He leaned back and looked into my eyes. Why would they do that? I wanted to hide or run. I didn't want to talk about this, especially not with him. Ethan only knew the bare minimum. I wanted it to stay in the past. Where's Ethan? I hoped he would catch the hint and move on. His shoulders dropped. I'm not sure. He called last night, asking if I'd seen you recently, and when I told him no, he hung up. I haven't been able to reach him since. That was strange. I'm trying to not worry, but he's usually pretty quick to respond to texts and almost always answers my calls. If he can't, he texts me to let me know when he can call me back. This is the longest his phone has been off. Should we be worried about him? I wasn't sure if his disappearing for the night was common or not. I'll give it until practice. If he doesn't show up, then I'll know something is wrong. That sounded better than panicking or running around campus looking for him. Not that I was in a state to do either. Do you remember who the guy was that you were with? His voice was calm, but I could see fury in his eyes. He told me his name was Jay. He lives in Granger Hall. He nodded once. Do you want to report him? Did I? My first instinct was to say no. It would be my word against his, and nothing really happened since I was able to get to the bathroom. We didn't have proof there was anything in my system since I refused to go to the hospital. He could claim I drank too much or was just sick. Then again, if he didn't get in trouble now, how many other women would he try this on? How long would it take for him to hurt someone else? I got lucky, but the next person might not. Could I handle having that on my conscience? Would it open a whole investigation? What if my name came out, and people knew I'd accused him? The anger and pain from last year returned as a low simmer in my gut. I hadn't been able to do anything then. Did I want to repeat that? Can I report him without him knowing? Like just give the police or security his name and let them do whatever they want with it? I'm not sure, but we can try. I called and gave an anonymous tip last night about the party and told them someone was drugging women. I don't know yet if anything came of that. He picked his phone up and typed something. Seconds later, it beeped and he checked the screen. Another friend was there and she said campus security arrived and broke it up around 2. That was about 30 minutes after I called. So, it worked? I was surprised they actually listened to him. I guess, unless there were other people that called and reported it. That gave me a tiny bit of hope. I guess I could give them his name and let them investigate. I don't want to be directly involved though. Okay. He dropped his eyes to the carpet but didn't ask why. I know I have no right to ask this of you. I'm not your brother. I'm barely even your friend. But please don't go back to that house. That place has a horrible reputation for a reason. Stuff like this happens all the time, and the guys there just let it happen. I know you were with friends, you were drinking water, you were doing everything right. It shouldn't have happened. It's not fair. But I've heard too many stories of things that happen there. Not to say every other party is safe, but, he trailed off. I crossed my arms, biting back my initial response. He was right. He wasn't my brother or close friend. He shouldn't tell me what to do or where I could go, but I could feel his concern. He was telling me because he cared. He proved that by coming to get me last night. He took care of me and even listened to my wishes about the hospital. I wasn't so immature or deviant that I would ignore his advice again. I shouldn't have gone last night. I didn't know where it was until we were walking up. I considered going back to the dorms, but I assumed I would be okay if I stuck with my friends. I sucked in a breath and let it out slowly. I won't go back. I promise. He met my gaze and gave me the smallest smile. Thanks. Did the girls know where I was? Were they worried? I couldn't remember if I said anything to them before going upstairs. Hopefully, they weren't panicking. Do you want me to walk you back to your dorm? He offered. It was kind of nice being in here with him. I felt safe, but there really wasn't a reason to hang out and he probably had things to do. Sure, thanks. I looked around for my shoes while he moved to his closet. I've got the number for the security line, too, if you want it. Okay. I found the platform sneakers I borrowed from Sadie and started to untie one. The doorknob made a scraping noise as it turned. I turned to Reid at the same time he looked to me, a second before Ethan came barreling inside. What's going on? He yelled, looking worn out and ruffled with messy hair and wrinkly clothes. Where have you been? I asked, eyeing him. He stared at me, and his shoulders dropped. Haley. You're okay. I nodded then looked at Reid. That got his attention to shift to his best friend. What did you do? Ethan shoved Reid hard into the open closet, causing Reid to fall into the clothes before sliding down. What's your problem? Ethan pointed at me. What happened to her? Why does she look like she's been through hell? He thought Reid had hurt me? What was he talking about? He had no idea what had been going on. He'd been ignoring my texts and calls. Blowing off his friends. He was the one that went missing and suddenly reappeared with his fists flying. For the first time ever, I was worried about my brother.
Chapter 16 Reid. What was wrong with him? Was he on drugs? Steroids? In my 3 years of knowing him, Ethan had never acted like this. He was the last to start a fight, off the ice at least. Plus, he was the one that up and disappeared when everyone needed him. I finally snapped while trying to pull myself up out of my clothes. Me? What about you? Where have you been? You disappeared and didn't answer when everyone was calling you. Now you're here shouting accusations when you look like you were doing something that's definitely going to get you in trouble with Coach. Ethan rubbed his face and dropped back against the opposite wall. Haley, you're okay? She nodded but stopped when she leaned forward and saw his eyes were closed. Yes, I'm fine. But you're not, I bit out. What is wrong with you? He fell back against the wall and slid until he was sitting down. I'm sorry. I'm just tired. Haley and I shared a look. There was a difference between sleep-deprived and insane, and he was clearly on one end of the spectrum. Where have you been? Haley asked, folding her arms over her stomach. I was out. He rubbed his face. Are you in trouble? I bent down until I was sitting in front of him. His eyes widened. What? No. It's nothing like that. I've just been really busy, and last night my phone died and I didn't have a charger. You didn't answer me. Haley's voice grew louder. Where were you? I was out, he repeated through a clenched jaw. Don't worry about it. No problem there. She huffed and turned around, pulling on her shoes. I'm sorry, Haley. What exactly happened? Ethan asked, his tone soft and pleading. She glanced at me then faced him. I went to a party, and a guy put something in my drink. I got to a bathroom and called you, but you didn't answer. Luckily, Reid came and got me before anything happened. Ethan stared at me, unblinking, before letting out a huge sigh and looking back at her. I'm so sorry, Haley. I should have been there for you. She shrugged one shoulder. I'm fine now. Are you sure? Do you want to go to the hospital or anything? He asked. No. I don't. Her tone was so sharp that I flinched. Ethan dropped his head and gave in. Okay. I'm leaving. She eyed him before sighing. I'll walk you home. I went to open the door when there was a knock. I hesitated, confused for a second before opening it. Jake was grinning at me with a duffel bag hanging from his shoulder. What are you doing here? I was too shocked to think of anything else. "Hey, nice to see you too." He patted my shoulder and walked past me into the room. "Oh cool, we're having a party." I closed the door and turned to see him offering his hand to Haley. "I'm Jake, the attractive Bayman brother," he said, and I immediately slapped him in the back of the head. "Shut up." Ethan got up and brushed his hands over his shirt in a feeble attempt to look less like a walking dumpster fire. "Hey man. It's been a while." They gave each other a hug, then Ethan gestured to Haley. "This is my sister, Haley." Jake's smile grew. "Wow, seems like you got all the looks in the family too." Her cheeks reddened, and I nearly kicked out his knees. Was I jealous of my 17-year-old brother? Yes. Was he better with women than me? Obviously. I'd never admit it to him for all the money in the world, but he really was better looking and more talented than me. It was annoying to say the least, especially since he didn't seem to have a humble bone in his body. Her laugh was enough to snap me from fantasizing about beating him up just to make him remember his place as the little brother. "And the charm and intelligence," she added. Jake put his hand over his heart. "I think I love you." "Simmer down, Romeo." I pushed him out of the way. "Go put your bag down, then you can tell me what you're doing here." Haley smiled. "I'll let you guys catch up." "I'll walk you back," Ethan offered. She nodded, and I stepped in front of her. "Let me know if you need anything." "Thanks." She hesitated before opening her arms and sliding them around my waist. It took me a half-second to react, and by the time I was hugging her back, she stepped back. "I'll see you later." I watched them walk out before turning to Jake. "What's going on?" His brows rose. "With me? What about that?" He waved his finger in my general area. "Are you hooking up with Ethan's sister?" I almost punched him. "No. I'm not." His eyes narrowed. "But you want to. Just one dead arm. It would be worth it." "What are you doing here?" I repeated. He sighed and sat on my bed. I needed to get away. I dropped my head and rubbed at my temples. "Please tell me Mom and Dad know where you are." "Not exactly." I sighed. "Of course not. Where do they think you are?" "My friend Liam's house." I crossed the room and sat at Ethan's desk. "What's going on?" "I just needed a break." "It's a 9-hour drive, Jake. You can't just take off like that." "It's only a 2-hour flight," he muttered. "You flew?" He stared down at his hands in his lap. "It was only like $200 for the weekend." I didn't want to know anything else. I felt like I was harboring a fugitive, and after last night, I was over my mental limit of rule breaking. "It's the middle of the season. You can't be here. My flight leaves tomorrow morning. I'll be back in time for practice." "What about school?" I countered. He shrugged. "I'll miss the first couple, but what does it even really matter at this point? I have 5 top universities looking at me. As long as I pass my classes, I'll get to have my pick of where to go." Again, the humility of this kid was astounding. This was what happened when you grew up knowing you were the superstar, golden child, wonder boy. It went straight to your head, and you didn't think you had to really work for anything. It was obnoxious that hockey came so naturally to him when we were younger, but now he was arrogant, and that would catch up to him at some point. Probably college when he was on a team of guys at his same level, and he got the reality check that he was not that special. It was harsh but true. Even if you can get an excused absence, don't you think Mom and Dad will figure it out? They always do. He huffed and fell back onto my bed, lying with his legs hanging over the edge. "You know how they are." I couldn't take it anymore. I knew exactly what he meant. It was easier to avoid them being here where I had the option to ignore their calls, but I remembered what it was like living at home. They took helicopter parenting to the extreme. They were still controlling my life, to some degree. Yeah, I get it. I kicked my feet up on my desk. "Tell me what's going on." I'm passing my classes, but just barely. Dad emailed my teachers for my grades and freaked out at me. I'm staying above the minimum for any scholarship, but he doesn't think that's good enough. He wants me to pull all my grades up to a B average, but he doesn't understand how hard that is for me. It was like déjà vu listening to him complain about the same thing I'd gone through my junior and senior years. It was a constant clash of wills in my house. I should have been there for Jake. I knew better than anyone what it was like, yet when was the time I checked in? When was the last time I sent him more than a meme or a good luck text? I was still fighting my own battle with my parents, but I should have been more of an advocate for him. I'm sorry. I want to tell you it gets better, but they're still trying to control everything I do. He huffed and rolled over, bringing his legs up on the bed so he could see me. It's like nothing I do is good enough. It doesn't matter that Harvard, Notre Dame, and Madison are looking at me. Coach even mentioned that he's received interest from some NHL teams. Like I could enter the draft next year, but all Dad cares about is my history paper or chemistry test. When will I ever need to know the atomic weight of hydrogen? When? I couldn't argue with him. None of his thoughts were things I hadn't said to myself at some point. He just doesn't understand that I'm not him. I don't think like him. My brain doesn't work the way his does. He's so smart, and school came easily to him. He can't wrap his head around the fact that we're different. I learn differently. I don't get math and science concepts right off the bat. I have to work so hard and spend so much time studying just to get a B, and it's not worth it. Not when I have practice 6 days a week, plus games, plus trying to work in time to eat and sleep. Being at school for 6 or 7 hours is a waste. All the other guys on the traveling team only go 4 hours a day because their parents have them set up on a special program with school. My school will do that too. They count a certain level of competitive sports as credit. There was a girl that did diving and went to the Olympics, and she got a special schedule to make sure she could fit in training. But Dad doesn't want hockey to affect my learning. Once he was finished, I lowered my feet to the ground and leaned toward him. I've been exactly where you are. I know what you're going through. I had the same struggles. I'm not book smart either. I have to get help from the tutors and labs to pass my classes now. My teachers are really understanding about the hockey schedule, so at least I can tell you things will get better. You just have to stick it out. It's your last year. He rolled his head toward the ceiling. It sucks. It really did. Why did I let them still control me? They weren't paying for school. I didn't have a car, so they weren't holding that over my head. They were my parents. I was taught to respect them. Listen to them. They knew best. But did they really? Did they truly know what was best for me? Neither of them were athletes. They didn't really appreciate what Jake and I were going through. How much pressure was on us from our team and coaches? Plus, the expectations we put on ourselves. Maybe it was time to stand up to them. It might not make much of a difference for me, but I could stop the cycle for Jake. Want to go to my practice? He shot up. Can I join? I shrugged. It wasn't unheard of, but I'd need to get permission. Bring your stuff just in case. He hopped off the bed and followed me out of the room with more excitement than I'd seen from him in a while. When we got to the arena, I directed him to the locker room while I went to Coach Weston's office. The door was closed, so I knocked gently. "Come in," his deep voice called. I stepped in and shut the door behind me. He glanced up from the iPad he was looking at and waved for me to sit. "What do you need, Bayman?" "2 things." I decided to start with my brother as if that would soften the blow of telling him about the party. He couldn't get too mad at me if he knew my little brother was around, right? First, my brother is here for the weekend, and I was wondering if he could join us in practice. His eyes met mine and an eyebrow rose. Has he decided where he's going next year? I shook my head. He's got several schools interested, and he just told me some NHL scouts are looking at him too. He seemed pleased. Good for him. Yeah, have him change out. He can borrow whatever he needs from the equipment room. He paused, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Should I take it easy on him or show him what a college practice is like? I chuckled. I think he wants the real experience. Sounds good. He tapped on the screen, then looked back up at me. And the second thing? I swallowed. There was an incident last night. He pinched the bridge of his nose. How much damage? None, I rushed out. That I know of, and there really shouldn't be. What happened? A friend of mine was at a party, and we think someone slipped something into her drink. She was able to get to a bathroom and call me before passing out. I went to the house, carried her out, and took her to her dorm. Tiny lie at the end, but it wasn't the important part. You didn't drink? His eyes rose to meet mine. No, sir. I was in and out of the house in less than 5 minutes. Just long enough to find to her and get help carrying her out. He nodded. Thank you for telling me. I'm not going to fault you for helping a friend, especially in a situation like that. It's sickening things like that happen. Relief washed over me. He understood and wasn't going to suspend me. I'll let you know if we get word about anything having to do with you, but it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you. I started to stand when he spoke again. And your friend, is she okay? I nodded. Yeah, luckily she woke up this morning with just a headache. I'm glad to hear that, and that you're someone trustworthy enough that she would call you in her time of need. That was high praise from him, and I gave him a tight smile before leaving. I was only a few feet from the office when I heard yelling. I ran toward the noise and found Ethan on top of Garrett, a junior right wing, on the ground. He was swinging his fists into Garrett's face while a few guys stood around watching. I found Jake, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Ethan! I screamed at him to stop. He hesitated for a second before landing another punch. Stay away from her. I tackled him, rolling both of us away from Garrett before he could hit him again. What's the matter with you? I growled, keeping him in a headlock with my legs wrapped around him to hold him in place. He thrashed for several seconds before his body relaxed and his breath came out in ragged huffs. I rolled him off me, keeping my knees on his chest and stomach. What's going on? Benjamin yelled behind me. Matt, help Garrett get to the trainer's office. Becker, grab towels and start cleaning up. Reid, tell me what happened. I turned my head just enough to see him. I have no idea. I came in, and Ethan was beating the crap out of Garrett. Jake shifted toward me. Garrett said something about seeing Haley and how hot she looked. And that someone needs to, he hesitated. Get with her. I had a feeling he was softening the words for Ethan's sake. Let me go, he screamed from under me. I'm going to kill him. I shifted so more of my weight was over him. Bayman. Clarkson. Cruz. Coach Weston's voice bellowed in the room. My office. Now.
Chapter 17, Haley. My heart thudded in my chest. After everything that had happened in the last 24 hours, I was pretty sure I was reaching my limit. My body was going to give out soon. Ethan was silent when we walked me to my door earlier. I thought I was off the hook, but it seemed like he was just waiting to boil over. I can't believe you would be so stupid. Ethan roared at me while he stomped around the quiet courtyard. He was usually too tired after practice to do anything but eat and sleep, but he found enough energy to scream at me. This was too much. I wasn't stupid. I made a mistake. I wasn't paying close enough attention. I'd been in the middle of working through a panic attack. I was overwhelmed and couldn't think clearly when all I wanted was to get back to my friends. You're an embarrassment to me, our parents, and yourself. His words were another slap in the face. I should call them and tell them you need to go home. You clearly can't take care of yourself and need supervision. Ethan, no. Please don't do that. I clutched at the edge of the table in front of me. It was my worst nightmare coming true. If he told them what happened, they would be on the next flight here to pack me up and drive me home. I shouldn't have answered his call. I shouldn't have met him. He was clearly upset, and I didn't think it was entirely about me and what happened. Something else was going on, and he was taking it out on me. Why not? You were drugged. Who knows what would have happened to you if Reid hadn't gotten there? He marched a path in front of me. Didn't he hear all the flaws in his blaming me? I was drugged. I didn't purposely or willfully take anything. It was entirely Jay's fault. You're victim blaming, I retorted. I know I shouldn't have gone to that party, but someone violated me when they took my choice away and put something in my drink. I am lucky I was able to get somewhere safe, and even luckier that I remembered Reid's number, and not just yours because you weren't there to help me. My voice rose, but I didn't care. If we gained an audience, it would look bad for him, not me. You know better. You should have left. You shouldn't have even put yourself in that position. He stopped moving and rubbed his face. People saw you. They think you're easy now. They think you're this mess that parties too hard and is looking for the wrong kind of attention. Was he right? Did people think that about me? How could news spread so fast? I didn't believe him. He was just upset and telling lies. Was last year not enough? Did you not learn anything? That was it. That was too far. I stood, squaring off against him. How dare you? I ground out each word. Don't you ever throw that in my face. His eyes flashed with regret, but he was too worked up to stop now. You need to think about your actions and the consequences. I rolled my shoulders back. You mean, how my actions might affect you? He straightened to his full height, looking down his nose at me. Yes. Exactly. My reputation matters. What people think about me matters. I won't let you screw that up for me. I shoved at his chest, but he didn't move. Not everything is about you. It's my life, Ethan. You can't even stop for 5 seconds to realize how that night made me feel. How terrified I was. How hard it was to think straight long enough to find a phone and call you for help. Only you didn't answer. The one time in my life that I needed you. My voice broke. And you weren't there. He stepped back and lowered his head. I'm sorry. That was it. Still no explanation. I didn't care anymore. If he was doing something he shouldn't, it wasn't my problem. He made it clear I was on my own, and as far as I was concerned, so was he. I huffed out a laugh. No, you're not. I turned and walked away from him before he could find another thing to blame me for. Something was clearly wrong with him, but it wasn't my problem. He could sort it out without using me as his personal punching bag. He was used to our family giving in to his demands and always putting him and his needs first. Not anymore. I was done. I left him behind and hurried down the curved pathway toward the closest cafe. It was late afternoon and I didn't have anywhere to be, and it was the first place that came to mind. Having a destination helped focus on my mind on something other than the rage boiling within me. Ethan and I didn't always get along. We'd never been the type of siblings that were best friends, but we always had each other's backs when it was necessary. If we needed to join forces as a team against our parents or convince them to agree with us. We weren't close, but I always thought he would be there for me when I needed him. Part of my heart had shattered when I finally accepted this morning that things had changed, and that was no longer the case. We were two separate people that happened to share parents and a last name. There was a long line out the door for the cafe, but I didn't have anywhere else to be, so I quietly stepped in and folded my arms. I wanted to give in to the pain in my chest and break down, but he wasn't worth it. He wasn't crying over me. I knew that for a fact, so I wouldn't waste the emotional drain and headache that would surely come after. I didn't see the girls earlier, but they'd texted me, asking where I'd disappeared to. I let them know my suspicions that Jay drugged me and that a friend came and picked me up and promised to catch them up next time we were all together. The line moved quickly, and I ordered a caramel latte before moving to the side and waiting. When the barista called my name, I took my cup and headed for the door. Someone stepped in my path, blocking me from the exit. I lifted my head and gasped. Jay. Hi, Haley. He grinned and brushed a strand of hair over my shoulder. I didn't get a chance to say
Bye.
to you last night. I shifted out of his reach. Excuse me. His smile grew but didn't reach his eyes. How hadn't I noticed how dead they were? We can go somewhere else if you want. You came all this way to see me. I glanced around and realized I was at the cafe closest to Granger Hall. I didn't even think about that on my way over. I should have been avoiding this area entirely, but I wasn't in my right mind. He took my free hand and tugged me into a corner of the small shop where 2 chairs were empty. I pulled my hand free and started to turn, but he inserted himself between me and the chair, trapping me in the corner. His face held that creepy smile. I looked around for someone to help me. No one paid us any attention. The closest person was about 10 feet away, too far to overhear us. Look, I'm sorry if I came on too strong last night. He leaned against the wall, relaxing his expression into one of casual confidence. I really liked getting to know you, and you kind of just disappeared, so I didn't get a chance to get your number. Why was he acting like this was normal? For a moment I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. Did he really hand me a drink? Was it him or someone else that drugged me? What if someone slipped something into it without him knowing? No. I could tell there was something off about him in the light of day. Every instinct was screaming at me to get away. I owed him nothing. I didn't need to stand here and let him talk to me. I wasn't weak. I wasn't at his mercy. I'm not interested, I stated as clearly as possible before stepping around another chair and hurrying to the exit. Haley, wait up. He followed me. I looked to the line, hoping at least one of them was paying attention. A guy that looked vaguely familiar noticed me, and his eyes darted to Jay. Hey. He put his arm around my shoulders. There you are. I thought you were going to wait for me. My initial reaction was to pull away, but then my brain caught up with his words. He was pretending to know me. Right, sorry. You weren't here, and I didn't know if I would have time to get my drink before my next class. He smiled, and it lit up his eyes. No problem. Who's this? Jay asked me. I slipped my arm around the stranger's waist. Simon. He offered his hand, but Jay just eyed us. My boyfriend, I added. Jay's brows shot up. You didn't act like you had a boyfriend last night. I wasn't sure if he was trying to cause drama or poke holes in our story, but Simon didn't flinch. Oh, this was the guy giving you problems? I met his eyes and nodded, ready to hug him for picking up on things so quickly.
Yeah.
She called me and said she was uncomfortable, so I picked her up. She was really upset that someone ruined the girls' night out. His voice grew a bit threatening. Jay held up his hands. Whatever, man. She was flirting with me and all over me. If you want that trash, you can have her. He shoved past us and hit the door so hard it swung out and hit the wall with a crack. I stepped away from Simon and let out a sigh. Thank you so much. He nodded, his eyes full of concern. I noticed how uncomfortable you looked over there, then heard you say you weren't interested. I didn't like that he started following you, so I stepped in. I really appreciate it. He wasn't taking no for an answer. I was almost shaking now. Adrenaline had kept me alert during the whole altercation, but now I was burned out. I'm glad I could help. I hate seeing guys put girls in bad situations. You look familiar. I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. We're in the same biology class, he explained. I nodded. Right, yes. Sorry, my brain is kind of foggy. He looked me over. Do you want me to walk you anywhere? It doesn't have to be your dorm if you don't want me to know where you live. I can take you to meet up with friends or something. He was so thoughtful, and I was tempted to take him up on his offer, but he'd already done enough for me. That's okay, but thanks for offering. I don't think he'll be bothering me anymore. He nodded once. If you're sure.
Yeah.
I'll see you later. I hesitated. Thank you again. He smiled. No problem. See you in class. I was nervous Jay would be waiting for me outside, but he was nowhere to be seen, so I hurried across campus toward my dorm. I kept my head up, paying attention to my surroundings even though it was still busy with students milling around. I was hoping to run into one of the girls or even my political science group, but didn't see any familiar faces on my way. I could see the dining building when I heard my name called. It was a male voice I didn't recognize, and I was tempted to ignore it but turned my head just enough in the direction to see Reid and his little brother, walking on the path parallel to mine. It must have been Jake that called out. I waved, and we continued on the sidewalks as they merged together. Hi, guys. Reid eyed me, and Jake grinned. Are you okay? Reid asked. Of course, he could tell something was wrong. He seemed to have an uncanny ability to sense my emotions. I shrugged. I've had better days. Jake chuckled. I feel you. I thought I was in shape, but one practice with the team, and I'm pretty sure my legs are going to fall off. I'm not sure how I'm even walking right now. I laughed. So are you guys heading in? We're actually going to grab an early dinner, Reid answered. Do you want to come? I glanced at Jake. I didn't want to invade their brother time.
Oh no.
You should come. I want to hear stories about Reid, and I've plenty of dirt on him to share. Jake wagged his brows. I don't think I started to answer. Please come, Reid interrupted. One look into his eyes was all it took. He wanted me there, and I couldn't tell him no, even if everything in me was screaming this was a bad idea. I was only going to end up hurt.
Chapter 18 Reid. Jake knocked his foot against mine for the 10th time. His eyes bounced between me and Haley, watching us with a bemused expression, his chin resting on his hand. I wanted to kick him under the table, or at least shove his leg away from me. He was sitting next to me in the booth, and if he didn't stop, I was pretty sure Haley would catch on. I swear, I don't have any other stories. You walked in on one of the only ones. Haley laid her spoon on the edge of her soup bowl. Come on. I've told you about his boy band phase and pet rocks. Jake chuckled. You've got to have something else. I wasn't enjoying this conversation. Jake told her all about how I'd like to dress up as my favorite boy bands and learn their choreography during my limited downtime. It was embarrassing, but my 10-year-old logic was sound. If all the girls my age were in love with them, then if I could act like them, the girls would love me. It should have been a flawless plan, but apparently, the singing and talent were major contributors to their attractiveness. And the pet rocks were really more a reflection of my parents than me. They didn't think Jake and I could handle the responsibility of a real pet, so they glued googly eyes on rocks and told me if I could take care of them for a year, I could get a real pet. I'm still not sure what they expected me to do with rocks, but I never got a live animal, so I must have fallen short. I'm sorry. I'm new here. We haven't really had that many experiences together, she said with a wide smile. Was she thinking about our first meeting? The perfect kiss? I wished I didn't think about it as much as I did. There was something going on with Ethan. I knew that, and it was a major reason why the voice in my head was screaming at me not to push things with Haley. He had enough going on without me going behind his back to date her. Not with the scene he caused at practice. You slept in his room last night. Doesn't that mean you're close? He asked, looking at me even though the question was directed to her. That was an extenuating circumstance. She pushed the bowl away and poked her fork at her salad. What do you mean? He pressed. I'd told him not to bring up last night, but he wasn't one to follow instructions. Her eyes flickered to mine, and she sighed. I got into a bad position at a party. I tried to call my brother, but he didn't answer, so I called Reid. He came and got me, and I stayed with him. Jake's eyes narrowed. Did someone hurt you? She shook her head, lowering her spoon. No, but he tried to. I expected a joke or sarcastic comment from my brother, but he just looked concerned. Are you okay? Yeah. She forced a smile. Thanks to Reid, I was able to get out of there before anything happened. He turned to me and gave me a surprised look, then slowly smiled. That's good that he was there. I nodded and looked back to Haley. How are you feeling? She hesitated. She'd been off since we ran into her, and I wanted to directly ask her what was going on but didn't want to push her in front of Jake. If she needed to hold back, I'd let her. Fine, the headache is gone. She sighed. Sorry, I'm a little rattled. I ran into that guy before I saw you. I leaned forward. The guy from last night? Yeah. Her eyes dropped. He cornered me in a cafe by his dorm. I told him I wasn't interested, but he wasn't listening. A guy from my bio class saw us and intervened. He pretended to be my boyfriend, and that seemed to scare him off. I hated the idea of some stranger even pretending to be her boyfriend, but I was grateful he helped her. It's so stupid that it takes another guy telling him no for him to get it. Jake scowled. He should have left you alone when you told him no. Her sad eyes met his. Yeah, he should have. I'm just glad that there are guys out there that look out for women, whether or not they know them. Me too, I agreed. What are you studying? Jake asked, changing the topic. She finished chewing and swallowing. I'm still working on my generals. At first, I thought I wanted to do something practical like business or accounting, but I hate math way too much. Jake laughed. Me too. I have no idea how you're doing it, on top of hockey, Haley said to me. I shrugged one shoulder. It's not my passion, but most of it comes fairly easily to me. I do struggle with some of the math classes though. Do you think you want to move back to Minnesota when you're done? Jake asked, and I shot a look at him. How do you know where she's from? That wasn't something we discussed. Because I know where Ethan's from, he retorted like he was pretty sure I was losing my mind. Haley shook her head. If I end up back there, I wouldn't hate it, but it's not on my to-do list. I don't know where I'll end up. His smile grew. Huh, sounds like the perfect hockey wife. You never know where you'll end up with contracts and trades. He tapped his foot against my ankle, and I nearly shoved him out of the booth. She just laughed. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm okay with that. I always knew that would be Ethan's reality, so I guess I just assumed the same. Well, you're going to end up with a player, so it makes sense. He leaned back with a cocky grin. I glared at him. What was wrong with him? Oh really? Do you know something I don't? She teased. Yeah, you're going to marry me and, obviously, I'm first-round draft material, so we'll be moving somewhere in the next few years. She laughed so hard she covered her mouth as her eyes watered. You're smooth. I shook my head and debated calling my mom and shoving the phone at him. That would be decent payback for this moment. He leaned forward and winked. Look, I know who your options are right now, and all I can say is that it would be worth it for you to wait. I rolled my eyes then realized he wasn't exactly wrong. She was only 2 years older than him. It wouldn't be that weird for them to date once he graduated. No. My brain couldn't handle that. I wanted to think of her as mine, but that wasn't true. I don't know. They're not all bad, she countered, and I caught her watching me just before she looked away. What did that mean? I nearly shouted the words at her but stayed calm while my heart raced in my chest. Another knock on my ankle, and this time I couldn't stop myself. I kicked him back as hard as I could, and he yipped before bending over, rubbing the spot. Haley watched him with concern. Are you okay? He cringed and sat back. Yeah, just hit the bar there. She frowned. Oh no. Do you need ice? He's fine, I bit out. Haley's eyes darted to the other side of the large room. Her frown deepened as she gathered her trash onto her tray. I've got to go. It was really nice to get to know you, Jake. I hope I'll see you again soon. My brother blushed and stood up to give her a hug before she gave me a small wave and hurried to the exit. Then he took her spot across from me. What was that about? Jake asked, watching her leave. She just took off. I wasn't sure until I studied the entrance and realized Ethan had just walked in with Matt. I let out a heavy breath. She's avoiding her brother. Jake searched the room and found him. Oh. Something's going on with them? Yeah. More than just him freaking out over a guy saying she's hot, he asked. I really hated that he'd seen the fight at practice. Not exactly the best impression of the team, but it was reality. We didn't always get along. Yeah, there's been something going on since she got here. Probably before. Jake narrowed his eyes as we watched Ethan move through the line. I wonder what it is. She shouldn't feel like she has to leave a room whenever he enters. I nodded. There had been tension this morning, but something must have happened since then. The next time we were alone, I would ask him. It wasn't the time or place to confront him, even though I was dying to know what happened as much as Jake. Are you going to tell him how you feel? Jake asked suddenly. I blinked and stared at him. Tell who about what? He cocked his head and looked at me like he didn't believe I could actually be this dense. Tell Ethan you're in love with his sister. I scoffed. I'm not in love with her. You are. At least you're falling for her. I tried to deny it, but he just shook his head. Dude. I'm your brother. I can read you better than anyone else in the world. Not that you made it very difficult. You're different around her. You gravitate toward her, and when she's around, you can't take your eyes off her. Plus, you risked pretty much everything by going to that party to rescue her. You could have called someone else, like the police or campus security or something, but you ran to her. That makes it pretty obvious that you care for her more than just as your best friend's sister. I narrowed my eyes. Don't say a word around him. He crossed his arms. You can't let him control you. Or her. I rubbed a hand over my face. It's not just that. I have a lot going on this year. I don't think I could handle dating too. You're listing off excuses. He shot me a disapproving look. You're scared, but isn't she worth it? Of course, she was worth it. I was willing to give it all up for the chance to be with her, but that wasn't fair. It wasn't just about me. If I screwed up this season by igniting a dumpster fire of drama with the team, it wouldn't just affect me. All the seniors could end up paying for it. You're letting fear control you. The truth is, you don't know what will happen until you take action. You think of every worst-case scenario when in reality, I'm sure Ethan would get over it and the rest of the guys wouldn't even care. Sure, you'll need to manage your time better so you can see her, but it's not like you don't have any spare time. When did he become the wise, mature one? It was freaking me out. You know, you could listen to your own advice. His eyes dropped to the table. What do you mean? You're letting fear of disappointing our parents control you. If you're really so miserable that you have to run away, then it's time to talk to them. You know they won't listen, he grumbled. I sighed. I know they aren't the most open-minded. They have ideas of what they want for each of us, but in a few months, you'll be on a full ride somewhere. They won't have control over your life anymore. You can make the choices you need to get to where you want to be. So you can either keep your head down and suffer in silence, or let them know that the pressure they're putting on you is damaging. Maybe ask your coach to come over and talk to them. That's something I never did, and I wonder if it would have made a difference. Hearing from someone else, someone that's an expert in the field, explaining how talented you are and the potential you have to play professionally, might change their minds. He didn't speak for a moment but finally met my eyes and nodded. Fine. I'll do it. He paused and a smirk tugged on his lips. If you talk to Ethan. Before I could reply, a voice spoke behind us. Talk to me about what? I glared at Jake, and he smiled at the guys. Hey, guys, feel free to join us. Matt and Ethan sat down, and I fought against every instinct in my body to pummel my irritating little brother to the ground like I did when we were kids. What's going on? Ethan asked while opening a ketchup packet. Jake widened his eyes, but Matt was oblivious to the tension at the table. Yeah, I was going to kill my brother later.
Chapter 19, Haley. The girls and I took a study break to get dinner on Wednesday night. We'd been doing homework in Ella's room for 3 straight hours before Crystal complained that her stomach was growling. Sadie linked her arm around mine as we crossed the courtyard toward the dining hall. Should we go to the football game on Saturday? I shrugged, but Cassie let out a dramatic sigh. We can. I'm not really into football players though. We wouldn't be going for them, Cass. They're on the field, not mingling with the crowd. Sadie laughed. I know, they're just not as much fun to watch, she defended herself. We'll go to every basketball game when the season starts, don't worry. Ella nudged her and winked at me. She has a thing for freakishly tall men. Cassie rolled her eyes. No, I just like looking at their arms. All the other sports cover up the goods. I laughed with them. What about the hockey game tomorrow night? Ella pointed to a life-size poster of the team next to the pathway. I heard they're doing really well this year. I tightened my jaw. I hadn't been to a game and wasn't planning on attending, no matter how tempted I was to see Reid play. Besides, if Cassie liked seeing skin, hockey was the last thing she would be into. You could barely even see the players' faces, let alone their physique. Ethan Clarkson. Sadie read the name at the bottom of my brother's action shot. His helmet was off, and his face was clearly posed with his brooding expression that he probably thought girls would find sexy. I rolled my eyes. Are you guys related? She asked. I swallowed. I really didn't want to lie to them, but I didn't want things to change between all of us either. Maybe it wouldn't. They weren't really the Puck Bunny type. They probably wouldn't care.
Yeah,
That's my brother, I admitted. Ella's brows shot up. You never told us your brother went here. I shrugged. I didn't really want to be known as his little sister. That's been my entire life, and I wanted to be my own person here. Sadie narrowed her eyes. If you wanted to be your own person, why did you transfer to his school? Crystal elbowed her in the ribs. Stop, she whispered. I eyed them, suspicion building in my gut. I'm just curious, Sadie pressed. You never did tell us why you moved here, Ella added. At least, not the full story. And I wasn't going to unpack all of that here, in the middle of campus. Is that why Reid Bayman came and got you from the party? Sadie asked. What? I stuttered. I never told them all of the details of what happened at the party. Just that Jay drugged my drink and I called a friend to come get me. A bunch of people saw him carrying you out, Sadie challenged. Why didn't you just tell us? I looked at Ella, Cassie, and Crystal. They all knew and hadn't said anything? Were they waiting for me to tell them or just waiting for the right moment to gang up on me? Why are you keeping a whole part of yourself a secret? Crystal asked quietly. She seemed hurt, and I wasn't sure what to say to make her, or any of them, understand. Did you think we would use you? Cassie asked before dropping her eyes to the ground. Guys, no. It's just a really hard thing for me to talk about. I really didn't want to be having this discussion out in the open when there were so many other students out walking to dinner and the dorms. I thought we were close. Ella's voice dropped. This was a setup. I could feel it now. They planned this. Planned to walk by this poster just so they could bring it up. Did they even want to go to the football game, or was that just Sadie's way of making the transition feel natural? I felt stuck. Boxed in and cornered. I knew my reaction was over the top and that not wanting Ethan as a known part of my life might seem weird to them, but they didn't know the full story. That was my fault too. I never told them. My shoulders fell. Is it wrong that I wanted a fresh start? That I wanted to move to a place where no one knew me or my past or my family so I could be my own person? I didn't tell you guys things because it's painful and I've been trying to move on. I don't want to live with the reminders of what happened. I liked that with you guys, I could be myself. There were no expectations or assumptions. I sighed. It's not like I know everything about any of you guys. We're still getting to know each other, and eventually, I would have told you guys about my brother, but for once in my life, I wanted to just be me. Not Ethan Clarkson's little sister. If that's what you wanted, why move here? Sadie asked again. I snapped. Because it was my only option. Or the only one I could live with. It was either move back home and go to a local college or transfer here where Ethan would be close by if I needed him. Not that he'd been there when I really did need his help. Ella and Cassie had the decency to look uncomfortable. Sadie was still watching me through narrowed eyes, but Crystal stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have ambushed you like this. I pulled out of her embrace and looked at each of them. This was planned. She nodded, confirming what I'd suspected, and it was a punch straight through my heart. Why? I asked. Why was it so important to get me to admit that Ethan is my brother? They all shared a look. And Sadie rubbed her arm, finally looking embarrassed. This couldn't be happening again. Not with them. I thought they were really my friends. That they were genuinely interested in getting to know me. Not just used me. You what? Want me to set one of you up with him? Introduce you all to the team? Cassie and Sadie shared a flicker of a glance, and I knew. That's it, isn't it? I wanted to break down and cry. How long? Ella was the only one to respond. How long what? How long have you guys known? How long has this been the plan? Sadie stared at the ground. I knew when you moved in. The RA told me. I huffed and shook my head. So, this whole time? Was it just luck that I came out and asked to hang out with you? We were going to invite you that night, actually, she admitted. I extended my finger and pointed around our circle. So, this has all been fake. You were just using me to get to him? Crystal and Ella shook their heads, but Cassie looked guilty. It might have started out like that, but we all really like you. We are your friends, Sadie protested. I couldn't believe it. No matter what I did, it always came back to my brother. I've got to go. I turned and walked away, ignoring their calls. There wasn't anything they could say to take this back or make it better. They destroyed my trust and admitted to using me. There was no coming back from that. I didn't have a plan or destination in mind as I walked. All that mattered was putting space between me and the girls I'd called my friends. As I passed my dorms, Ethan and Reid's building appeared, and I stopped, debating if it was worth the risk of seeing him. The last thing I needed was to give Ethan another opportunity to tell me how stupid I was. Then again, there was a chance Reid would be home. I could call him and find out where he was exactly, but that felt too intentional. As if knocking on his door wasn't. But it was less risky. If no one answered, then there would be no proof I was ever there. No missed call notification letting him know I tried. My feet took me there before I consciously made the decision to go. I waited in the elevator next to a guy I didn't recognize and got off alone. The hall was quiet, especially for this time of night. I stopped in front of their door and knocked twice. There was no noise, no feet hitting the floor after jumping off the bed. No chair scraping the floor. I was about to turn around when the door swung open and Reid stood there, shirtless. His grin dropped when he saw me. Haley? Are you okay? How many times had he been there when I was on the verge of breaking down? He probably thought I was a basket case. I shook my head, and he opened the door wider and let me in. I went straight for his desk, pulled the chair out, and sat while he went to his small closet and took out a shirt. The perfect view of his defined abs lasted mere seconds, but the image would forever be ingrained in my brain. I wasn't sure I could talk to him now. All I could think about was the line on his back and stomach. Long, lean muscles were proof of his dedication to his sport. Before I could start drooling, he took Ethan's chair and sat next to me, fully clothed. Unfortunately. What's going on? What could I say? My friends hurt my feelings, and my first instinct was to come to you? When I'm sad or angry or lonely, you're the one I want to talk to. I'm happier when I'm with you. You make me feel like it's okay to just be me. You make me feel like I'm enough. I wanted to say all those things, but I was already too vulnerable to risk getting rejected. The girls I've been hanging out with, I pursed my lips, not quite knowing what to say. Did something happen? He asked as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I found out that they knew who my brother was this whole time. They've been waiting for me to introduce them to the team. The night I asked to hang out with them, they were actually going to approach me, I just beat them to it. He sucked in a breath and let it out slowly. I'm sorry, Haley. That sucks. I nodded. It really does. Even though he wasn't offering sage words of advice or trying to comfort me, his understanding was everything I needed. He got why I was upset. He knew what it meant to me, and frankly, it did suck. I should probably say something cheesy like they don't deserve to be your friends if they don't see how wonderful you are, or to just forget about them. I don't think that's what you need to hear though. I haven't met them, but you seem to really get along with them. It might have started out under false pretenses, but maybe you should give them a chance to explain and apologize. I shrugged. It wasn't like I could ignore them forever. They were my neighbors. And a part of me didn't want to. They kept a secret from me, and I'd kept secrets from them. But that was different. My omission didn't hurt them. It didn't change my intentions. It didn't make them second-guess everything I ever said to them. I'm just so sick of Ethan affecting my life. He let out a single laugh.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. My eyes connected with his. You do? He nodded.
yeah.
Why don't we go get dinner, and we can talk about it? I don't really want to go to the dining hall. I cringed. Me either. Let's go off campus. He stood and offered me his hand. I took it, and he held it for a moment too long before letting go. There was something in his eyes I couldn't decipher. A flicker of heat? Wanting? Or was that my imagination? My own desires projecting? Even the possibility was enough to make my heart race as I followed him through the door.
Chapter 20 Reid. Walking next to Haley as we crossed the street toward the block of restaurants and shops felt like a prison break. I kept glancing over my shoulders, waiting for Ethan to pop up and catch us. We weren't doing anything wrong. I was just taking her to dinner to give her a break and some space to think about what she wanted to do next with her friends. I was watching out for her. Just like Ethan asked me to do. But wanting to reach out and take her hand? Not something I did with my friends. Is Italian okay? I asked, breaking the silence. Sure. She shot me a smile, and I led her under the red and white striped awning of the only Italian restaurant in the area. It was decent enough to satisfy the college crowd, but nothing to get too excited over. How many in your party? The hostess asked as soon as we entered. She looked about our age and was dressed in all black like she could have also been a waiter. Just 2, I answered. She pulled out menus. Great, follow me. She sat us in a booth toward the back of the room, granting us plenty of privacy. If this was a real date, I would have really appreciated it, but now I just felt awkward. Have you been here? I asked as soon as we were seated. Haley shook her head. No, I've only been to the pizza place and got to go from the Indian restaurant so far. Well, I want to say you're in for a treat, but honestly it's pretty average. She laughed, sounding lighter than she had in my room. It's kind of hard to mess up spaghetti. You would think that, but I've had some pretty bad attempts while traveling. That was part of the adventure with away games, finding local restaurants and gambling on whether or not the meal would be edible. What was the worst? She asked, not even looking at her menu. Not Italian, but we found a Mexican food restaurant in Maine that was pretty terrible. It was like they heard about it from someone whose cousin once tried a burrito. The ingredients were there, but the execution was just so far off. She laughed, letting her head drop back, and it was the most perfect sound in the world. I wanted to see her like this all the time. That sounds terrible. It was. Hi, Can I get you guys something to drink? The same girl who seated us stood next to our table with an order pad. I was right about her doubling up on duties. Just water, please, Haley said. Same. I smiled, and she turned and headed to the back. So, what was the best place you ever went to? That one was harder to decide on. It's either New York pizza, which tasted like something sent from heaven after a double overtime game, so I can't say for certain if it was the pizza or if I was just desperate for food. She giggled. Or this little hole in the wall, mom and pop run place in Michigan we found purely on accident. They had the best meatloaf I've ever had in my life. It's really upsetting though because none of the guys I was with can remember what it was called or where it was, so we've never been able to go back. It's turned into a legend on that team now. Really? It lives on? Oh yeah, the same coach is there and he tells them about it every year when they go to play that team, but it's never been found again. I have a feeling it shut down. Here are those waters. Our waitress set 2 glasses in front of us. Are you ready to order? Haley cringed. Sorry, I haven't even looked yet. Do you have any recommendations? She cocked her head and tapped her pen on the small notepad in her other hand. Most people order the spaghetti and meatballs or the chicken parm. Haley nodded. I think I'll go with the spaghetti and meatballs. I'll get the baked ziti with meatballs. I handed our untouched menus back to the waitress, and she gave us a smile. I'll get those right out. I leaned forward, feeling the need to be quiet even if we were basically alone. I'm really sorry about what happened with your friends. As the older brother, I've never had to worry about being known as someone's little brother, but I worry about Jake going through that. She took a sip of water before meeting my eyes. How does he handle it? I laughed. He doesn't have to worry about it. He's better than I was at his age, and if anyone compares him to me, it's usually to prove that point. She laughed. Good for him. I know. He deserves all the praise and attention he gets. He's got more natural talent than anyone I've met. Combine that with his work ethic, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be unstoppable once he's in college or the NHL. Once he has the chance to be with other players that are at his level to push him. Her eyes softened. I really like how you talk about him. I shrugged. He's a punk and makes some stupid decisions, like flying out here without telling anyone, but he's a good kid. The last time I spoke to Ethan, he called me stupid and said I was an embarrassment to him and our family. Oh, and myself of course. My jaw clenched. What was wrong with him? I knew something was going on and he was acting differently lately, but that was no excuse to talk to anyone, let alone his sister, like that. I can't believe that. Haley, I'm so sorry. She waved me off like it didn't matter, but I could clearly see the pain in her eyes. It's fine. It wasn't anything I haven't heard before. From who? How could anyone else say something so hurtful to her? Her chest rose and fell slowly. My parents. They were really that cruel to her. I couldn't believe it. I'd seen her parents around Ethan plenty of times over the years and they were nothing but doting and supportive. Did that not extend to Haley too? They've always preferred him. He's the golden child, while I'm the disappointment. Never in a million years would I ever have thought that about her. I might not know her backstory or her grades, but they couldn't be that terrible. My parents are hard on me, and even with Jake outperforming me, I don't think they would ever consider me a disappointment. I shook my head. No one should ever be made to feel like that. She nodded, staring down at her water like it had all the answers she needed. Oh, I said. Her eyes flicked up to mine. Oh? I just realized how much this situation must suck for you. When I heard you were transferring here, it made sense. Ethan was here, so of course you wanted to be closer. But you're not like me and Jake. You didn't come here to be near him. Her shoulders slumped. It was the lesser of two evils. I'd rather deal with him than living under the same roof as my parents. What a terrible position to be in, and by her own family. I wanted to jump over the table or shove it out of the way and pull her into my arms. I never thought about this side of my best friend. I knew his relationship with his parents was the opposite of mine, but hearing Haley talk about them made me realize we had strained relationships in common. I'm sorry. I know I don't have control over Ethan or what he says or does, but I really am sorry he said those things to you and hurt you. She opened her mouth, but I kept going. It feels like there are two sides to him. The one I see as his teammate and friend, then the one you see, and I hate that. He can be the most loyal and unwavering person. He's funny and goes out of his way to remember details about the guys. He makes everyone feel included. I wish that was the version you knew. But lately, he's been so distant. Something's wrong, but he won't talk to me. I have a feeling whatever he's dealing with is also why he's been lashing out at you so much. She rolled her bottom lip between her teeth. You think it's not just me being around? I shook my head. No. She sighed. I should probably try to talk to him and see if I can figure out what's going on. The fact that she would even consider talking to him again was incredible. After the terrible, hurtful things he'd said, I wouldn't blame her if she never wanted to see him again, but at the first mention of something being wrong, her reaction was to go to him. She was more than he deserved, especially right now. He might need that. I've tried, but I can't get him to open up. The only thing he's talking to me about lately is making sure the guys on the team stay away from you. Including you, she asked. I nodded. Does he know about the kiss? No, I admitted. What would he think if he knew we were together right now? I sighed. Well, you were upset, and I'm trying to make you feel better. Watching out for you. Like your own sister? The corner of her lips tugged into the smallest smile. Yeah. Just the thought of that made me nauseous. The last thing I wanted was to see her like that. She let out a humorless laugh and pushed her glass a few inches across the table. Just another way for him to try to control me. I clenched my fist under the table. I couldn't let her think I was listening to him. Haley, I've been trying to be a good friend and teammate. I would never want to hurt or betray him, but you're making that very hard. What? The word came out in a breath. The desire in her eyes mirrored my own, and it was all I needed to keep going. Since the first moment I saw you, I've been attracted to you. She smiled, and I returned it. We both know that at least. I've wanted to ask you out, but I didn't want to go behind his back. Not that I've done a great job at staying away. I can't help but be drawn to you. She licked her lips. I wanted to stay far away from Ethan and the team too. I've had more than enough hockey in my life, but I couldn't stay away from you either. I want to tell him. I rushed the words out. About us? If there is an us, yes. I waited for her to speak, and it felt like hours passed. I want there to be. I don't want the only times I see you to be when I'm upset or in trouble. I reached across the table, offering my hand, and she slowly lifted hers until our palms met and I interlaced our fingers. She nodded once, then met my gaze. Can we stop talking about him now? I chuckled and grinned. Of course. I want to know more about you. Like what? Her smile lit up her whole face, and I wanted to memorize this moment. Beach or mountains? I asked. Oh, definitely the beach. Same. I tried to think of another question when our waitress arrived with our meals and set the steaming plates in front of us. Thank you. She nodded and disappeared again. Okay, would you rather read a book or watch a movie? Book, they're always better. I laughed. But if you just watch the movie, you don't know the difference. She scrunched her nose. But you're missing so much. Fair. I lifted my glass and took another sip. Favorite childhood movie? Beauty and the Beast, she replied confidently. Really? She nodded. Have you seen The Beast's Library? That's all I wanted as a kid. I rolled my eyes. Of course. I should have thought of that. What's yours? she asked while cutting up a meatball. I love Toy Story. When I was little, I'd try to sneak into my room to see if my toys were alive. She chuckled. How'd that work out for you? They were sneaky. Her eyes twinkled in the dim light, and I couldn't stop staring. I took my first bite then swallowed. It was the first time I could actually taste the flavor since we sat down. Now that I wasn't wrapped up in nerves. This night was going better than I could have dreamed, but I still felt like there was something huge standing between us. Haley? What made you transfer to West Penn? Just like that, her face dropped, and she pulled away, curling her shoulders into herself. I hated seeing her shrink away like she was hiding. I never wanted her to feel like she had to do that around me. I'm not ready to tell you about that. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it told me more than her words did. She was hurt. Recovering. And I needed to be there for her. More than I ever could have imagined. Okay. I picked up my glass and took a drink, trying to act normal and make her comfortable enough to come back to me. She stared down at her lap, and after a few seconds she scooted back and sat up a bit straighter. Thank you. I felt like we were making so much progress, running forward together, only to slap into a brick wall. Would she ever let me in?
Chapter 21, Haley. I hurt him. I saw it in his eyes. We'd been laughing and flirting, and everything was so perfect until he asked the one thing I wasn't ready for. He carried on through the rest of dinner like things were fine, but we both knew that was a lie. He hugged me when he left me at the entrance to my dorm building, but it felt like a
Goodbye.
not the beginning of something more. We were so close. He told me he wanted me. I agreed. Why wasn't that enough for me? Would I ever be able to tell him? Or anyone? I hadn't said the words out loud in almost a year. I'd been able to lock the memory away and push it to the very back of my mind. Reid was asking for me to pull it back up and open up that box. It was too painful. Too humiliating. All the work I'd done to get to this point was at risk of being undone if I told him. Hours and hours of therapy were forgotten. The meditation and journaling to work through what happened felt like it was all for nothing. I couldn't tell him about it, and he was the person I trusted most here. I wasn't healed. I hadn't really worked through anything if I couldn't talk about it. I was letting him win. The control I thought I gained was all a facade. I was ignoring my problems, pretending like I'd overcome them, when all I was doing was hiding. I dragged my feet down the hall and stopped at my door, staring at the lock, not wanting to go in there to a dark, empty room. I glanced down at the girls' closed rooms. I needed friends. I needed someone to talk to about all of this. As if they could sense me, Ella and Sadie's door opened, and 4 heads popped out. Haley? Crystal called. Can we talk? My pride wanted me to walk straight into my room and block them out, but it wasn't what I really wanted. I'd hear them out and then decide whether or not to forgive them. I dropped my shoulders and closed the distance between us. They shifted back into the room, and I closed the door behind me. Thanks for coming. Sadie pointed to the end of her bed. You can sit if you want. I pulled myself up and leaned against the wall, keeping a distance between me and Cassie, who was leaning against the pillows. Ella and Crystal sat on her bed across the room, and Sadie took one of the desk chairs. She glanced around before speaking. I'm sorry about what happened. I cocked a brow. Are you sorry you used me or that you got caught? She ducked her head, and Cassie spoke up. It wasn't just her. I don't want you to put all the blame on her. The RA told us about you before you moved in. Although to be fair, she told everyone that Ethan Clarkson's little sister, Haley, is moving in. I cringed. So, I never even had a chance. The whole floor had known who I was before I even got here. I'm really sorry. Ella clutched a pillow against her chest. I think it looks more malicious than it really was since we let so much time pass. It wasn't like we were only interested in getting close to you for your brother.
Yeah.
I'll admit that we were interested in that, Crystal agreed. but we talked about wanting to invite you out after we saw you. You looked kind of sad and lonely, so we decided to try to get to know you. It just happened that you got to us first. So, you pitied me too? I bit out. No, that came out wrong. Crystal looked around for help. Oh, stop, Sadie spoke up. We wanted to reach out and be friends. Yes, you looked lonely, but we all saw ourselves in that same position last year. We recognized how you were feeling and wanted to be there for you. It didn't make sense to us, Cassie said. You're the little sister of one of the most popular guys on campus, yet you were always alone. We didn't get it. So there was added curiosity. How else are friendships supposed to start? There has to be some interest. Sadie shot me a look. Isn't that why you approached us? I gave in and nodded. We didn't bring up your brother because you never did. Ella leaned forward. Then, we got to know you, and we all clicked. That was real, Haley. I admit, I saw the poster and thought it would be a chance to bring up the topic. I didn't realize it was such a sore spot for you, but I should have. You didn't talk about him for a reason, and I should have respected that. Sadie said. We were curious about your brother and the team, but once we meet and hung out, we just wanted to know more about you. Cassie smiled softly. But we should have been more direct. I appreciated them telling me the truth, and it made sense that they were curious since they knew about my brother, but I never brought him up. I probably would have wanted an explanation too. I looked at each of them and could tell they were being honest. You asked why I came here if I didn't want to be in Ethan's shadow? They nodded. It was the better of two really bad options. I left my previous school, and my parents gave me an ultimatum that I could either stay at home and go to the local school or transfer to where my brother was. Crystal folded her legs under her. What's so bad about staying at home? I dropped my head. Did I want to get into this? Talking about it with Reid was hard enough. But I was trying to open up and trust them. If I couldn't share this, then what chance did we have at being real friends? They're really critical. They have some sort of unknown standard that they measure me against, and no matter what I do, I always come up short. Meanwhile, Ethan is the perfect child that can do no wrong. They give him anything and everything, and I'm usually stuck with whatever is left over, whether it's their love, attention, or money. It's always been him first. I couldn't handle living with them again. Ella's brows rose. That's really awful. I know how you feel, Crystal spoke softly. My older sister is a lawyer, and my brother is a doctor. Two of the few jobs my parents approve of. They don't understand my major and what I want to do. They think I want to be a makeup artist or sell makeup, which is totally fine, but they don't understand that being a chemical engineer is something to be proud of. That I'll be creating the formulas. It's not something they can easily brag to their friends and family about like my siblings. This was the first time she'd ever hinted at anything like this, and my heart went out to her. Why did you leave your last school? Cassie's voice was full of caution. This was the one question I hoped to avoid. It was something I didn't talk about to anyone outside my family and therapist. I could give them the brief version, even just a few of the main points, but just the thought made my throat tighten. You don't have to tell us, Sadie rushed out. I nodded, but I was so frustrated. Mostly with myself. Remaining silent, not telling my story, only gave power to the person who hurt me. I already lost my friends in New York because I couldn't tell them. Did I want to lose these girls too? They stepped up. They proved they were willing to fight for me and were willing to admit to their mistakes. It was time for me to give them a chance. I had a boyfriend. We met one of the first weeks of school, and I fell for him almost instantly. We were inseparable and had our whole futures planned out. I couldn't wait to graduate and marry him. Ella and Crystal were listening with small smiles, but Sadie watched me with narrowed eyes. She knew this story didn't have a happy ending. I hung out with him and his friends a lot, but his best friend was almost always around. We all got along, and I didn't mind. We became friends quickly, and he and I would hang out when my boyfriend was at class or busy. I didn't want to say their names. I didn't want them to become real in my mind again. It was easy telling them what happened without getting into too many details. There was a party just before finals, like a last chance to get out our energy and craziness before having to buckle down and study. I closed my eyes as memories washed over me. I was there with my boyfriend and his best friend. We were going to meet up with the rest of our friends, but for some reason they were late. We got drinks and were hanging out with some people they knew from their dorm when I started getting really tired. I assumed I was just exhausted from all my classes and told my boyfriend I needed to go home. He was busy and wasn't listening, so I told his friend. He knew the guys that lived at the house, so he told me I could take a nap and come back down when I woke up, or when they were ready to leave. He took me upstairs and found an empty bedroom. I could barely stand. He guided me to the bed and helped me lie down. I closed my eyes, thinking he was going to leave, but he didn't. He got on top of me. One of the girls gasped, and I opened my eyes to find them all staring at me. He didn't, Ella whispered. Her eyes were glistening. I felt sick reliving this, but I was done letting the memory control me. Letting their memories control me. I was strong. I was a survivor. He did. I tried to stop him. I tried to scream, but it was like my body was separate from my mind. I couldn't get anything to work the way it was supposed to. He drugged you, Sadie said. I nodded. Then my boyfriend walked in. I thought he was going to help me. I thought he would pull his friend off me and make it stop, but he just left. I passed out after that, and when I woke up, they were gone. Haley. Cassie scooted closer to me and took my hand in hers. I'm so sorry. I can't. Did you report them? Crystal asked. I licked my lips and squeezed Cassie's hand, needing to know someone was there. No. Why not? Sadie asked in barely a whisper. Because they left the party and drove back to campus, but they didn't make it. They were speeding and missed a curve in the road and drove straight into the trees. They died on impact. Ella and Crystal gasped, and Sadie shook her head, staring at the floor. Cassie tugged my hand. You still could have reported them. I blinked, realizing tears were in my eyes. They died heroes. They were on the football team, and even though they were freshmen, the whole college and the surrounding town made it seem like they were celebrities. There were memorials set up and people tying ribbons around trees before I even made it back to my dorm the next day. Even if I did report them, it was my word against two dead guys. Haley, Cassie whispered and wiped her cheek with her free hand. I was treated like the grieving girlfriend. My professors excused me from my finals, and the whole campus watched me like they were waiting for me to break down. I fought to make it through the next semester, but after that, I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stand the pity or shallow condolences. No one knew who those guys really were or what they were capable of, and I didn't want to be the one to ruin their memories for their families. They're dead, so what does it matter? I shrugged and sniffed. What happened at the party the other night? Sadie sucked in a breath. We should have been watching out for each other. I shouldn't have left you. Ella let out a choked sob. I was able to get to a safe place. I didn't want them to beat themselves up about that. We all made mistakes that night, but it was Jay's fault. Not any of theirs. But you saw Jay at the cafe. Crystal's eyes were wide. We won't let that happen again. From now on we will go everywhere in pairs. The rest of them agreed. I appreciate that you guys, but that isn't fair to you all. I'll just be better about being aware of my surroundings. I hate that it's even something we have to worry about. We should feel safe here. Sadie rubbed her temples. I couldn't argue that, but it was a reality for us. We need to talk about something happy now, Ella said. I smiled, feeling an enormous sense of relief. I liked not keeping things from them. My friends. I do have another story for you guys, and I'm going to need some advice.
Chapter 22 Reid. I was done letting Ethan dictate my life. He was my best friend, my brother, but after what Haley told me, I was over it. He had no right talking to her, or anyone else, like that. There was something going on with him that he wasn't sharing, but that wasn't an excuse to treat others like garbage. Haley needed to know she could trust me. She deserved people in her life she could rely on, and I was determined to be one of those for her. Whether or not Ethan approved. I'd tried to stay away. I'd tried to do what he asked, but it was impossible to ignore her. Especially when we kept running into each other. It was like fate was tugging us together, completely blowing off all the reasons why we shouldn't be together. I wasn't sure if I was the best person for her, but I wanted to try. She'd shown me what it meant to be strong and courageous and have true perseverance. She reminded me that there was more to life than hockey. That other things could matter just as much, if not more. She made me stop and reevaluate what mattered to me and why. I didn't take things for granted, like my friends and brother and support system. I knew I would never be alone in the world, but I never stopped to appreciate that. She trusted me and made me want to be worthy of that precious gift. I wanted to give us a chance to see if it could work. If there was anyone that understood how much time and energy I had to dedicate to hockey, it was Haley. She might not like it, but she wouldn't be surprised by how much of my time it took, like so many other girls struggled with. The other major obstacle was Ethan, but a year from now, we could be anywhere. We wouldn't always be teammates, and he couldn't dictate my life forever. If Haley and I were meant to be together, there was nothing he could do to stop us. I just had to make sure he understood how much I cared about her. Which was harder than it seemed. I was fired up, ready to have it out with him, but I didn't see him until practice. He never came home last night, so the tension in me continued to grow. When I stepped into the locker room for a morning practice and found him laughing and joking with Becker and Benjamin, I scowled. I wanted to run up to him and shove him off the bench, but that would only get both of us in trouble. I needed to control my temper as much as possible. "Reid, there you are." Matt jumped up and hurried over to me from his locker. "What's up?" I set my duffel on the bench and turned to him. He stepped in close and glanced over toward Ethan. "I'm telling you this as a friend." I narrowed my eyes. What was he getting at? "And I don't want to see you and him have a falling out." "Me and who?" Before I could ask, he continued. "Kevin and I saw you with Haley last night, walking back onto campus looking pretty friendly. We hadn't even held hands. There was nothing he could say about us walking together. I saw the way you looked at her," he raised his brows, "and the way she looked at you. I don't want trouble starting on the team." "So, what are you saying?" I wanted him to get to his point so I could talk to Ethan myself. Things are already tense right now. We're all on edge. There's enough pressure on us from the coaches to pull off this season. We don't need added drama. It was pretty uncommon for his Boston accent to be noticeable, but right now it was thick. He must be really stressed about this. So, I should just ignore my feelings. Her feelings? He shrugged. We've all got to make sacrifices, man. I glared at him. I didn't need my own words thrown back at me. I'm aware, but this is different. It's not something being asked of me by coach or the team. It's Ethan's personal problem. Look, I know it sucks, but try to wait until after the season. It just started. You want me to wait until April? He had to be kidding. I would never ask anyone to do that. If she's the right one for you, then she'll wait. I shook my head. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not going to do that. He sighed and took a step back. Fine, but if this impacts the season, I'm coming after you. And him. I turned around and started pulling out my gear. He could make all the threats he wanted, but it only added fuel to my fire. This wasn't on me. It was on Ethan for thinking he could tell us what to do. I never once told him how to live his life. I didn't make a big deal of the fact he went missing for days or liked to party more than he should. I let him do his thing, and as long as he made it to practice and carried his weight during games, then it wasn't my business. He wasn't hurting himself or anyone else, as far as I knew, so he could do as he pleased. Until that line was crossed, I'd keep my mouth closed, and I expected him to do the same for me. But he wasn't. And that needed to change. Now. I pulled on my pads and shook out my practice jersey before slipping it on. Ethan was alone, nearly ready, so I took the opportunity and went over to him. "Hey." I looked down at him as he pulled on his skate. "Yeah?" He didn't even glance up. "Haley came over last night." That got his attention. "Why?" She was upset. He glared. "Why? Was he really that dense?" I took in a breath, trying to calm down a bit. "Because you made her feel like crap." He shook his head and finished tying the laces. "Don't ignore me. What you said was really messed up. I don't know what you've got going on right now because you won't tell me, but you can't take out your anger on her." He stood, inches taller than me with his skates on. "You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know the full story." I didn't back down. "He didn't intimate me." "No, I don't. Because she's too traumatized to tell me, and you refuse to." He gritted his teeth. "Just stay out of it." "How can I when she shows up at my door looking like a beaten puppy?" He turned his head, avoiding my eyes. "I'll talk to her." "I don't think that's a good idea. You've done enough damage." I started to walk away, but he grabbed my elbow and pulled me back. "Why do you care so much?" I knew what he was really asking, and I was done pretending. "I care about her. I like her." His gaze turned lethal. "You have one chance to clarify your meaning." "I'm interested in her. I have feelings for her. I'm attracted to her. How much clearer can I get?" His fist came out of nowhere, connecting with my left cheekbone. "Guys." Benjamin called behind us, but I didn't care anymore. I threw my fist before Ethan could block me and landed a shot against his jaw. He spit blood before looking back at me. "Stop!" Becker yelled, pulling me back while Benjamin shoved Ethan against the lockers. We glared at each other, neither of us willing to be the first to back down. The room was silent, but I heard a heavy sigh and knew we'd been caught. Ethan's eyes flickered to the entrance, and I finally relented and turned to face Coach Hiller. "Get on the ice. Everyone's late." Blue line to blue line. He glared at the room as the guys filed past him until it was just me, Becker, Ethan, and Benjamin. "What is wrong with you?" I wasn't sure who he was directing the comment at but assumed I was a potential target. "A misunderstanding, Coach." Ethan scoffed. "What is it, Clarkson?" He stared past me. "A personal problem, Coach. This is your second fight." Hiller shook his head. "You too, get out of here." Becker didn't have to be told twice. He shoved past me and left the room. Benjamin hovered for a second before sighing and following him. Hiller made his way toward us and crossed his arms. "Talk." I glanced over to Ethan, but he was glaring at the floor, jaw working back and forth. "I'm dating his sister." "You're what?" Ethan barked. "I'm interested in dating his sister," I rephrased. Hiller looked like he wanted to hit our heads together. "I know you two aren't telling me you got in a fist fight in my locker room in front of my team over a girl." "My sister," Ethan growled. "Yes, your adult sister who is more than capable of making her own decisions," Coach deadpanned, and I wanted to give him a fist bump. "I told them all to stay away from her," Ethan protested. "You don't control her or your teammates. You can only control yourself." I wanted to look at Ethan with an "I told you so" expression, but now wasn't the time. Hiller turned on me. "But you should have enough respect for him to talk to him as two calm, level-headed men before going behind his back." I would have if Ethan was ever around, but now wasn't the best time to bring up that problem. "You're right, Coach. It looks like you each got a hit in, so I'm considering this over and done. It will not be a problem again, especially not in front of the team." "Yes, Coach," we said at the same time. He waved us off, and I hurried to finish getting my gear on while Ethan stomped out of the room. Hiller was gone by the time I finished tying my skates, so I hurried out onto the ice and joined the guys. They were huffing and sweating next to me, and I knew they would make me pay later for subjecting them to this form of punishment. Practice was grueling, more intense than normal, and I knew the coaches were sending a message. As soon as the final whistle was blown, I hurried to the locker room and changed as fast as possible, not bothering to shower. I wanted to leave before any of the guys had the chance to corner me. I didn't need their anger or resentment right now. I didn't want to see Ethan either, but I had a feeling he'd be avoiding our room for a while, so I went back and showered there. As soon as I was done, I sent Haley a message, asking her to meet me. She replied a few minutes later saying she was free. I walked over to her building and waited out front. When she stepped outside, her bright smile disappeared, and she ran down the few stairs toward me. "Reid, what happened?" Her hand reached up to touch my face but stopped just inches away. "We should talk." I knew everyone hated those words, so I quickly added, "There's something I need to tell you." "Okay." Her voice was quiet, but she fell into step next to me. I longed to reach out and take her hand, but I waited until we were in a deserted area and found a bench to sit on. "What's going on? You're kind of freaking me out." She sat facing me. Her eyes flicked over my face, probably looking for other injuries. "I told Ethan about us." Her eyes widened. "He did this?" I nodded. "Don't worry. I got a hit in too." I tried to smile, but it hurt too much. "Oh, Reid." She sighed and took my hand, holding it in hers on her thigh. I was planning on talking to him sooner, but I didn't see him until practice. I was going to wait, but then Matt was saying stuff and I just snapped. "I confronted Ethan about what he said to you, and then it sort of came out." She didn't reply, but after a few long, silent moments she scooted closer and leaned her head on my shoulder. "I'm sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry about. He has a problem, but he won't talk to me. I think there's more going on with him than just us." She nodded against me. "I didn't want to come between you two." She was worth it to me, but I didn't want to tell her that and scare her off. "He's been my best friend for 3 years. We've been like brothers. I don't want to lose him, but I'm not going to let him control either of us. I need to talk to him too." She didn't sound very excited about it. I had a lot of apologies to make. My team might turn against me, taking Ethan's side, if I wasn't honest with them. Would they understand? Would they think it was just a dumb fight over a girl? Would they forgive me? "It will be okay. Eventually." I wanted to believe my own words, but it was hard to see how Ethan and I could ever get past this.
Chapter 23, Haley. He was reassuring me, comforting me, yet he was the one that risked everything to stand up to Ethan. He was the one with a black eye. I twisted until we were face to face. "Thank you for standing up for me." His eyes softened, and a small smile tugged at his lips. "You're not going to lecture me for overstepping or remind me that you can fight your own battles?" "I can, but it's nice to know you have my back. I haven't really had someone that cared about me enough to do that in a long time." His gaze dropped to my lips as I spoke, and that familiar tug in my stomach that always seemed to appear around him urged me forward. "I'm starting to realize there's very little I wouldn't do for you." His voice was so low, causing me to lean closer to hear. Inches separated us, and it was too much. Without letting my brain second-guess my heart's decision, I closed the distance. The second our lips connected, it felt like my entire being relaxed. This was where I was meant to be. His hand slid behind my neck and into my hair, holding me against him. I clutched at his shirt, fisting the fabric in my hands. He increased the pressure as he tilted his head, kissing me from another angle before taking my bottom lip between his lips. I lifted a hand, trailing my thumb along his strong jaw, then pushed my fingers through his thick hair. My heart pounded against my chest, but I wasn't scared or nervous. Everything about this felt so natural. He pulled away and grinned before teasing me with 1, 2, and 3 short kisses before resting his forehead against mine. Keeping my eyes closed, I absorbed the feelings and sensations of being this close to him. The comfort and safety he provided along with the excitement churning in my stomach. It was right. He was right. This was how love was supposed to feel. I'd never felt so certain about anything in my life. My brain was trying to rationalize, remind me we'd only known each other for over a month. We'd only been out once, and had that even been a real date? My heart and soul screamed over that doubt. He cared about me, not just because I was his friend's sister and he wanted to watch out for me. No. It was so much deeper than that. He listened to me when I needed to unload on someone. He gave advice but never pushed me to obey. He made me laugh. He made me feel confident and beautiful. I never second-guessed myself around him, at least not when it came to his feelings about me. He'd made those pretty obvious, despite his efforts to honor my brother's wishes. All of those amazing things, and that didn't include how incredibly handsome he was. That was the cherry on top. Not that looks mattered in the grand scheme of things, but he was attractive in a way I'd only ever dreamed about. But there was something major I was keeping from him. We wouldn't be able to move forward without me opening up. He knew some of the heavy things in my life, but not about what happened last year. Reid? I leaned back, breaking the contact. His eyes opened slowly and held mine. I need to tell you what happened. He sucked in a breath and leaned back against the bench, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Only if you want to. I leaned into his side, reveling in the quiet reassurance he radiated. Maybe telling the girls helped this not feel so intimidating, or it was the trust he'd gained from me, but the story spilled from my lips without pulling any of the emotions I'd felt reliving it the day before. His grip tightened on my shoulder when I told him about my ex walking in and seeing what his friend was doing before leaving, and letting it happen. I expected him to interrupt or make comments, but he gave me the space to get it all out at once. When I was done, I let out a heavy breath and felt lighter than I had in months. The burden of carrying this secret had been pulling me down day by day, and it was an enormous relief to share it with the one that I cared about most. I watched, waiting for his reaction. First, he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Then he clenched his jaw, making the muscles below his cheekbones bulge. Finally, his eyes locked on mine. Haley. There was a devastating pain in his voice. So much more emotion than I expected. He flexed his hand on my shoulder, then tightened his grip, pulling me even closer to him. He kissed the top of my head, and I closed my eyes, soaking in his strength. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you didn't get the justice you deserved. I'm sorry you had to go through that pain and grief alone. I hate that you didn't get to tell your story, but I understand why you felt like you couldn't. He kissed my hair again. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. I nodded against his shoulder. I get why Ethan's so protective of you now. Regret filled his voice, and I shifted enough so I could look at him. Would you do things differently if you'd known sooner? He shook his head quickly. No, I still think he was out of line trying to dictate your life, but I get where he was coming from. If you were my sister, I cringed and he chuckled. I mean, if something like that happened to my sister, I would do everything I could to make sure she was never hurt again. Would you call her stupid or a disappointment? I couldn't hide my bitterness. Absolutely not. What happened wasn't your fault, at your last school or at that AGN party. Both times someone took advantage of you. They did something illegal. They violated your rights and your body by putting something in your drink. They took away your agency and control. That's completely and 100% on them. Not you. I hadn't realized how badly I needed to hear that until the words sunk in. Thank you for believing that. Sometimes I can't help but look for ways to blame myself. Like if I'd been more aware or tried harder to get away. I shook my head, but all that does is cause more pain. Please don't do that anymore. If you ever start to think like that, talk to me. I'll remind you every single day if you need me to. That was a promise. He would live up to that if I needed it. Okay. I dropped my head back on his shoulder. We stayed like that for several minutes until he jerked and pulled his phone from his pocket and groaned. I forgot. I have a presentation I need to work on for my next class, so I've got to head over soon. He paused. As long as you're okay. If you need me to stay with you, I can. I shook my head and stood. No, I appreciate the offer though. He smiled and flinched.
Ah.
That hurts. Are you giving the presentation today? I asked, eyeing his colorful bruise.
Yeah.
I was going to go over it with my partner a few times before the class starts. Do you have a few minutes to come up to my room with me? I think you should try to cover that up. I gently touched the skin on his cheekbone. It's already that bad? I shrugged. It's not black or purple yet, but it's definitely noticeable. The angry red mark stood out on his tan skin. I could claim it was a hit or something during practice. Most people in my classes are used to me showing up a bit beaten up after games. I hated that truth. Right. I forgot this was a normal look for you. I just didn't want your professor thinking you got in a fight. Even though it was the truth.
Nah.
It will be fine. Hockey players are supposed to be a little roughed up. He winked and leaned down, pressing a soft kiss on my lips before straightening. Can I see you later? I nodded, unable to keep the grin, the thought of more time with him off my face. Yes, please. I watched him walk away before heading in the opposite direction back to my dorm. I'd been in the middle of writing an essay when he'd messaged, and I had to get it finished. Although, focusing on the meaning behind a boring 19th century poem was going to be difficult with the memories of our kiss filling my thoughts. My. Someone looks happy. The teasing voice behind me broke through my daydreaming. Crystal caught up with me as I waited for the elevator and wagged her brows. What's going on? I didn't bother trying to come up with an excuse. I was done hiding. Ethan knew Reid liked me, and as soon as I saw him, I'd tell him the feelings were mutual. Oh, nothing. Just experienced the best kiss of my life. Her eyes widened. Excuse me? What? With who? She took my elbow and pulled me toward the stairway. We don't have time for this. We need to call an emergency meeting. Once I was following her without her tugging me along, she dropped her hand and pulled out her phone, and I had a feeling she was sending out a text to the rest of our friends. By the time we reached our floor, the other three were in the hall practically bouncing with excitement. What's the big news? Ella looked back and forth between me and Crystal.
Yeah.
What's going on? You're not supposed to use 911 unless something big is happening. Cassie gave Crystal a pointed look. Get in a room, and we'll tell you. She waved them off. We'll tell them? Was this suddenly a joint effort? Sadie opened her door, and we all filed in. I took a seat at the foot of Ella's bed and tried not to laugh at their expectant expressions. They were dying for information. Okay, Haley. Tell them what you told me. Crystal sat on one of the desk chairs with her palms flat on her thighs. I glanced around and smiled. I just had the best kiss of my life. Squeals and gasps filled the room, and my heart nearly bursts. Their excitement and support were something I'd never experienced before, and I loved it more than I could have ever imagined. You guys. Ella waved her hands. Settle down so we can get the details. A hush fell over them immediately. What do you want to know? I asked, stretching this out. This was my first time being the center of attention in such a positive way, and I was enjoying teasing them. How about we start with the most important part? Who was it? Cassie did a little shoulder dance in her spot on Sadie's bed. It was Reid, I admitted with a smile I couldn't contain. I knew it. Sadie pointed to Crystal. I told you, didn't I? Crystal rolled her eyes. I never said you were wrong. Oh, he's so hot. I bet he's the best kisser. Ella gazed off, and I laughed as I shoved her shoulder, not wanting her to think about him like that. Stop that. He's mine. Yes, he is. Cassie hooped. But I thought there was the problem with your brother? Crystal reminded me of that unfortunate detail. Well, Reid told him he had feelings for me, and Ethan punched him. He's rocking a black eye now, but at least my brother knows. I shrugged. He literally fought for you. Crystal sighed. How romantic. The others agreed. So, are you guys together now? Like a couple? Cassie asked. I shrugged a shoulder. We didn't really talk about it, but I guess so. He fought his best friend for you. I'm pretty sure that means you guys are a couple. Sadie nodded confidently. So, Reid told your brother, but have you? Ella asked. I brushed my hair behind my ear and sighed. No, but I need to. It was time to stand up for myself. Things wouldn't come to blows as it had with Reid, but I knew it could get heated. He and I didn't see eye to eye on much, but if we were going to survive the rest of the year together, we needed to get on the same page. That started with my relationship with his best friend. I just had to get him to finally see me as an adult rather than his kid sister.
Chapter 24 Reid. I didn't know where Ethan had been staying for the past few nights, but he was successfully avoiding me. He was the last to arrive for practices and the first to leave, not giving anyone the chance to talk to him. That had to end today. We had a game, and there was no way we'd manage to pull off a win with drama hanging over us. We needed to be in sync with each other, and that wasn't going to happen until we talked. I just hoped he would listen before throwing his fist in my face again. None of the guys knew where he was. I'd assumed he was staying with another teammate, so it was concerning when I realized that wasn't the case. Where was he sleeping? Ethan had plenty of friends on the football, basketball, and baseball teams, so it was probably one of them. Unless. Could he have a secret girlfriend? No, that didn't make sense. He hadn't dated anyone in years. Not seriously enough to practically move in. There was no way he could keep something that big from all of us. At the very least, Benjamin would know. Or Matt. He was the nosy one that got into everyone's business. If his exile wasn't self-imposed, I would worry. He was dodging me because he didn't want to face me, and that was his own mistake. I wasn't going to hunt him down or search the campus to force him to talk, but I was willing to let him come to me. I got to the locker room an hour earlier than necessary to wait for him. This was the one place he had nowhere to run, and he couldn't skip the game, so I changed into my base layers, then sat and waited. It took 20 minutes for the next person to show up. Hunter walked in, noticed me, and shook his head. I hope you know what you're doing. I narrowed my eyes. What's that supposed to mean? He dropped his bag to the ground and turned to face me. Look, I'm not going to ask you if Haley is worth losing your best friend. Obviously, you already decided that she is. You can date whoever you want, that's none of my business, but I'm sick of the tension between you two finding its way on the ice. You're unstoppable together, but lately, you both suck. You're playing horribly, and if no one else is ballsy enough to say that to your face, I will. His assessment stung. I wasn't entirely shocked to hear it, although it was surprising that he'd shared his opinion so openly. He was usually a man of few words, preferring to slam guys into the boards or pull their feet out from under them to show his frustration. I knew Ethan and I were off. That was why I was here. I've been trying to talk to him, but he won't respond to my texts or calls and he hasn't come back to the room. That's why I'm here. I want to clear things up before the game. Hunter grunted. Good. Ah. There he was. He got ready in silence, and soon, more of the guys began filtering in. My master plan was crumbling as I waited for Ethan to appear. I was hoping to have a chance to talk privately, but that possibility was slipping with each minute he didn't show up. Was he going to walk in just in time to change and head out for the pregame warm-up? I hadn't even considered that possibility, but now it seemed like the most obvious choice. Of course, that was what he was going to do. It was what I would do. Actually, I'd already done it a few times this year to avoid confrontations. Frustration washed over me as I stood and finished putting on my gear. My teammates began leaving to warm up, but I waited. Hunter was right. We weren't playing the way we could because of the tension between us. It wasn't fair for the rest of the guys to suffer due to our drama. It was too late. If I waited any longer, Coach would chew me out, so I grabbed my helmet and stomped down the tunnel to the ice. I merged into the line closest to the bench and went through the shooting drills. On my second rotation, a voice caught my attention, and I looked to the corner where Benjamin and Ethan were talking. How in the world did he get here without me seeing? There was no way he changed in the locker room. That coward must have used one of the training rooms and snuck by. Focus! Matt shouted behind me, and I pushed forward to take my shot. I passed the goal and stopped next to them. Where have you been? Ethan glared at me. Don't worry about it. Benjamin looked between us, then shook his head. You guys have 3 minutes to figure this out, then you're done. He joined the others while we studied each other. Ethan made no move to speak, so I started. You've been missing for days. No one knows where you've been sleeping. You haven't answered your phone. We were worried. I'm here now. Ethan blew off my concern. I barely recognized the man in front of me. Where was the guy that I knew almost as well as I knew myself? My best friend that I depended on because he never let me down? We need to talk, man. This is affecting the team. Whose fault is that? I told you to stay away. Everything was fine. She was fine. Then you just had to get involved. He practically growled the words. Yeah, I did. Because you weren't there. She needed someone to listen to her, someone to watch out for her. I did that for you. I sighed. Then things changed. I don't care what you think you feel for her. Stay away. He tried to move past me, but I grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back to face me. Look, I know what happened to Haley. She told me everything. I get why you're protecting her, but I'm not going to hurt her. I care about her. A lot. He turned his burning gaze on me. Forget it. Before I could stop him from leaving, the buzzer went off, signaling the end of the pre-game warm-up. I followed him as we joined the rest of the guys waiting to get off the ice to head back into the locker room. That hadn't gone as planned, but hopefully, it was enough to help us both focus on the game. I should have known better than to think we were done. Ethan wasn't one to give up or give in, but I thought he could at least push things to the side long enough to focus on the game for the sake of our teammates. He spent the first period ignoring my calls and signals for him to pass to me, costing us at least one goal. Benjamin was yelling at him, and the coaches picked up on things and began threatening him to get his act together or he'd be the reason for double practices tomorrow. The rest of the guys groaned and urged him to focus, but he spent every free second glaring at me like I was at the top of his hit list. By the end of the second period, Coach Hiller changed our lines so we weren't on the ice together anymore. You two will deal with this later, Coach Weston said in a low tone behind me. I nodded and scooted away to make space for the guys coming in. We were down by 1 when the third period started, and I could feel the blame from the guys being directed at me and Ethan. This should have been a relatively easy win, but the two of us were screwing it up. Forget about him for 20 minutes, Clarkson. That's all we're asking. Benjamin shook Ethan's shoulder with a bit more force than necessary. She deserves better, I heard him growl back. Maybe, but right now that doesn't matter. You're being selfish, and we can't afford to lose this game. Scouts are watching our every move. We don't have the luxury of having off days or bringing our personal lives onto the ice. Just block him out and play like I know you can. Ethan grunted and shoved away from Benjamin, moving as far down the bench as he could. You need to fix this later, the captain commanded while wiping his face with a towel. I know. It was my plan as soon as the final buzzer sounded. Haley deserved the freaking world and more. I knew I wasn't good enough for her. No man was, but I was going to try every single day to be worthy of her. Ethan swung his leg over the boards and slapped his stick against the side, waiting to push off. He shot a glare over his shoulder. Don't screw this up. If you hurt her, you're done. I understood. He would destroy me, and I would deserve it. Got it. His eyes held mine for a moment before he jumped and rushed to the far side of our zone. He and Matt worked together, slipping past the defense. Ethan sent the puck right to the tape of Matt's stick, who spun and backhanded it straight at the goal. It was a perfect angle, and the buzzer went off, signaling the tie. Benjamin slapped my back. It's up to us now. There was a threat under the words, and I nodded. After he won the face-off, he called out a play we'd been practicing for the past few weeks, and I fell back, allowing him to pass to Becker, then dodged to the far side of the ice and got in position. Becker passed to me, and I rotated to hit it across the width of the rink to where Benjamin was waiting without even checking that he was ready. I knew he would be where he needed to be, and when I finally looked up, it was just in time to see the puck sail past the goalie's glove and into the net. I cheered and joined the guys surrounding Benjamin. There were only 3 minutes left on the timer, just enough to stress about our opponents scoring but not too long to play a solid defense to keep them at bay. I watched my teammates run down the time until the final buzzer sounded and everyone jumped off the bench to celebrate. I was the last to join, not feeling all that great about how I played. I knew the coaches were disappointed, and I'd face the consequences later. Right now, I wanted to make things right with Ethan. If he'd let me. I waited for him to head to the locker room and jumped in behind him. Can we talk? He waited until we were in the privacy of our team area before turning and facing me. What is there left to talk about? You lied to me. You betrayed me. His jaw clenched. It was you at the party, wasn't it? You're the one that kissed her. There was no point in lying. Not anymore. Yeah, it was me. His body seemed to deflate at my admission. I can't believe you. I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't even know who she was that night. It wasn't until she came to our room the next morning that I realized it. And you just pretended like nothing happened? He scoffed. You're supposed to be my best friend. I asked you to watch out for her because she's been through hell and needed friends, and you crossed the line. She needed people to have her back. And I have. I couldn't control my temper anymore. I have been there for her more than you have. I've talked to her, listened to her, protected her, and where have you been? His eyes narrowed to slits. You don't know everything, Reid. Exactly. I don't know because you refuse to tell anyone. I threw up my arms, completely exasperated. Bayman. Clarkson. Sit down and shut up. Coach Weston's stern voice echoed through the room. Every single guy dropped to the benches, completely silent. Ethan glared at me for another moment. We're done. He walked away as my stomach dropped. He might as well have punched me in the face. That would have been less painful. We might have pulled off winning the game, but I just lost my best friend. Did I make a mistake?
Chapter 25, Haley. The girls offered to wait with me after the game, but I told them I needed privacy for this conversation. I didn't want them, or anyone else, to be around Ethan after seeing how angry he was on the ice. We needed to talk, so I broke my own rule and came to his game. The one place he couldn't avoid me, and I was mentally prepared for the fallout. If he wanted to tell our parents about everything that had happened, I wouldn't stop him. If they wanted to stop paying my tuition, they could. That didn't mean I would move home. I was an adult, and maybe it was time to start acting like it. I could get a job and support myself. I was done letting other people control me, even under the guise of protecting me. I'd spent my whole life following the plan someone else set, but no more. I was ready to take a stand. Hey, Haley. Matt waved as he walked by with Becker. They were the first to leave from the back entrance the team used. I waved back and wrapped my arms around myself as more of the guys trickled out. A few of them greeted me, but most either ignored me or shot me looks that varied from irritated to white-hot anger. Great. Not only was my brother pissed at me, but now half the team was. Benjamin walked out, and the second our eyes connected, his face turned to stone, and he shook his head as he walked away from me. How was he able to make me feel thoroughly chastised without a single word? Finally, Ethan stepped out. He saw me immediately and rolled his eyes. He tried to pass me without saying anything, but I stepped in front of him. Can we talk? He shook his head. I'm not in the mood. I know, but you won't answer my calls or texts. You aren't staying in your dorm, and you avoid me on campus. I'm done trying to chase you down, so we're talking about this now. He glanced around, but we were alone. I told them to stay away from you for a reason. After everything you went through last year, you need time to heal. I pushed down my initial reaction of yelling at him. He was telling me his perspective. That was a good first step. I appreciate you trying to protect me, I really do, but if I tell you I'm ready to move on, then you need to trust me. He adjusted his duffel strap higher onto his shoulder. I trust you, it's the guys I have a problem with. Why? Reid is your best friend. You've known him for years, and I assume you wouldn't tolerate him if he wasn't a good person. You deserve better. You deserve normal. He stared down at the ground while I tried to figure out what that meant. Normal? I crossed my arms over my chest. What isn't normal about him? He rubbed the back of his neck. His life is focused on one thing. His priorities, energy, thoughts, time, everything is all directed toward hockey. I shook my head. Okay, and? He sucked in a breath, looking as frustrated as I felt. You deserve better than that. He can't give you everything a boyfriend should. I don't want you to go through that. It can only end in heartache. It finally clicked. Everything he'd been grumbling about since the second I moved here. His threats to his teammates and his constant warnings. He wasn't thinking about me at all. This was all to do with him. And his ex-girlfriend. I wanted to scream. How did I not see this sooner? Ethan. I'm not Kennedy. Reid isn't you. I fisted my hands, ready to wrestle him to the ground and pummel him like I used to when we were kids and got into fights. His eyes darkened, and he took a step toward me. That's what you think now. Reid is somehow different. He will be able to do better than I did, be better than I was. How? I know exactly how this is going to go. I lived it, Haley. I know how this ends, and I refuse to let it happen. We're not the same. Exactly. It's worse because it's his senior year. Scouts are looking at us. This is the most important year of his life. That should be reason enough for you to stay away. He can't be the boyfriend you deserve. He's already been playing worse than normal lately, and you want to add on to his distraction right now? His last words made me immediately sick to my stomach. That hadn't crossed my mind. I thought of all the reasons Ethan might throw at me, all the reasons why Reid was wrong for me, but I never once considered why I might be wrong for him. He sighed and reached for me, but I pulled away. Haley, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I hate being the bad guy, but neither of you is thinking clearly. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even think clearly. I was so stupid. How could I be so self-centered? I should have realized how this would affect Reid. As much as it absolutely killed me to admit, Ethan was right. I'm falling for him. I whispered the words I'd only allowed myself to think. I had to get them out now. I had to let it all out. He's everything I told myself to stay away from while also being everything I could ever want. He's kind, patient, compassionate, driven, and he makes me feel utterly adored. He accepts me even though I'm a complete mess. I bit my lip as my eyes started to burn. How am I supposed to let him go? He dropped his shoulders. I'm sorry, Haley. I never wanted you to get hurt. Maybe if I'd been around more, I could have stopped this. I didn't have words. I didn't know what to do. My heart was breaking with each beat. All I wanted was to see Reid and have him tell me everything would be all right, but I couldn't. I had to be the strong one. I had to tell him we were done before we ever really started. I need to talk to him, I whispered. Do you want me to wait with you? He should be out soon. No. I want a second to gather my thoughts before I see him. He nodded and gave me a quick hug before releasing me. Call me if you need me. I promise I'll answer. I gave him a small wave, then turned back to face the door. Most of the guys had already left, so Reid must have got caught up with one of the coaches or something. I wasn't in any rush to have this conversation, but I was grateful we'd at least have privacy out here. I didn't want to go back to my room or his. That would be too hard. Being out in public would force me to keep my emotions in check. Being in an enclosed space where he could comfort me or talk me out of my thoughts was dangerous. I reached into my back pocket to check the time on my phone when arms wrapped around my waist and swung me around. I giggled, thinking Reid managed to sneak up on me until I inhaled and realized it wasn't him. The smell of sandalwood and musk hit me along with memories of the night at the costume party. Jay. There you are, pretty girl, he whispered into my ear while he dragged me around the corner of the building. My body finally reacted and I opened my mouth to scream, but his clammy hand slapped me, blocking me from making a sound. I swallowed and glanced around, looking for help, but he took us to a secluded area with no one in sight. If I'd known you were waiting for me, I would have come out sooner. He spun me, slamming me into the brick. My head collided with the wall, and my vision went black for a second before I could blink away the haze. My dorm is one building over, though. I almost missed you, but don't worry, I'm here now. He licked up the column of my throat. I tried to kick him, but he sked and stepped forward so his legs were between mine and his body was pressed against me. Well. You want to play, don't you? His free hand pulled my wrists together and held them over my head. All you had to do was ask, baby girl. He started kissing along my jaw, and bile rose from my stomach. I jerked while trying as hard as I could to free my hands. I knew you were freaky. His voice was breathy, and I gagged against his hand. Shh. I'll take care of you. The pain in my arms dissipated enough for panic to take over. He was vile. Disgusting. Dangerous. I had to get away from him before he did whatever he was planning. I bucked my hips again, trying to throw him off balance, but he just took that as encouragement and dropped his hand as he moved his lips to mine. He moaned into me and I tried to turn my head so I could scream, but he gripped my chin with more strength than I thought possible. The flash of pain made me pause, allowing him to get a better grip. I whimpered, and the sound filled me with shame. I couldn't give up. I refused to let him touch me, not after I escaped him twice. He couldn't win. My legs were in no position to kick or injure him, my hands were pinned, and any movements of my torso only encouraged him. I opened my mouth to bite him, but he took the opportunity first, taking my bottom lip between his teeth with so much pressure I cried out. Oh, you like that? His voice was even huskier. I had to get away. My only other option was to make this as hard as possible for him. I relaxed my entire body, becoming a deadweight for him to have to hold up. The move caught him off guard and he released his grip on my hands and chin to catch me, but I was ready. I shoved against his chest as hard I could. That surprised him, and he stumbled back, enough that my legs were free. I debated for a half-second about kicking him in the groin but didn't want to wait any time or get closer to him again, so I turned and ran as fast as I could toward the player entrance, praying it was unlocked. Help! I screamed at the top of my lungs, but the word came out as more of a gasp. He cursed behind me and the pounding of his footsteps pushed me to run faster. I made it around the corner, searching for anyone to help me. The crowd from the game had already dispersed. Come back here. Jay's voice was too close. He was going to catch me, and I knew he wouldn't let me get away again. Help! I screamed again. There was no one here, but I had to keep moving. The door was only a few yards away. Please be open. I reached for the handle and pulled with all my strength, stumbling as it opened, and I flung myself inside. The hallway lights were dimmed, and I took a second to look around for help when a body collided with mine. No.
Chapter 26 Reid. I wasn't expecting to get hit by a freight truck when I turned the corner in the hall, but my reflexes worked faster than my brain, and I kept myself, and my assailant, from falling to the ground. I grunted at the impact of hitting the brick wall behind me and tightened my arms around the body against mine. It took several seconds to realize that this wasn't one of my teammates or a serial killer. It was a small female that felt all too familiar. Haley? I pushed her away from me, holding onto her shoulders so I could look her over. Are you okay? What's going on? Her eyes were full of terror, flicking from one side of the hall to the other. Is he gone? There was no one else here. I had to stay late to get a very long, uncomfortable lecture from the coaches after everyone else was long gone. Who? What are you talking about? Jay, he was here. He attacked me. Ice shot through my veins, and I looked her over more closely. I slid my hands over her arms and lifted them so I could see better in the dim light. Angry red marks at her wrist had my stomach twisting. My eyes roamed over her body, neck, and face. More marks and her clothing was rumpled, the neckline of her shirt torn. I stepped around her and took off through the back door. I ran out and looked around. I didn't know what that monster looked like, but I didn't see anyone around. He was smart enough to leave before he got caught. I didn't want to leave Haley alone for a second longer, so I hurried back inside and took her into my arms. He's gone. I ran my hand gently over the back of her head while cradling her body against mine. That seemed to break the dam that had been keeping her emotions at bay. She crumpled, and I caught her, holding her up as she broke in my arms. Her racking sobs split my heart wide open. I was going to find that sorry excuse for a man and make him pay for everything he'd done. I've got you, baby. You're safe now, I whispered as I slowly led her to the closest open doorway, the training room, and flipped on the light. I situated her onto one of the massage tables but never released her. Not that her grip would have allowed that. I pulled my phone out of my back pocket and sent a text to Ethan, telling him to come back to the arena. Haley needed both of us, whether or not he could stand to be in the same room as me. Haley, will you let me call campus security? We need to report this. She sniffed and looked up at me with empty eyes. Will it even matter? I made it an anonymous call when I told them he drugged me. Yes, it matters. He assaulted you and left marks. I held up her wrists, and in the brighter lighting, it was even easier to see the beginnings of bruising. Her eyes remained on the space between us, not really seeing. Is it okay if I call? I wasn't going to force her to do anything, even if I really wanted to end this. She nodded once, and I took out my phone and pressed on the number I saved in my phone after the night I brought her home from the party. I wished back then I would never have to use it again, but I'd had a feeling. West Penn campus security, a male voice answered. My friend was just assaulted. We're in the ice arena. Is your friend breathing? Yes, she is awake and sitting up. We're sending over officers now. Where in the ice arena are you? He asked. In the training room closest to the back entrance. They're 3 minutes out. If possible, listen for them and call out to help them find you. Thanks, I will. I hung up so I could focus on Haley. They're coming now. I wanted to ask what happened so I could help her when the officers got here, but I didn't want her to have to relive the experience twice. All I could do right now was hold her and make sure she knew she wasn't alone. Haley? Ethan's voice called out. In the training room, I yelled out and seconds later he came barreling into the room. He froze when he saw us, his eyes narrowing on me. What the hell happened? Her eyes flicked up to his. He assaulted me. Rage washed over his features in a flash. You! He flew across the room, arm aimed at my face. I didn't think I'd be able to stop him in that state, but Haley circled her arms around me and buried her face in my chest. Ethan wavered and froze inches from me. What? He looked from his sister to me. It wasn't me. It was Jay, the guy that drugged her at the party. How could he even think I would hurt her? I had to blame adrenaline and stupidity. I'm sorry. His body deflated, and he shifted to his sister's side, putting an arm around her shoulders. Hello? Did someone call for campus security? A deep voice came from the hall. In here, I replied, and Ethan slid off the table to step out into the hall. Right here. He came back with a man and woman in uniform. They surveyed the room before focusing on the gentle cries of the woman in my arms. Miss, I'm Officer Walsh, and this is my partner Officer Manning, the man said, gesturing to the woman at his side. Can you tell us what happened? His demeanor was so much softer than I'd expected. I appreciated he was being calm and not demanding anything from her. I tried to pull back from Haley, but her arms tightened around me. I kissed the top of her head and started with the information I had. A few weeks ago, she attended a party at the Alpha Gamma New House where a guy she met slipped a roofie into her drink. She was able to recognize the symptoms and got to a bathroom where she called me to come get her. She reported that incident. The next week he cornered her at a cafe on campus, but she was able to get away from him again. I sighed and rubbed my hand over her hair. I was still inside, so I'm not sure exactly what happened tonight, but I caught her when she ran inside and she told me that the same guy assaulted her. Ethan's breath caught, and he shifted closer to his sister. And who are you? The woman asked him. I'm her brother. She nodded and looked at me. And you? Well, wasn't that a complicated answer? I'm her friend, as well as his roommate. I nodded toward Ethan. She jotted down some notes. And what is the name of the man that drugged and assaulted her? Jay, I supplied. I'm not sure of his last name, but he lives in Granger Hall. She added that to her notes and looked at Haley. Can you give us a physical description of him? She sucked in a breath before answering. He's taller than me. Probably 5'10" and fairly muscular. He has thick blonde hair that he wears parted to the side. She closed her eyes. Brown eyes and smells like sandalwood and musk cologne. The officers asked more questions and took pictures of all of Haley's injuries. Listening to her tell them what he'd done to her just yards away from me filled me with rage. She'd been waiting for me. I should have left sooner. I should have been there for her, but Ethan and I were letting drama and crap get between us. All I could do was comfort her now and let her know I was there for her. I held her hand as she went through the details of him pressing her against the building and holding her down. How he said she was waiting for him. The man was clearly deranged. A danger to so much more than just Haley. I'm sorry for what you went through, Officer Manning said as she and her partner straightened from where they'd been leaning against the counter. With the information you told us, the report you filed before, and the physical evidence he left behind, it won't be hard to detain him. Once we have him, we'll pass this off to the city police department. They can press criminal charges against him while we can only suspend him or suggest expulsion, which we will do as soon as evidence is gathered. Haley nodded, appearing exhausted from the ordeal. Thank you. The officers shook my hand and Ethan's before leaving. We stared at each other, silently communicating the things we should have said before this. We were sorry. The past didn't matter. The only thing that did was Haley. Do you want me to take you back to your room, or do you want to stay with us? Ethan asked her. They locked eyes for several moments, and I knew they were having their own silent conversation. Then he turned to me. Do you think you could stay with one of the guys tonight? I hadn't been expecting that. If anything, I thought she would ask him to give us space, but I nodded. This was probably for the best. Everything that happened today, then my talk with the coaches, was forgotten until now. There was still so much to figure out with both of them. Things I needed to say. I wanted to keep holding Haley and put off everything else for as long as possible, but that would only make the inevitable more painful. She needed her brother right now and in the future. It was best that I took a step back. Yeah, no problem. I pulled away from her, but she caught my hand. She gave me a look I couldn't decipher before walking away. I worried about her all night. I wanted to text her to check how she was doing, but I needed to trust Ethan would take care of her. I waited until 9 before going to my room to shower. I thought she would be gone, but she was waiting for me on my bed with her legs crossed. Hey, I took her in from head to toe looking for any injuries. Hi. She looked at her lap. Can I talk to you, or do you need to get to class? I moved toward her and sat on the end of the bed, facing her. Before what happened? I spoke with Ethan. I wanted him to accept us together, maybe even be happy for us, but he made me realize something I hadn't even thought about. Something I should have seen sooner, but I was too selfish to think about anything but myself and what I wanted. I squeezed her hands, not knowing where this was going. Ethan wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine lately, and I could only imagine what he'd said to her. He made me realize that I wasn't thinking about what you needed. This year is probably the most important of your life, and I've done nothing but cause drama and distract you. It doesn't change the fact that I've fallen for you, and it breaks my heart to walk away, but it's what I have to do. For you, and me. I closed my eyes and let her words wash over me. I'm so sorry, Reid. Her voice cracked. With a solid breath, I snapped my eyes open and held hers. I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure if being together right now is the best decision for either of us. Coach put some things into perspective for me last night. I need my priority to be the team and my training. I owe it to myself and the guys to give them all my attention and energy. I clenched my jaw. This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, but you deserve so much more than I can give you right now. Her head tilted to the side and a single tear slid down her cheek. I know. I know better than most what you're going through. I told myself I could handle it, but that doesn't make it the right decision. I didn't stop to think how hard it would be on you. My stomach tightened, and I felt like I was going to be sick. I hated seeing her hurting and because of me. This wasn't what I wanted, but it was what had to happen. This doesn't have to be it. We can see how we feel when the season is over. She nodded and tried to smile, but it fell flat. You're right. Maybe we can try just being friends for now. I hated those words, but I'd rather have her in my life at a distance than not at all. I'll think about it. She slid off the table and went to the door. With one last glance, she turned and left to find her brother. The only man she needed right now.
Chapter 27, Haley. I told Reid I would think about his offer of being friends, but that ended up being a lie. I couldn't think about that or him or our future without my emotions washing over me. I was sick of crying. Sick of constantly being on the verge of another breakdown. There hadn't been any news from the officers I spoke to or the city police about arresting Jay. The fear of him finding me again kept me from leaving Ethan's room. The girls had come over twice to visit and drop off notes from my classes for me. I appreciated their help almost as much as the space they were giving me. I could tell they wanted to press for more information about what was going on, but I wasn't ready to talk. Not about Jay or Reid. The door swung open, and Ethan stepped inside holding a bag of what smelled like Thai food. Hey, hope you're hungry. I couldn't decide what sounded good, so I got 3 different curries and pad Thai. I stood from his desk and took the bag, peering inside at the pile of white containers. It smells amazing. He dropped his duffel near his closet and ran his hand through his damp hair. Are you staying on top of your assignments? I nodded.
Yeah.
I'm actually ahead now. He grinned and took out the plates and utensils while I arranged the food. Good, at least one of us has hope of leaving here with a degree. I rolled my eyes. He joked about not finishing all the time, but I knew he wouldn't actually let that happen. He'd worked too hard for too long to not graduate. We'll see. I scooped rice onto my plate, and he moved next to me, filling his plate. What's that mean? I shrugged. I wasn't sure I was ready to say out loud what I'd been thinking. I didn't want him to get mad or tell our parents. Plus, I couldn't figure out if my emotions and recent events were dictating my thoughts. Come on, you can tell me anything. He jumped onto his bed and leaned back against the wall, facing me. It was strange how quickly things had changed between us. Since we left the arena after speaking to the officers, he rarely left my side. It took 2 days for him to go to class and practice. I had to call Benjamin to ask him to help me convince Ethan it was okay to leave me. Thanks to one traumatizing event, the past several weeks of tension and fighting washed away. We both realized we needed each other. He apologized for trying to control me and his teammates. He admitted he didn't grasp the gravity of how our parents treated me. He was so caught up in his own world that he never saw things the way I did. There were plenty of tears shed by both of us, but we hashed out things that had been left unsaid for far too many years. Since then, he'd been a completely different person. Although, he still disappeared for hours at a time and hadn't told me why, but he didn't ignore me anymore. We were closer than we'd ever been, and part of me didn't want to ruin that. Not yet. It's nothing. Just something I've been thinking about. His brow quirked. Well, now you have to tell me. I sighed and poked my fork at a piece of chicken. I'm not sure college is right for me. His head shot back. What do you mean? I shrugged. I don't know. Is it because of what happened? They're going to take care of Jay. You won't have to worry about him. I shook my head. He was a contributing factor, but that wasn't it. Is it because of what happened last year? I guess you haven't exactly had the best experiences so far. Maybe that's a part of it, but it's just the classes in general. I'm a sophomore, and I have no idea what I want to major in. I don't love any subject in particular, and I don't have the slightest idea of what I want to do with my life. I just feel like I'm wasting time and money. He nodded slowly. I probably would have been the same way if I wasn't here for hockey. It's like I'm only here for the college experience, and honestly that hasn't been great for me. I've been thinking about either taking a year off or trying a trade school. Like maybe cosmetology or massage therapy. I waited for his judgment to come. To tell me that was a waste of the time I'd already put in, but he just nodded. That might not be a bad idea. I could see you enjoying working with people like that. Relief washed over me. He didn't yell or tell me it was a stupid idea. I'm not set on anything yet, I've just been thinking about it. That's fair. Can I ask one thing of you? I nodded. Just don't make any decisions until everything with Jay is settled. I don't want that to influence you. I want you to be able to have a clear head when you decide. Okay, I sighed. That's probably a good idea. He titled his head and smiled. I'm proud of you. Not just for coming forward and pressing charges against him, but for doing what's right for you. It's easy to go through life following the path people expect of you, but that's not always what's best for you. I bit my lip. His words brought back the memory of my last conversation with Reid. The one I'd worked so hard to ignore for these past several days. What was best for us and what felt right were two different things. Hey. What are you thinking about? My eyes rose to meet his. Reid and I agreed that it's probably not the best timing for us to be together. He had a talk with the coaches that made him realize the same thing you told me. He has other priorities right now, and I would only be a distraction and drain on his time and energy. He mentioned that we could see how we feel after the season, and we could stay friends, but I'm not sure I can. He chewed slowly and swallowed before speaking. I'm sorry. This is one of the times I wish I wasn't right. But I'm glad you both were able to see things clearly and be responsible rather than giving in to your feelings. It hurts now. I was falling for him. I cleared my throat with a small cough. But it would have hurt even more if he told me he needed space in a few months from now. He nodded. He's right too. Once the season is over, you guys can try again if you want to wait for him, but you don't have to. You're free to date or do whatever you want. He paused. I can talk to the football team and anyone else I warned off if I need to. The thought of dating anyone else made me queasy, especially with my past luck with men. I couldn't trust myself. Reid was the only good man I'd been attracted to. It's only going to be more complicated though. He'll likely end up drafted and move before the summer is over. Ethan grinned. Things always have a way of working out. If you are meant to be together, then I have no doubt you will figure out a way. It's not like West Penn is the only college in the country, plus by then, you might have different plans of your own. He was right. I could always transfer if I needed to, or find a trade school close to wherever he was living. It wasn't like I had any attachments to this place. I only ended up here as a last resort. I might miss the girls, but we could stay in touch. Ethan would be gone too, and even though that had been an appealing thought just a few days ago, I wasn't sure I wanted to stay here without him. There had never been a time in my life when I felt so off-kilter. So unsettled and unsure of what was coming. On one hand, there were endless possibilities. I simply had to pick one and hope it made me happy. But on the other, there were so many more chances to end up regretting my choices. Ending up hurt or alone. Again. Growing up is hard, I mumbled.
Yeah.
It really is, he said to his plate. After we finished eating and put the leftovers away in the room's small fridge, I settled into work on copying notes when Ethan's phone vibrated. He checked the screen and groaned. I forgot about a study group. I've got to get going. He jumped off the bed and grabbed his backpack. Will you be okay, here alone? I wasn't sure how much longer Reid was going to avoid coming home, and I didn't really want to be here when he did, at least not without Ethan as a buffer, so I gathered my stuff. I should go back to my room and check in with the girls. He nodded, and we went to the door. He took the time to walk me to my dorm before jogging away. I went upstairs and knocked on their doors, but none of them answered, so I went to my room. Emery wasn't there, not that I expected to see her, but there were some clothes tossed on her bed and papers stacked on her desk that hadn't been there the last time I'd been in the room, so that was probably the closest I'd get to signs of life from her for a few weeks. It was strange to think she'd been the one to first reach out to me when I got here, then vanished. It was hard to not take it personally. Maybe she didn't like me all that much, or her friends didn't click with me the way she hoped. No matter the reason, there wasn't much I could do if I never saw her. Once I settled onto my bed, surrounded by my notes and laptop, I sent a text to the girls' group message letting them know I was back in my room and hoped to see them soon. Sadie and Crystal replied immediately that they were in class and would come by once they were done. Cassie said she was busy until later tonight, and Ella didn't reply. She was probably in class or lab and couldn't get to her phone. I sent another text to Ethan assuring him I was fine and the girls were coming over later, and he replied with a thumbs up. My phone stared back at me. Taunting me. Daring me to reach out to Reid, but I wasn't sure what to say. I hadn't decided whether or not being friends was something I could handle. Could I suppress my feelings for him enough to be platonic? Could I forget how it felt to kiss him? To be held by him? I wasn't sure I wanted to, but if things could work between us, I would have to try. Could I wait until April to be with him? That seemed like a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things, but what if he changed his mind in that time? What if space allowed him to see things clearly? What if he realized he was better off without someone with so much baggage? That rejection would cut through me. It already felt like an anvil was hanging over my head while I tried to sort out my emotions. Would that feeling only get worse in the months of waiting to see how things would work out? I couldn't live like that. The unknowing would kill me. The easiest answer was to cut things off now and go our separate ways. Completely forget how we felt about each other and move on. No strings attached. But even the thought of that made my chest tighten. I didn't want to date anyone else. I didn't want to give up on him. On us. If only I could fast forward through the next several months, then I would know how things worked out. We could get to the good part and start the next chapter of our lives. I had so much faith in the two of us. We'd only known each other for a month or so, but it felt like so much longer. He knew me in ways no one else ever had. He allowed me to be whoever I needed to be, weak or strong. He challenged me without making me feel controlled or like I wasn't enough. He wanted me to reach my potential. He was what I wanted. Why couldn't this be easier? If all that mattered was how we felt, then I wouldn't have had to waste a single thought debating. But life wasn't that simple. A knock sounded on my door, and I slid off my bed. It was probably Sadie or Crystal, just in time to listen to my mental breakdown. I swung open the door and froze as my breath left my body.
Chapter 28 Reid. This had easily been the longest week of my life. Sleeping on the floor of Benjamin's single room wasn't exactly the most pleasant experience, especially since the monster woke up at dawn each morning for a run and didn't even bother attempting to be quiet. He tried to get me to join him the first 2 days but had since given up. And that wasn't even the worst part. I went through the motions without really thinking or seeing or feeling. I went to class when I was supposed to, took notes that didn't make sense later, then went to practice or training. We had 2 games since the disastrous night, and I couldn't even remember the highlights. I felt like a zombie leaving my last lecture for the day. I just wanted to climb into my bed and ignore the world for a while. I crossed the central quad and headed toward the dorms. I was miserable, and the idea of continuing like this until the season was over was enough to make me want to quit and leave this all behind. Nothing seemed worth it anymore. How could this be better than being with Haley? Sure, it would be stressful and there would have to be a lot of compromising in communication, so neither of us built up resentment toward the other, but I would much rather have that kind of burden than walking through life like nothing mattered. There was no way this was the right choice if it felt so wrong. I hadn't seen or spoken to Haley, and Ethan avoided the subject of his sister around me, but from the bits and pieces I'd overheard from the guys, I knew she wasn't doing much better than me. She hadn't left our room, not even to go to classes. Granted, she was also recovering from the assault, and I knew that was more of the reason she was hunkering down than nursing a broken heart. Still, knowing she wasn't happy either weighed me down. I didn't take any joy in knowing she was suffering like me. I wanted to fix things. I wanted to find a way for both of us to be happy, preferably together. We hadn't even given us a chance. We gave up the second things got a little bit difficult. One word from my coaches, and I was ready to walk away. Things between me and Ethan were as tense as ever, but we could work through things. He wanted Haley to be happy too. That was all that mattered in the end, and I knew in my heart that I could be the one to put her smile back in place. I was done. I couldn't go another day like this. My phone was in my hands, calling Haley before I could talk myself out of it. It rang and rang before going to her voicemail. She didn't ignore my call, so at least that was something. If the guys were right, she was probably still in my room, so I picked up my pace, feeling something other than dread for the first time in days. As soon as the building came into view, I jogged up to the entrance and took the stairs 2 at a time to my floor. Our door was locked, so I knocked before using my key to let myself in. I held my breath as I pushed it open fully, ready to see Haley. It was empty. I checked our small bathroom, but she wasn't in there either. A quick glance around revealed nothing. No sign of her. None of her clothing or books or her backpack. She wasn't staying here. At least not anymore. I ran my hand through my hair. Where was she? Would she go back to her room? I hadn't heard anything from the officers about Jay getting arrested, but maybe she or Ethan had. I didn't like the idea of her being alone if he was still out there. Ethan would have told me. Or he would have told Benjamin, who would have then told me. No. Something was wrong. She wasn't here, and she wasn't answering her phone. I could be jumping to conclusions, but my gut was screaming that I needed to find her and confirm for myself that she was safe. I dumped my backpack on the ground next to my bed and turned to head back downstairs. If she wasn't here, she was probably in her dorm or with her friends. As long as she wasn't alone. I called Ethan as I jogged down the stairs to the back entrance that was closest to her dorm. Hey, man. I was so surprised he actually answered and hadn't cursed at me that I missed a step and stumbled down to the floor, barely catching myself on the railing so I didn't hit face first. Have you seen Haley? I rushed out the words while pushing the door open and stepping into the courtyard between our buildings. Yeah, I walked her to her dorm a few hours ago. That should have been a relief, but I only felt sick. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I sounded a little bit insane, or obsessed, but I couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. She said she was going to hang out with her friends. Maybe she's just distracted. Yeah, maybe. I ran across the lawn and climbed the steps to the entrance of her building and took the stairs again, running up to her floor. I'm at a study group right now. I'll be done in about an hour. If you haven't heard back from her by then, I'll call her. I shoved open the door to her hall. It was empty. Silent. Strange for this time of night. Okay, man. Talk to you. A scream sounded from farther down the hall, and I took off running. What was that? Ethan sounded panicked. A scream. I reached Haley's door and turned the handle. It was locked, but when I heard a muffled yell, I took a step back and kicked the door in with all the force I had. It shattered at the contact and swung in. What was that? Ethan screeched in my ear. Call 911. I ended the call and dropped my phone as I ran into the room and tackled the man on top of Haley to the ground. She was still screaming as I wrested the blonde guy until I had his hands behind him and my knee digging into his spine, keeping him from moving. Haley, you're okay, I told her while I looked over her body for any signs of injury. Her top was torn and there were more angry red marks on her neck and arms, but other than that, she was fine. She was whole. She was safe now. Haley. What's going on? A female voice called from the doorway. Sadie. Call the police, another girl told her friend. Jay shifted under me, and I threw a punch to the side of his head. He grunted and stopped moving. I listened to Sadie tell the operator where we were and what was happening. She said officers are less than 5 minutes away. I nodded but didn't take my attention off the creep below me. The tense moments passed quickly, and soon, heavy footsteps sounded toward us. You can get off. I'll restrain him. A man stood over me, and I checked over his uniform, confirming he was a police officer, before slowly standing and stepping away from Jay. He was in cuffs and being carried out of the room within seconds. Sadie and the other girl, Ella, stepped to the side and watched us from across the room. I turned to Haley and wrapped her in my arms. She crumpled into me. It was like we were both waiting for him to be gone before allowing ourselves to absorb the situation. Haley. Ethan's voice carried from down the hall. He ran into the room, looking around before coming toward us. What happened? It was then that I realized she hadn't said a single word. She was shaking against me, and when I pulled away enough to see her face, she clung to me and pressed herself into my chest. A paramedic entered the room and was directed to us. Can I look you over? I want to make sure you're not injured. I shifted, and Haley stared up at the women and gave one nod. I held her hand and looked back at Ethan. I heard screaming and busted down the door. I started to explain, realized another officer was at the entrance to the room, listening and assessing the damage. He was on top of her on the floor. I tackled him and restrained him. Sadie came in right after that and called 911. The officer stepped farther into the room. Miss, can you tell us what happened? Haley tensed, and I rubbed my hand up and down her back. Take all the time you need. She inhaled a big breath and slowly let it out. There was a knock on my door. I assumed it was one of my friends and opened it. When I realized it was him, I tried to shut it, but he was too fast. He pushed his way in and locked it behind him, then shoved me to the ground. He climbed on top of me, pinned down my legs and arms with his. I tried to kick and thrash to get him off me, but he started choking me and I panicked. I stopped moving, and he let go of my throat. Then he started kissing me and tried to rip my shirt. I was able to scream, and that's when Reid burst in. Each word she said made me feel sicker until I thought I was going to throw up. He pinned her down. He forced himself on her. Again. Why wasn't he arrested before this? I asked, clenching my jaw to keep from making any more accusations. He's been hiding since the attack last week. His eyes flashed to Haley before dropping again. Why weren't we notified of that? Ethan demanded. We thought you guys had already taken care of him. I wouldn't have let her out of my sight if I knew that creep was still walking freely. I'm not one of the officers assigned to that case, so I don't have all the details. I can assure you now that he will not be leaving our custody until he faces trial. What about bail? Haley asked. Someone who is an obvious danger like him will have a very high bail set, and he will not be allowed back on campus if he is able to pay it. She closed her eyes and rested her head against my shoulder. That won't stop him. I wrapped my arms tighter around her. We'll make sure he doesn't get the chance to post bail. Ethan locked eyes with me and nodded. It was a relief to finally be on the same side as him for the first time in so long. After a few more questions and a promise to follow up with us in the morning, the officers left. Haley remained in my lap while Ethan and Sadie worked together to gather enough of her clothing and necessary school work that we wouldn't have to come back here until maintenance was able to fix the door. I'm so sorry, Haley. I shouldn't have left you alone. I should have just skipped. Ethan helped her stand and held her tight. You didn't know. None of us could have predicted that. She sighed against him. I don't know how he found out what room is mine. He was insane and a stalker. It wouldn't have taken much for him to get that information. Don't think about him anymore. He's in custody and can't get to you, I assured her. Sadie, who looked like she was 2 seconds away from breaking down, reached for her and hugged her until Haley grunted. I'm so sorry. I should have come sooner. I was supposed to make sure you had someone with you. It's not your fault. Haley smiled at her friend. I'll go crazy if I think about all the things that might have happened differently. If I asked who was at the door before opening it. Or asking our RA to wait with me until someone else could get here. But he's the only person I blame. He was the one that targeted me and attacked me. She was so strong. So brave. I was grateful she had this mindset, but I wanted to make sure it stayed this way. I never wanted her to blame herself for the vile actions of that monster. She was a victim, but she was also a fighter. A survivor. Ethan headed to the door with Sadie, but I reached for Haley's hand and tugged her toward me. I held her until the officers asked her to speak to her for her official statement. The paramedics cleared us but offered to take us to the hospital for testing. Haley declined, and there wasn't a chance I was going to leave her. My knuckles were fine, just bruised. I stayed with her that night, and the next. I slept on the floor and woke any time she moved or made a sound. She needed time to heal, physically and mentally, but when she got up the following morning and smiled at me, I knew she was going to be okay. My heart nearly burst, and I knew I couldn't hold back any longer. We need to talk.
Chapter 29, Haley. Were there any other forward sentences in the English language that could instantly spark a full-blown panic attack, faster than we need to talk? No. There wasn't, and I was pretty sure everyone knew that. Days went by without so much as a text, then he came breaking through my door as a literal knight in shining armor or sweatpants. He stayed with me, letting me recover without pushing me to talk. But then I get to wake up to those words? I don't want to talk about what happened. They got him. It's done. His eyes scanned my face. That's not what I was going to say. I wanted to know if you're okay. I reached for his hand. No, and I won't be until you tell me what you want to talk about. He cringed, and I tightened my hold. I should have phrased that differently. Sorry, my mind is all over the place right now. I remained silent, waiting. I was looking for you. I called and you didn't answer, so I checked my room, but Ethan told me he dropped you off here. He turned so we were facing each other. I can't do this anymore, Haley. I know we agreed that the timing isn't right for us, but I've been miserable. I can't focus on classes or at practice. I feel lost and alone, and the worst part is I know exactly how to fix it, but I can't do it without being selfish. I sucked in a breath. I couldn't let my hopes get too high without him finishing. I want to at least try. I want you. I want us. I know it's not going to be easy and I won't be the boyfriend you deserve for the next few months, but I promise to do my best. I think as long as we go into it with clear expectations and a commitment to communicate, we can do it. We can be happy and be together. That was all I wanted to hear. From the second Ethan told me I was going to be a distraction for Reid, I wanted Reid to tell me that it didn't matter. That I was worth fighting for. It took him longer than I expected, but he was here now. Okay. It was all I could say. His brows rose. Okay? You're willing to try. I smiled up at him. Of course. I've been just as miserable, Reid. I hated this week, and not just because of Jay. I missed you, and the thought of pretending until April was killing me. His body relaxed, and he pulled me into his arms, then kissed the top of my head. I never want to let you go again. Please don't, I whispered against him, savoring the feeling of being close to him. I closed my eyes and let myself soak in everything that happened. Jay was gone. He couldn't hurt me anymore. Reid came for me. He found me in time. He saved me. I was safe, and I didn't have to be alone. Can I take you to my room? His voice rumbled in his chest against my cheek. I nodded but made no move to leave. He smoothed his hand over my hair, then lifted my chin so I was looking up at him. I know this is probably too soon, and you've had an insane few days, but it's only made me realize how much you mean to me. I love you, Haley. His words shocked me. I'd never heard those words from someone outside my family. At least, not from someone I believed meant them. I didn't feel deserving. I was broken. But he didn't see that. He saw all my pieces and was helping me put them back together. I didn't have to be perfect for him. He wanted me. The way I was. I love you too. His smile filled my heart with so much warmth. He would help me heal. He could carry me when I couldn't take another step on my own. He would be my strength, and one day I would be strong enough to return the favor. He leaned down to press a gentle kiss against my lips. The tender touch stole my breath. He was all I wanted. We could do this. We would make this work. You look beautiful. Reid kissed my cheek before opening the door to the restaurant. Thank you. I smiled back at him. He was being extra sweet tonight, which would have made me nervous if Ethan hadn't given me a heads up. Reid planned this night for over a week and wanted every detail to go perfectly. As much as I appreciated the effort, I wasn't sure why he was putting in so much for one dinner. He greeted the host and gave his name. A second later, we were whisked back to a private table and left with menus and a promise that our waitress would be right over. This place is nice. I glanced around the small dining room, taking in the emerald walls and sparse metal decorations. It had an ultra-modern feel that was rare for the area. Most of the restaurants close to campus catered to the students and didn't put forth too much effort in creating an ambience, when most of the customers were interested in cheap, filling meals. Coach told me about it. Reid clutched the sides of the menu, making it bend in the middle. I reached out and tapped the back of his hands, and he immediately relaxed his grip. Is everything okay? I watched him, looking for any hints as to what was going on in his head. He cleared his throat.
Yeah.
Of course. So, no. Everything was most definitely not okay. He stared past me, over my shoulder, and I peeked back to see what caught his attention. A group of women, around our age, were watching us. Are they bugging you? I asked. He shook his head. No, I just don't want them to come over. I grinned at that. It was so different from going out with Ethan or any of the guys from the team. It was like they had a sensor for female fans and would take off as soon as there was a chance they could get attention. Reid was gracious when people approached him, thanking them for their support and well wishes, but was always quick to dismiss them. It was only of the many reasons I loved him. I smiled at that. We were right. Finding time to be together was a challenge. Our schedules didn't usually sync up, but we made the best of it. Going into things with the understanding that this was temporary, and we would eventually have more time for each other made it all much more bearable. I'd broken my own rules and attended some of his practices when I had a break and dragged the girls with me to the games. I missed him during the week, but it was worth it when we had nights like this to look forward to. I reached across the table, and his hand found mine. The waitress appeared and set down 2 glasses of water before lowering a white plate between us. A tall slice of chocolate cake with a red sauce made my mouth water. Oh, we didn't order, I stopped as soon as I read the words spelled in the red sauce. Happy 1-month anniversary. My jaw dropped, and I looked across the table at Reid. He was grinning back at me, and the waitress stepped away. Reid, I gasped. I thought tonight was one of those times that dessert should come first, he teased. I shook my head and covered my gaping mouth with my hand. How had a month already passed since the night he first told me he loved me? How had I forgotten? This is the sweetest, most romantic thing anyone has ever done for me. He cocked a brow. That's a very low bar then. I giggled and lifted a fork to take a bite of the delicious-looking cake. The moment it touched my tongue, I let out a sigh. This is so good. Reid took the other fork and claimed a piece. After chewing, he nodded slowly. Oh,
Yeah.
that lives up to the hype. I took another bite and let it melt on my tongue. I can't decide what I like better, this cake or being with you. His eyes narrowed, and he slid the plate toward him. Hey. I reached out and stabbed another piece. He chuckled and let it go. I don't want to lose you to cake, Haley. Who says I can't have both? I winked at him. I'm not sure how well I can compete against it, he joked. I pretended to think about it. You win. Every time. He smiled, and I felt my phone vibrate in my purse. I ignored it. This was our time, and I didn't want to let anything interrupt that. As soon as it stopped, the buzzing started again. None of the girls would call me back to back, even in an emergency. They all knew where I was. That left my parents or Ethan. You okay? Reid asked after swallowing another bite. Someone's calling me. I waved off my curiosity and focused back on him, but my phone didn't stop. Just check it. He nodded in the direction of my bag. I sighed and pulled my phone out. For missed calls from Ethan. I showed Reid the screen. Doesn't he know I'm with you? He nodded, looking worried. Call him back. I tapped on his name and waited for him to answer. Haley. Where are you? My heart pounded against my chest. He sounded so freaked out. At dinner with Reid. When are you guys going to be back? I need to talk to you. Both of you. Reid leaned forward and whispered, Is he okay? I shook my head. My brother had clearly lost his mind. What's going on? Ethan groaned. Just picture the worst possible situation. Well, that wasn't much to go on, but suddenly my mind was filled with hundreds of possibilities. Was it our mom? Dad? Had there been an accident? Did he get kicked off the team? Was someone dead? Jay was locked up, pending his trial, so it didn't have to do with him. Are you being dramatic, or did something actually happen, Ethan? I really needed him to pull himself together. Just come back. He sounded so defeated. We're on our way. Reid met my eyes and stood before I even ended the call. He took my hand in his, and we left the thoughtful, romantic dinner behind. No matter what, it's you and me now. You know that, right? He stopped at the corner and looked down at me with so much love, patience, and determination in his eyes. I nodded and rose on my toes with my hands on his chest. He met me, and the moment our lips connected, I knew his words were true. It was me and him now. And forever.
Epilogue. Reid. Whatever was wrong had to be told to us in person and couldn't wait for us to finish dinner, so it had to be bad. Haley was freaking out over the possibilities, but when we walked in to find Ethan sprawled out on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, I felt her relax next to me. I was going to kill him. My so-called best friend was the most dramatic person I'd ever met. I expected to see Ethan gravely injured or an emotional mess due to some disaster involving their parents. "What's going on?" She moved to his side, but he didn't bother reacting. I glared at him from my side of the room, waiting for the theatrics to begin. I was tempted to take Haley's hand and drag her back to the restaurant to finish the 3 courses I had planned. Things obviously weren't as dire as he made it seem. Whatever was causing his freak out could wait an hour. "Ethan? Come on. We're here, so tell us what happened," Haley pleaded, the patience quickly leaving her voice. He didn't even twitch. I stepped forward and shoved his side, but he didn't react. I picked up his leg closest to me and started to pull, intending on dragging him off the bed, and when he realized what I was doing, he kicked out of my grasp and sat up. "I'm in mourning, dude. Careful." He dropped his head into his hands. "What are you mourning?" Haley asked. "Did something happen to Mom or Dad?" He grumbled something, but I couldn't understand him. I smacked his wrist, and his head shot up so he could glare at me. "No. They're fine as far as I know." She let out a relieved sigh. "Then what is it?" "We rushed over here for you, so start talking." I smiled at her, enjoying seeing this new bossy side. "It's the worst thing that could possibly happen," he hinted. I rolled my eyes. "You're not dead, none of your family is dead. You aren't injured, and you're still on the team. So, we know it's not actually anything close to being the worst-case scenario." His head snapped to me. "Oh yeah? Well then, where does being in class with and assigned to partner with the one person that hates me more than anyone else in the world rank?" "Huh." Haley and I exchanged a look before she faced her brother again. "Who's in your class?" Ethan stared straight ahead, through us. "Kennedy." My jaw dropped at the same time Haley reached out for him. "Oh, Ethan." He shook his head, still in a daze. I rubbed my jaw, covering the smile I couldn't contain. He was right. This wasn't the worst thing that could happen in the world, but it was definitely up there, for him. He had a long line of scorned women from his time here, but none hated him with the same passion as his high school sweetheart. She gave up her Ivy League dreams to follow him here where he had the best chance of starting on the team. She trusted him with her entire future, and within the first semester of freshman year, he dumped her. Granted, he has his reasons, and they had a whole truckload of issues before they ever stepped foot on campus, but I couldn't blame her for hating him. He pulled her along with promises of love and a life together only to quit and walk away the second things got hard. I wasn't sure why she stayed. Everyone on the team avoided her at all costs, so it wasn't like I had a chance to check in and see how she was doing. I was terrified of her too. But Ethan's luck had officially run out. His past was coming back to haunt him, and this time he couldn't run away.
Thank you for listening to Cheap Shot, a West Penn hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2021 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.